Welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into pressures on heavy vehicle drivers and their impact on New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I'll welcome our first witnesses and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could you please start by stating your name and position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, the words of which I understand you have in front of you, starting with my left, and I can't see the nameplates because of the screens in front of me.
My name is Gavin Webb. I'm the Chief Legal Officer of the Transport Workers Union of New South Wales, and I make an affirmation today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
My name is Daniel Pedich. I am the Research and Policy Official at the Transport Workers Union of New South Wales. I make an affirmation today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, would either of you care to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I'll just make a short
Thanks,
one.
Mr.
Thanks,
Webb.
Chair. Good morning, committee. My name is Gavin Webb. I'm the Chief Legal Officer at the Transport Workers Union of New South Wales, and with me today is our Research and Policy Official, Daniel Pedich. Firstly, to begin, I'd like to thank you for giving the TW the opportunity to provide further information in relation or in addition to our written submission that was provided to the committee. The TW believes that this inquiry is a necessary step towards addressing the broad range of significant pressures that face heavy vehicle drivers in New South Wales. In relation to the characteristics that shape driver practice, it's imperative that we do not shy away from the clear link that there is between remuneration and truck driver safety outcomes. This has been demonstrated both through our own observations and dealing with our members, as well as through a broad range of academic research. We believe that remuneration is a key contributing factor to the overall pressures faced by truck drivers and their employers and truck operators in New South Wales. Considering the focus on heavy vehicle over height incidences as part of this inquiry, the TW would also urge notice towards the loose requirements that are involved in obtaining a truck licence. It is simply too easy to get behind the wheel of a heavy vehicle in any official capacity. There is a lack of minimum evidence-based progression towards competency-based licensing, and drivers who obtain a licence are essentially thrown to the wolves in the sense that, once licensed, they can seek employment with a transport company, having only gone through a very basic driving session. At that point, drivers become dependent upon the procedures and monitoring of their employer, leaving drivers unprepared and unequipped with the means in which to navigate over height scenarios in question. This, of course, is without mention of the varying and broad range of pressures inherently faced by drivers as a symptom of greater issues within the transport industry. Another main issue that was discussed in depth within the TW submission is the unacceptable standard of heavy vehicle rest areas in New South Wales. Our primary research indicates a poor perception of rest areas among heavy vehicle drivers. Through the TW's own assessments, as well as through consultation with members and non-members, it can be concluded that the quality of rest areas, generally speaking, isn't to an acceptable standard in New South Wales. There aren't enough rest areas in the state, and it is common for truck drivers to make the unenviable choice of deciding to not stop at a rest stop despite requiring to take a break due to either such rest areas being inadequate, poorly upkept or not being accessible due to cars or caravans occupying heavy vehicle spaces. These factors heavily influence heavy vehicle drivers' usage of rest areas and must be addressed along with other factors highlighted in the TW submission. I look forward to taking any questions from the committee in relation to our submission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Webb. Okay, we'll go straight to questions, starting with questions from the government.
Thank you.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for the submission and for appearing today. I just wanted to ask for a bit more information, perhaps a bit more detail on some of the points you raised both in your submission and in your brief summary. You mentioned the well-known or well-established link between remuneration and safety, and I wondered if you could expand on that a bit further to explain that, given that the terms of reference explicitly refer to the characteristics of the heavy vehicle industry that shape driver practice. So could you say a bit more about that relationship and I guess any particular experiences from members regarding the nature of that relationship between safety and remuneration?
Yes, thank you. Look, it's our experience that the transport industry is a unregulated and quite a complex industry whereby there are significant links in the supply chain from the driver, who is ultimately the person carrying goods on behalf of ultimately a client at the top of the supply chain. And throughout that relationship, there can be many links in that chain. And what that does is it creates an inherent economic pressure on each person in that link as it gets down towards the chain, and ultimately it is left on drivers at the end to bear the brunt of that economic pressure. Because of that, operators in the transport industry, whether they might be owner-drivers at the bottom of that chain or even the next chain up being transport operators, are effectively engaged in a price-taking exercise when accepting work and contracts. And what I mean by that is that because it is such an unregulated industry in relation to remuneration and economic costs, there is significant pressure placed upon the clients at the top of the supply chain on those operators to squeeze out and get as much bang for their buck as possible, regardless of things such as safety outcomes or outcomes for the people that are actually driving the vehicle. So because of that, and because of the razor-thin profit margins that transport operators have to operate on, what we see in our experience with our members is that there is significant pressure placed upon them to undertake their work in a way that ensures that it's done as quickly as possible, for example, and for the cheapest possible price. So what we've seen both through our own experience and also through the relevant academic research which we've referenced in our submission is that where there is regulation and where there is enforceable minimum fair and reasonable standards in relation to pay, not just to drivers but also to in transport contracts along the supply chain, that actually achieves better safety outcomes. Because what we've seen is that if there is a pressure placed upon transport operators and drivers in relation to costs and particular labour costs, there are also similar pressures placed upon transport operators in relation to maintenance costs, in relation to compliance costs, in relation to safety, policy, procedures, all of those types of matters as well. And this has only been exacerbated further with some entrance into the market from large multinational companies such as Amazon, for example, who have entered into the market, operate a contractor gig type model, who then place all of that pressure primarily on the drivers and operate in a way where they in some circumstances reducing their costs significantly, sometimes at a loss, in order to obtain market share, and pushing out other operators in the transport industry who perhaps have the experience and the means, and more importantly, the desire to want to operate safely and provide good remuneration and safety outcomes for their drivers.
Thank you for that. Could I just explore a bit more? You suggest that there is a lack of regulation, and I think you were speaking, I think you said, you framed it in terms of economic regulation, because a number of the submissions that we've received has talked about the great range of regulation, particularly in heavy vehicles, national heavy vehicle regulation, fatigue management, those kinds of things. So could you please explore a bit more, because there is that body of regulation. Could you explain what you're talking about in this area of less regulation, I guess?
Well, in terms of just firstly to the point about the regulation that currently exists, the issue that we see with that is really around lack of enforcement around that type of regulation. It is welcome to see, particularly in the space of WHS and supply chain accountability, that there is a level of regulation that does require all participants in the supply chain to be accountable for particular outcomes around safety and compliance and licensing and whatnot. But there is a lack of resources and enforcement resources there to actually ensure that that's happening. But in terms of economic regulation, which is really to the point of your question, what we have seen is that because of the way that transport contracts have been constructed over the years, which in our view are effectively designed to avoid regulation and avoid, particularly in relation to labour costs, that we see that the people or the clients or the customers for transport operators whose goods are the ones that are actually being delivered have no real regulation or requirements placed upon them in relation to what they charge or what they pay for the delivery of their goods to the relevant contractor. And what we've seen is that those contracts can have many levels that exist before it gets to the actual person or company or entity or whatever it is that is delivering the goods on behalf of that person at the top of the supply chain. And what happens is that as each step in the chain occurs, there's someone taking a cut on the cost of the contract. And all that happens is it gets to the bottom, and the person that's actually delivering the goods, who is operating on a public road with the public also driving on that road, is facing all of the economic pressure that's been placed upon them from the top. In New South Wales, and federally as well, in relation to... before I make this point, the overwhelming majority of costs in transport contracts is labour. That is the main component. So whenever there is a customer or a client that's looking to make savings in relation to transport costs, it's usually around labour. There are other efficiencies that can be made in relation to productivity and economies of scale that can occur in certain operations, but primarily it's labour. And at the moment, in the system that we have federally and also in New South Wales, there's very limited ability to have any accountability whatsoever in relation to the costs of or the labour cost that's placed upon the person actually driving the vehicle to the person that they're delivering for ultimately.
Does that mean that the essence of the solution is twofold? Because if you increase enforceability of safety regulation, that in and of itself will stop a lot of the undercutting and corner cutting, but also if you had minimum enforceable rates of pay and conditions, so those two things, are they the fixes in a nutshell?
I think that's right. I would caution against saying that just that if there is greater enforceability around safety, that necessarily solves the problem. Because I don't know if we'll ever be able to have enough resources to enforce every type of operator that's operating in these supply chains. It is really difficult. But if you are ensuring that transport operators are receiving enough remuneration in their transport contracts to pay their drivers properly, to ensure that vehicles are maintained, to ensure they have proper policies and procedures in place in relation to safety and compliance, then those things happen. What happens is that if they have to cut costs because of labour pressures, we find that the same thing happens in relation to health and safety. I personally can remember an example where a transport operator, which was subcontracted from a very large, one of the largest transport operators in Australia, who was performing work for one of the largest retailers in Australia, had a fleet of 4 or 5 vehicles, and this operator was effectively forced to take whatever price was offered to them from the transport operator, because they were forced to take whatever price was offered to them from the client, sometimes at a loss, purely because if they didn't, it would just go to the person who was just prepared to take that and take on all the risk that's associated with that. And I remember, as part of this, investigation we were doing, this operator, I exercised a right of entry under the federal jurisdiction and went into his office out at Arndale Park in Western Sydney. And I went in there and, this is a transport operator operating 6-7 trucks delivering goods for one of the largest retailers in Australia. And his office is bare bones. He's got 6 or 7 folders that relate to the vehicles that he's got, which has got the rego information paper. But importantly, when I asked him to supply pay slips and things like that, he said he didn't have any. And he couldn't show me any of them that he had. And when I asked what all these piles of paper were on his desk as well, for example, he said they were all toll notices that he couldn't afford to pay because the contract price that he was given did not allow him to pay tolls, for example. And I had serious concerns about whether that meant he was also able to afford to properly maintain the vehicles that he was operating. And we knew that he also wasn't able to pay his drivers correctly. And through that investigation, we saw things like timesheets filled out where suddenly people were able to make trips from Sydney to Tarcutta in 3.5 hours, which is just impossible. But these are the things that they were filling out and forced to do, purely because if they didn't do that and they didn't take a cut themselves, whether it's through labour, through safety, through maintenance, they would lose the contract.
Yeah.
And if they didn't take it, someone else would be prepared to take on that risk and do it anyway. And at the end of the day, the people that are adversely affected by that usually are the driver and the employees at the bottom of the supply chain, and conversely the public and those who use the roads, who are then subjected to significant risk on the road by those people that are forced to drive extended hours, shying away from it. Nobody deliberately chooses to break the law without there being some kind of assessment as to why they're doing that, and a lot of these people have no choice.
I will just see if I can just go to other members first. I'm sure we can come back. So I'll go to Mr. Mark Bonazio.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go to the part of your submission where you talk about the survey that you did on the heavy vehicle rest areas.
Yep.
You said that 51 were either inaccessible or unable to be located. Are you saying that 51, or a percentage of that 51, were just not there? They've been removed, or do we know what the details are in terms of? Because we've heard submissions come in about, roadside maintenance happening and they just remove the rest areas and never replace them. So I'm just wondering whether those missing rest areas are an example or evidence of this happening.
Yeah, I'll speak to the best of my recollection of this survey, because I remember the relevant union official that did undertake it, and I remember speaking to him about this. But from memory, the way that we conducted this exercise was we used the RMS's HVRA map, which showed the location of rest areas, and we engaged someone to go out for a period of time to visit all these sites. And of the 50 odd that weren't there, my understanding is that he couldn't find them. Either was that they didn't exist, despite being on the map, or they were, I don't know, they were inaccessible, or were not locatable. And that was just based purely off using the information that was provided by the RMS.
And was any work done to understand, as part of this
Mark,
survey?
do you just want to put the... Yeah.
Was any work done to understand, as part of this survey, how many of those rest areas actually meet the Austroad guidelines? Because that's something that all states sign up to, and I'm getting the impression that we're building stuff that doesn't comply across the board with these guidelines. So,
yeah, I'm not sure if we specifically dealt with the Austroad guidelines. Did we table a copy of the report, the heavy vehicle report? We did touch it? No. We actually drafted quite a comprehensive report following the survey and the exercise we undertook, which does deal with probably this in a bit more detail. I'm happy to table that or provide that at a later date if that would assist.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Because we've only provided excerpts of that in our submission, but I'm happy to provide that, which I've got a copy of it here, but it specifically sets out the Austroad guidelines, and I think our outcomes in relation to each of those.
Yeah,
so
thank
I'm happy
you.
to table that or provide that.
That's fine. Have your members spoke to you about, I guess, the quality of road construction and how that's also contributing to their fatigue management? Just, I've heard anecdotally from truck drivers that just the quality of the road, having to always constantly dodge potholes, uneven surfaces, just adds to that layer of pressure and layer of fatigue. I'm just wondering whether your members have come forward with any insights on that.
I think the majority of, if you're talking specifically about long distance driving, the majority of our members, I think, drive on federal highways anyway, and most of them are pretty good, to be honest. And I haven't had any.
You don't have many drivers driving out west?
Oh, we do, but
Yep.
I haven't heard any issues in relation to the quality of roads. I think from a metropolitan perspective, in shorter distances, the bigger issue has been around the avoidance of toll roads, to be honest, and therefore having to access residential roads and other roads which may not be as well upkept, and not necessarily dealing specifically with fatigue, but does require a greater level of concentration, stopping and starting, which can make the driving more difficult. But in terms of road quality, no.
Okay, thank you. I guess the other interesting part of your submission, you talked about emerging technologies, you talked about the automated vehicles, but I guess there's also the electric trucks coming out now in Europe, which I understand are a lot heavier and the weight's distributed differently. Has there been any work done by your association as to how that may impact drivers when that sort of technology comes in? I know you've spoken particularly about the automated vehicles and how they're not exactly
You mean
foolproof.
electric powered vehicles?
Yeah, electric powered vehicles. My understanding is that the weight is distributed differently because of the batteries, and that then plays into how they can load their vehicles and just the weight of them. And I'm just wondering whether there's something we need to consider when we design roads and when we design regulations around heavy vehicles for the future, that we take into consideration these things.
Yeah. We don't have any specific view or research that's been undertaken in relation to the use of electric vehicles, but what I can say is there are a number of transport operators that are currently trialling electric vehicles and are undertaking a consultation process with drivers and us, the union, in relation to the use of those in their fleets. Also, in relation to buses, for example, in New South Wales, there's the introduction of electric fleets there, but specifically in relation to safety outcomes and weight and distribution and how vehicles are loaded on the roads, all I would really say about that is, well, first of all, I think that's probably not really a matter for us to comment on the roads and how they might be dealt with in relation to the weight of the vehicles. But from our members' perspective, I think it's inherently important that we ensure that there is strong consultation between drivers and their representatives, including us, to ensure that issues that you've raised, such as that, are properly considered before such vehicles are introduced en masse on our roads, and more importantly, that drivers who are required to drive them, who may not have the experience or understand how they operate and work on a road, particularly with weight distribution of their loads, that consultation has to occur, and the best place that can happen is through a large representative like the TWU.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Questions from the opposition, Ms. Jackie Monroe.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much for coming and for your submission. I had a few questions. Obviously, you have spoken about rest stops as being quite important to managing driver fatigue and increasing safety. I just wanted to get a couple of your thoughts around how rest stops can be developed. Using former road corridors, for example, is something that's been suggested. Is that something that you would support?
Former road corridors?
Yeah.
Could you just explain what you mean by
So
that?
using areas that have already had road use associated with them, like you mentioned toll roads being used, and there are other road corridors that, or even highways that have been put through, and other road corridors have been kind of left to not be used like through smaller towns and that kind of thing, are they appropriate as like side routes and rest stops?
To
like
use as rest stops in lieu of heavy vehicle rest areas.
So it would be like developing rest stops in those areas that have been bypassed by highways.
I think firstly we'd have to understand the volume of traffic that's happening on those.
Yeah.
I think that in regional areas, primarily most of the travel is undertaken on the highways,
Yeah.
which is where we say should be a primary focus of rest areas, because it's in those areas in long distances where there isn't alternative places to access things such as bathrooms or something to eat. I imagine in the places you're talking about there would probably already be places where drivers could access things in a town, for example. Like, I
Yeah.
don't think that that's necessarily the focus here. The focus should be ensuring that in places where there is not easily accessibility to such facilities, that's where we put the focus on in relation to heavy vehicle rest stops.
Yeah, okay. And are there like model rest stops that you can point to that Transport for New South Wales can be using as a basis for those new developed rest stops?
Not off the top of my head. I can take that on notice and
Yeah.
perhaps consult with the people in our organisation who prepared the report that we did under the survey, because there obviously would have been some that met a lot of the guidelines and that we say were sufficient. But I think one of the largest concerns that we had in relation to rest stops was more about, even where they were appropriately upkept, that they were not accessible. I think in our survey, where we looked at all the rest stops and surveyed some 300 drivers that went through them, that 95% of the instances of the respondents, they reported saying that the rest stops were either sometimes, often, or always inaccessible due to things like cars or caravans being parked there. And also 94% said that there was not enough as well. So there needs to be, not only does there need to be better upkeep, but there needs to be more of them strategically placed and also accessible, because they can be the most well upkept rest area in the world, but if you can't access them or they're not properly or appropriately placed, then they're useless.
Okay. And more on the driver safety side of things, I understand that competency-based driving trials have been something that have been floated, and particularly for younger people. Is that something that you would be supporting?
You mean in order to get a license, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, as said in our submission, we did talk a little bit about the low barriers of entry and lack of support and training in relation to entering the transport industry. We definitely believe that there should be some level of competency and training that should be obtained that is greater than the existing framework before someone gets behind the vehicle of a heavy vehicle and driving on roads in New South Wales. Because at the moment what we're seeing is a lot of the responsibility of that is being placed upon drivers' employers or larger transport operators under their WHS regulations and requirements, but we think that a statewide or mandated competency-based program would be helpful. And in our submission, we set out some examples of some that are already provided for by registered training organisations. I think Teacher is appearing later today as well, who can go into a bit more detail about the Blue Card scheme, for example. But mandating things like that would provide a greater level of competency for people when they first become drivers, because the lack of support is a significant factor, as well as why there is a significant turnover of drivers in the industry after their first year of driving. There just is this lack of support and training, and people just don't feel comfortable or safe driving because they don't have that support. So that's really important as well.
That sort of goes to one of my other questions around ageing drivers. I understand that it's quite that there's quite a heavy load on the around 60 is around the age of many drivers, which means that obviously there's either high turnover early on or people aren't entering the industry. Are there any solutions that you have been able to come up with to that problem?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, there is a real lack of incentive for young people to enter into the transport industry for the reason I just said before around lack of support in relation to their upskilling and training. Also, this used to be a profession and career that people were proud to, and most of our members are still proud to be truck drivers, but they are seeing because of the things that I raised earlier around the economic pressures placed upon transport operators. What we are seeing is that there really is the lack of economic incentive for people to want to become heavy vehicle truck drivers in New South Wales and across Australia. We see examples where the large retail operators, Woolworths, Coles, Aldi, who operate 70% of all road transport in New South Wales, ultimately their goods are being transported in New South Wales, are requiring or tendering on contracts where every 7 years when their contracts go out for tender, they are reducing in price. 10% less here, 5% less there. And what happens is that ultimately gets borne right down to the bottom, where drivers are taking cuts in conditions and pay, which just really drives a lack of incentive for them to want to enter into this industry, which is why we're seeing an older workforce, because they don't know anything else. They don't have the opportunity to be reskilled, so they're continuing to perform the work that they do. But the reality is that the industry is essentially going backwards in terms of pay conditions, training, support, safety, which means that there is a real I've had members tell me that they're the second or third generation of their family that have been truck drivers, but they wouldn't want their kids to enter the industry now, just because of the way it's been going. Now, that's not to say there aren't good operators that do the right thing, that do pay their drivers properly, that do provide proper support, training and development, and they do work with the TWU in order to try and make sure that they secure contracts, that they engage as many workers as possible, but they are increasingly coming to us saying it's becoming more and more difficult, and they are losing contract and losing work to new entrants or multinational entrants into the marketplace, who don't have as great emphasis on those things, and are just quite happy to engage in a race to the bottom, and compete purely on labour. Which I think is, as I said earlier, is one of the primary factors as to why young people do not want to enter this industry. And just finally on that point as well, I deal with one of the main areas that I primarily deal with in the union are our major road transport operators, people like Toll, Linfox, Star Trek, FedEx, all of Team Global Express, and I meet with people from that company on a regular basis from a national and state perspective, and every single one of those operators is telling me that they have significant shortages in relation to drivers, some up to 500 vacancies on a national basis. So there is a real crisis in this industry in terms of people wanting to enter the industry, both on remuneration but also importantly on skill, training and support.
Okay, and just finally, just two questions if I can. One of them was around the, I guess, nationalisation of some regulations. I'm sorry, I don't know the specific details here, but I understand that there's some moves to move towards a national heavy vehicle law system of regulation. Is that something that...
Are you talking specifically in relation to labour and industrial relations?
Possibly, if that is going to be a more suitable way for your members to be, remunerated, is that a better path for advocacy?
We would say that it is important that, given that truck operators and truck drivers drive on both state and federal based roads, that it is important that we have regulation at all levels of government in relation to what you're raising. New South Wales has primarily been a leader of the states in relation to regulation for small businesses like owner-drivers. We have Chapter 6 in the Industrial Relations Act, for example, that now we're seeing replicated in Queensland, Western Australia, Victoria, because of New South Wales having such legislation since, I think, about 1959, off the top of my head. It is important, though, because ultimately those at the top, because we're seeing a reduction of players at the top of the supply chain and a concentration of power at the top of the supply chain with large retailers and multinational companies who operate on a national and in some cases international basis, who don't recognise or acknowledge borders in relation to regulation, that it is important that we do have a national framework around that, but that should be supported by existing state framework that we have in New South Wales, for example, but that should also be expanded to ensure that those regulations apply across the entire supply chain and that accountability is across the entire supply chain. And importantly, it is, you know, at the end of the day, there's a responsibility of the New South Wales government to ensure, and the New South Wales Parliament, sorry, to ensure safe roads for all residents and people in New South Wales. And we shouldn't have to rely upon federal government and federal government regulation to do that. Things can change quickly at a federal level, so we should always have that supported by state legislation if required.
And finally, I know we spoke about, or you spoke about infrastructure earlier, but you must agree that upgrades to major roads like the Newell Highway, Pacific Highway, Princes Highway do assist your members in having really a safe workplace through better driving conditions, particularly on those longer routes. Is that fair to say?
I think I'd have to have a better understanding of what the existing issues are with those roads. I don't have any, as I said to the other member of the committee, that I don't have any specific examples from our members about poor conditions on such highways and whether that affects their driving or not.
Probably that's a good sign. You'll start hearing about it if it's a problem.
Well, possibly, but that's more, that wasn't the focus necessarily of our submission, so I'm not properly briefed on it. I don't think it would be fair to say that just because of that, that means there's not an issue. But I just don't think I'm across it enough to really give you an answer or commit or agree with the proposition you're putting forward to me. Sorry.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Does the government have more questions?
Yes, I do.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you again. I just wanted to, we've spoken quite a bit about rest areas and that I guess the framing in terms of driver behaviour due to the characteristics of the industry. I wonder if you could maybe talk about the incidents with overheight trucks getting stuck in tunnels more frequently, and perhaps explore a bit how that might be related to the characteristics you spoke about and maybe the training issues that you've spoken about as well.
Yeah, I think one of the issues we're seeing is that because of the low barriers of entry into truck driving in New South Wales, specifically in relation to the training and knowledge that's required before you get behind the wheel of a heavy vehicle, that because of that there is a lack of knowledge and skill for drivers who are new in particular to the industry, because there is no, as we understand it, in order to obtain your heavy vehicle licence, there's no requirement to have any specific knowledge about the vehicle height, load requirements and the like, and that is ultimately that responsibility is being placed upon either operators themselves or if they're employees or subcontractors, they're principal contractors or employers. The reality as well in that scenario where that responsibility does fall upon employers is that because of some of the time pressures that they're facing, it's not that they don't want to do the right thing and they want to make sure that, you know, that people are operating safely, but on any given day in a large transport operation, a driver can turn up to work and they have an allocator who's being pressured by their manager, and their executive to just make sure they get the loads out on time. A driver can turn up who might be used to driving with a particular vehicle in a particular route, but turns up on any given day and is told by the allocator, right, I now need you to go here, take this truck or this vehicle, here's the run sheet, go and do it. Now, there are steps on there that say, or there are things on there that might say the hire the vehicle or whatever it is, but without ensuring that people are actually taking the time to check their vehicle, check their loads, being told that by their employer, and with those time and economic pressures, we're seeing that is becoming less and less prevalent, and because of that, we're seeing this higher incident, I think, of height vehicle incidents in New South Wales. Does that take?
Yeah, it does. And maybe if you could talk a bit more, the route planning, how is that done? So a driver turns up, are they given the itinerary in terms of where they should go? How is that decided?
It depends. Usually they are required to take the shortest and quickest route because it's the most cost effective, regardless of whether that's safer or less.
Can I just interrupt? Is that still the case on tolled roads?
Yes, that is right. I've given evidence in a previous inquiry before the Upper House in relation to toll roads, where we had an example of one of the largest transport operators, Toll Transport, specifically directing its drivers carting freight for Woolworths to not take toll roads when driving in metropolitan Sydney and to take other residential or arterial roads because the cost did not. The cost benefit was not there, and that the cost associated with the toll roads outweighed any cost benefit they might have obtained from taking the safer, probably quicker toll road, and not always quicker, but usually quicker. And this was at a time. This information direction was given to drivers during the middle of the COVID pandemic, where we were seeing a lower instance of public users of the road, but a greater instance of heavy vehicle users on the road, because particularly at a Woolworths site, because of the exponential growth in grocery demand during COVID, and exponential profit growth for operators like Aldi, Woolworths, Coles. Not that it was at their direction, it was at their employers' direction, but telling them not to take toll roads and to take whatever other possible route, just to save the cost, because the cost for, as you should know, I think, but the cost for heavy vehicles in most cases is multiplied 3 to 5 times, depending on the size, and those costs are significant. And if the largest transport operator in Australia, carting freight for the largest retailer in Australia, is telling their drivers to not take toll roads because it's too expensive, you can only imagine what other operators in the industry and other clients in the industry are telling their drivers or experiencing, if that's what's occurring. It beggars belief, and when it occurred, I just couldn't believe that that's what was happening. But ultimately, it was the cost that was forcing them to do that.
Question from Mr.
And sorry,
Neville?
just to supplement that as well, I think that also goes back to the point about the height vehicle incidences as well, because quite often drivers might be taking routes that they're not used to taking in areas that they may not have the experience of driving in, and because of that, on top of all the other pressures that they're facing, sometimes they make mistakes. And one of the biggest problems that we've identified in our submission as well is that it seems to be that all the responsibility and enforceability is placed upon those drivers, which is a real lack of recognition of the pressures that are placed upon them all the way up the supply chain as well. And there needs to be some accountability and regulation that ensures that there are procedures in place to ensure that those people that are directing people to cart their goods take some responsibility for that as well.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question. So, Mr. Namber.
Thank you. The real concern that comes through your evidence and your submission is that drivers are ultimately carrying a lot of the burden of risk-taking decisions and behaviours, but not much of the control over the structural imbalances in the industry that underpin those decisions. In other transport sectors, there is a bit of a concern around the lack of enforcement action over safety management systems, fatigue management guidelines and requirements. In your view, have there been significant prosecutions of operators for failures in safety management systems, fatigue management protocols, that have led to a lot of the risk-taking behaviour that you've described?
The answer is not enough. Primarily, most of the prosecutions that I'm aware of are normally after the fact of a serious incident or after something has occurred, rather than as a preventative measure, and where there have been investigations undertaken by either the heavy vehicle regulator or Safe Work, for example, where they've found breaches, and those prosecutions don't normally occur. It's normally after the fact that something happens. So I think the main problem there is around lack of resourcing and lack of support for those regulatory bodies to do that. As the union that represents the majority of transport workers in New South Wales, we do the best we can with the resources we have as well, in order to ensure enforceability of safety outcomes in those supply chains by our ability to enforce certain WHS requirements and the like and things like that. But ultimately, we're also we are limited in resources as well. I think that whilst there have been some prosecutions on the transport operators and who have to take some responsibility, I can't recall any prosecution where that has extended to those at the top of the supply chain who are ultimately responsible for the cartage of, or should be ultimately responsible for the cartage of their goods.
Using the chain of responsibility.
Yeah,
clause.
using the chain. Yeah, I'm not aware of any significant prosecutions where that's actually been affected.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Webb. We're actually out of time now for this session, so thank you both for appearing, and we will now call our next witnesses, I think all of whom are tuning in online via WebEx.
Hello.
Just go through the list I have in front of me just to check, and we'll welcome you all as you're coming in. I think I saw Mr. O'Hara, I believe. You're there, are you? And you can hear me okay? You're on mute, I think, unless there's an issue with us from our end. Can you...
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Well, I might get you to state. We'll sign you in. So swear you in. Sorry. So if you could state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
I, Simon O'Hara, CEO, Road Freight, New South Wales, do swear to give honest truth.
Have you got the word? Sorry, do you have the words in front of you provided by the Secretariat? You're almost there, but I think you may have been provided the wording. Do you have that on you? Otherwise, I can...
I'll just have to bring that up, Chair.
No, that's okay. Were you wanting to do the affirmation or the oath?
The oath, Chair.
Okay, so if you could just repeat after me then. I swear that the evidence now...
I swear that the evidence now
about to be given by me shall be the truth.
About to be given by me shall be the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks for that. And Ms. Julie Downey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Okay, great. If you could do the same thing, please. Have you got the words in front of you?
If I might.
Yes.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And if you could just state your name and position title for the record too?
Yeah, Julie Downey, and I'm a board member at the National Road Freighters Association.
Thank you very much. Now, do we have Mr. Rod Hannafy, you there as well?
Yes, mate.
You don't have your video on, is that, are you able... You're on the phone. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I'm on the phone, yep.
Great, we can hear you okay, that's good. If you could please do the same, state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Yep, my name is Rod Hannafy. I am the President of the National Road Freighters Association, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And finally, do we have Mr. Paul Pulver there?
Yeah, Paul Pulver, past president of the Livestock, Bulk and Rural Carriers Association of New South Wales. I swear the evidence I'm about to give, it will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, do we have short opening statements by I'll go through each of you, I think, in order of how you were sworn in. So, Mr. O'Hara, do you have any statement to make, short statement for the committee?
Thank you. A short statement from Road Freight New South Wales would be along the lines of the submission that we provided recently, which is that the trucking industry in New South Wales, particularly through COVID, has not only revealed a lot of the issues that are symptomatic within the industry, such as dignity and respect for truckies, but this also means effectively rest areas are essential, but also that we need to examine particularly the freight industry in a light that is a two-way street. And that means that the community, while it expects to have the goods on the shelves that truckies provide by way of carting those goods, whether it be from the port or inter or intrastate, we need to ensure that that two-way street is one where rest areas are built. We know some good discussions there with the state government around Western Sydney rest areas. To ensure that not only do we put the obligations on truckies and trucking operators through chain of responsibility and ensuring that truckies particularly get enough rest, but also that we provide the facilities as a community to the trucking industry to ensure that they get the rest that they need and that we provide those services to them. I think my submission and our submission sets out clearly where we sit with a range of these issues, but the industry faces, and what particularly I've seen over the last few days globally and worldwide, is that supply chain issues faced by the trucking industry include labour shortages, training and safety, but also that the community needs to ensure that as much as possible we provide the dignity and respect that truckies really need. Such as rest areas, but also particularly that they're given the opportunity particularly to be able to use facilities such as toilets and showers. And I think our submission speaks to a number of those issues. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move to the witnesses from the National Road Freighters Association. Who will be providing the short opening statement? Is it Mr. Hannafy or Ms. Downing?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to do it if Julie hasn't got anything there. Mate, I'm an employed driver, and for the last 20 years, I've been having discussions and arguments and seeking and begging authorities to build rest areas. We finally have rest area guidelines in place, but that's all they are. They don't mandate the building of rest areas. We are actually going backwards at the moment. One council will shut one little site and think, what does one matter? But then that happens in 10 different places and we are losing spots. And I'm afraid outside of our industry, nobody else gives a bugger about how we live on the road. During COVID, we were treated badly. We weren't allowed to eat. We weren't allowed to use toilets. I welcome this inquiry and the ability to put these things forward. I have tried consultation with every state in Australia for rest areas, and whilst you occasionally get someone who will listen, we need a national rest area strategy that puts these things in place and puts the onus on government to supply them, because without them, we can't operate safely and we can't supply them ourselves. So we need decent state facilities for drivers to be able to provide everything for everyone in Australia. And at the moment, we don't have them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hannafy. Going on, assuming Ms. Downey, you're good for making a short opening statement?
Look, I just wanted to add
Sure.
to Rod's valuable words, if I might, just for a moment.
Yep.
We try to focus on, with our submission, matters that would fall directly under the remit of the New South Wales government. There's so many issues in this industry at the moment that they may fall under federal power. So we've specifically tried to focus on matters that are tangible for the New South Wales government to address.
Thank you very much. That's very useful to know. And Mr. Pulver, do you have a statement to make?
Yes. Yes, the whole issue that we're going to talk about today, we believe has been increased. The issues have been increased due to the lack of drivers. And we can build more rest areas, which we encourage. And we've been talking about this for 20 odd years. And we have statements put out, and we have people doing studies, etc. But we've got to get over the studies, and we've got to get in and start to build the rest areas, and we've got to stop shutting down rest areas that we currently have. But we need to work on the driver issue, because what's happening at the moment is that drivers that might just come in and do 48 hours for the week, right, they're now having to do an extra shift because we haven't got the drivers to do it, or an extra load. That's putting pressure on drivers, right? That's putting pressure on the rest areas, etc., etc. So it goes down the line. But we just want to see some actions, and we don't want to see any more of these $6 million rest areas that are built that you roll out of bed because they're on such an angle, right? And we don't want every rest area that we have to be a $6 million one. Rod Hannafy, who's on the line, has done a brilliant job with the 3 reflectors, 2 reflectors, 1 reflector. And people said, well, they're not compliant with some of the rules. Well, we can't take them away because we've got nowhere else. And we honestly believe 15 or 20 kilometres, there should be somewhere where we can get off the road and take a rest if we need to, or check our loads. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move to questions. I'll just ask of members, though, you will need to indicate who you will like to direct your questions to for this round.
Yes.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for making the time to appear today and your submissions. My question is for Mr. Hannafy. We just heard Mr. Pulver speak about your green reflector program. I wondered if you could speak a bit more about the genesis of that program and what it is and what it does. And I note that I think in your submission, and I think maybe in the Road Freighters Association as well, this idea that that's something that could be, expanded on. But I wondered if you could talk about what it is and maybe what your ideas are for it.
Mate, it came about, I was on the road, I was driving a fuel tanker, I was on a road I wasn't familiar with because I hadn't spent a lot of time on that road, and I should not have been driving. I was tired, I had a load of petrol on, and because I didn't know the road, I don't know where the proper formal rest areas are, and even as a driver, you're driving along looking for somewhere, and if there had been somewhere safe to pull up, it might have been just a shoulder, it might have been what the green reflectors mark now. I could have either put my head down and had 15 minutes over the wheel, and that might have got me to a formal rest area, or I could pull up, get out, walk around the truck, at least refresh myself, and then travel on safely. But if I don't know those bits of dirt are there, if they're not marked in any way, they don't exist. And, sorry, get rid of that. So the idea was of marking those bits of dirt. Now, if a driver travels the same road every night, he knows where those bits of dirt are. He knows where it's safe to pull up. If he doesn't, or he gets to that point of tiredness, and I've had blokes say this, I know there's somewhere to stop, but I couldn't remember where it was, and by the time I recognised I was past it, and then they have to drive on tired. So the intention, we started off with blue reflectors. Victoria, when we approached them, and WA would not accept blue reflectors. The blue did match our parking bay signs. That's why they were used. But they say we use them on hydrant posts. And I did explain to them, we're not going to have a fire hydrant in the middle of the nullarbor nor are we going to have a parking bay in the middle of Melbourne, so there's no conflict. They said no, so we changed to green. It is accepted now in Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia have just done a trial. I've just come back from the Northern Territory and I rang them and I said, are you aware of the green reflector marking of informal truck bays? And they said no. And I said, well, there's now 13 bays up there. 6 months on, I am still waiting for them to ring me back. I want it to be a national system. When it started, I thought it was going to be an interim thing, that maybe in 10 years' time we would have enough parking bays, because I was very much involved in getting more. But it hasn't happened. I'm not allowed to pull them up. I know I'm in front of a parliamentary committee, but I keep putting them up now because about every month, and it only happened 2 nights ago, a driver called me up and said, mate, I knew there was somewhere to stop here. Geez, those reflectors are helpful. And then whilst ever I have drivers telling me I've saved their life, showing them somewhere safe to stop, then I will keep putting those reflectors up. I'd like to see it done by the government. They won't, so I keep doing it. It is the simplest, cheapest and most effective road safety initiative. And, mate, the first ones went up 23 years ago, and I'm still arguing now to get them up. And the reason where I thought they were going to be an interim, as I said and Paul said, we are losing spaces. Every time they bypass a town, we lose parking. You get one site, and I can name you 5 straight off the top of my head on the Hume Highway, the most truck prolific road in Australia, where someone's come along and said, nah, that's too dangerous, we're going to take that away. And it's simply another spot, and it might be that you're tired. It might be, look, we're getting older, you might need to go to the toilet, you might need to get out, check a load. I'm in the Pilliga Scrub at the moment. You might hit a kangaroo and you need to pull up and check to make sure that no damage has been done and that you are safe to continue, and yet those places don't exist. The green reflectors are now the 5th tier in those national rest area guidelines, and I contributed to them. But as Paul said, we're now doing another study to tell us all the stuff that we already know that we want done. And the money going into the study could be building rest areas now. It could have been doing it 10 years ago. I'm on the Federal Rest Area Committee, and we have money available, but the councils are reluctant to do it. It's co-funded, so there's going to be delays. And we are still going to be 5 years down the road before we get another rest area. And in those times, drivers will die. They will be involved in accidents because they had nowhere to stop when they were tired. And I've dealt with every single government in Australia and asked them to build rest areas. And if you go through my submission, you'll see my consultation. I've tried before works were done, I've tried during works, and I've tried after. And they've just torn up 40 kilometres of the Newell Highway that could have been free parking bays. And I am so frustrated that our blokes are put in this position because somebody and nobody else bloody well cares.
Thank you, Mr. Hanafi. Could I ask a follow-up question? And forgive me, it's trying to get a clear picture, both in New South Wales but federally. So were you saying that the green reflectors are the 5th tier? Is that in the Ausroads guidelines? You said they were the 5th tier in the guidelines, in the Ausroad guide. So that's a national thing. But then you also, I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, that you're not allowed to do this anymore in New South Wales?
I'm not allowed personally to do it,
right,
but they won't, so I do.
Right.
The same in the other states. I've put them up in Western Australia and I've put them up in the Territory, but I have rang the government, I have explained the process, I have emailed it to them, I've given them the data. There are guidelines under the TMR webpage that show how they should be marked.
Okay.
And the intent is 3, 2, 1 so that you see the 3 on high beam, and it's simply to give you enough warning to safely stop instead of driving along and going, oh, geez, I could have stopped there, and locking everything up and trying to stop at the last second, which is another hazard that we really want to get rid of.
Okay, so it's more a case that the existing ones are there and they're accepted as part of the national guidelines, but any further advances for the reflectors would have to be done by some government mandated. That's what you've been told in New South Wales.
Yes,
Right.
and I can't get them to actually do it, nor can I get the other states to get behind it, and yet the first ones went up 23 years ago.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hannafy. And I note that in both yours and in the National Road Freighters Association submissions that you talk about the loss of rest areas, and I know you just mentioned it there, but I wondered if you could provide a bit more detail about the changes in rest areas over the past 10 years or so.
We might go to also the National Road Freighters as well then. So, Mr. Hannafy, if you wanted to address that, and then both or either of the witnesses for road freighters to...
Yep, perfect example. Coming out of Sydney on the Hume Highway at the top of Colo Vale Hill was a large area where the overpass is. Now, it was a bit broken up. I rang the RTA at the time it was. They had put barriers up around it, and I said, what's going on? Oh, we're going to fix that. 3 weeks later, I came past, and what they had done is put Armco from end to end, completely sealing off the area. And I said, well, why is this? Now, it took me at least 6 phone calls over 6 months to get people to ring me back to tell me that one of their officers had come up the road. He had had a truck pull out in front of him out of the bay, and because the road was so severely damaged with potholes that the truck was very slow pulling out, and he deemed that to be dangerous. So without any industry consultation, they never spoke to one person in industry that I'm aware of, they spent money to close the bay instead of fixing it. Now, people with the best of intent, I understand, see it from their point of view. And that bloke says, well, it's only a couple of bays, it makes no difference. But when that happens time and time and time again, and you look at the Pacific Highway. So before they started the duplication, I said there were not enough parking bays on the Pacific Highway. I wrote lists, I did stories, I jumped up and down, I wrote emails. And yet when they started that duplication, we have a changeover facility at Tarcata, which is for the Hume Highway runners between Sydney and Melbourne. So a driver, instead of living in the truck, he drives from Sydney to Tarcata, gets out of his truck, or he swaps trailers and he goes home. I said to them that was required on the Pacific Highway for drivers who we are struggling to get them in, as Paul said. Some don't want to live in a truck because the facilities aren't there, the toilets, the food, the rest areas. And yet they knew that we needed a similar facility on the Pacific Highway. They spent billions of dollars on that highway, and the highway itself is good, but every town was bypassed was another rest area lost. Nothing was done about a changeover facility, and a lot of the blokes that run Brisbane-Melbourne, because of the state of the Newell Highway, how bad it is, plus the animal strikes, plus the damage to trucks are running via Sydney, and that's put even more pressure on the Pacific Highway, and it didn't have enough rest areas. They built 2 or 3, but as Paul said, mate, they built one at 4 Mile at Taree. They paid $25,000 each for 3 architect-designed table and chair sets that I could have made for $1,000. And that is the problem, that we aren't getting what we need. We're getting what other people think we need. And the last thing I'll say to you, as he said, they built a rest area on the Hume at Conroy's Hill, and it's on a 45-degree slope. And I rang the RTA and I said to the bloke, mate, could you sleep in your bed on a 45-degree angle? And he said, don't be a smart aleck. I said, go and have a look. Now, they spent $800,000 there, and that money is lost, thrown away, will never be used, because the people that built it don't have to live in it, and they don't understand that we need decent sleep to operate safely.
Okay, we'll go to either Mr. Hannafy or Ms. Dan. Maybe Mr. Hannafy, did you have something to add to that?
That was
Oh, sorry, I've got the wrong...
Mr. Pulver.
Right, Mr. Pulver, yes, sorry, that was the other person you mentioned.
Yeah, if I can just make a couple of comments on the green reflectors. We have a regular meeting, a quarterly meeting with the New South Wales Transport, and parking bays and rest areas come up all the time, and they've inspected some of the green reflectors and they've deemed to be non-compliant, right? And we've gone back to them and said, well, you can have something that's non-compliant, which may be 10 metres too short in the going back onto the road, but is that better to have that green reflectors there and get a driver who is tired off the road, or is he better to continue down the road when he's tired? So there is consultation there to say to stop the green reflectors, right? And Rod, I don't think we'll see them put the green reflectors up, but it's something that you've done personally, and I think the rest of the industry and the industry association that I can speak for, I can't speak from, but I will. I think they would encourage you to continue to do so. But the other thing is that we would really like is the parking bays don't have to be a $6 million one. What we need to do, we need to make sure we have consultation with Transport for New South Wales and the council before they make a stockpile. When they then put the stockpile in, it can't be near a farmer's house, and according to the rules, if they can drive in and out with their trucks, we can, and those will be shut from time to time. But I come down the Pacific Highway the other day, and 3 out of 4 of the next parking bays were closed.
Thank you. I'll just go to the opposition now to see if there's any questions from Ms. Jackie Munro.
Thank you, Chair. So for Mr. Hanafi or Ms. Downey, one of the, obviously we've been talking about rest stops a lot. There was a figure mentioned about the reduction of rest stops from 25 to 6 rest stops on Newell Highway, and I was just wondering how that figure was arrived at.
Mate, the section of the highway is from Moree to Gundawindi. It's part of the Newell Highway. They started rebuilding the road. When they started rebuilding the road, there were 3 informal truck bays. There was one either side were very large dirt bays, have been there for the 30 years I've been running this highway. They've never been marked with formal signs, but had been marked with green reflectors. There was another one a little bit further up, was also an informal bay. It was a good size. You could get well off the road, under a tree, clear of the road. Now, when they started that work, I contacted the RTA and I said, now, can you at least guarantee me that we will not go backwards? Oh, we'll look at that. I rang them during the works and I said, what's happening with these vesting areas? They completely took away the 2 big dirt ones. They disappeared altogether. And the one that was informal where you could get off under the shade, they spent $500,000 and destroyed it. They paved it, they put Armco, it's off camber, so I know that you understand camber of the road where it leans one way.
Yep.
90% of the trucks, the driver sleeps with his head on the driver's side because when we pull up on the side of the road, it leans down to the left. That now leans the other way. You can't access the tree. You can only get 2 spaces in it. So we went from 30 spaces where trucks could park to 6 in that area. And then they tore up 40 kilometres of the old road, which we could have had as free parking bays. We didn't need the 40K, but a K here and a K there. They would have actually saved money by leaving it there. But what they did, they tore up every single metre of the old road which had been replaced with the new. And I called them criminally negligent, and I stand by that accusation.
So you would generally support the use of former road corridors as rest stops and potential places that rest stops can be created?
As Paul said, if you read my submission, it goes through there. I've raised it in federal government. I've raised it in every state in Australia that stockpile sites, yes, they use probably about 3 months every 3 years. They have hard stand. They generally have more shade in them than our truck stops because when they build a truck stop, they knock all the trees down, whereas a stockpile site is just a little bit sort of dug into the scrub. They put their stockpile there until they fix the road. It's generally got access for trucks, and we could have them as free parking bays, even if they were marked or signed. They could be done with green reflectors as an alternative, and we would solve the rest area problem overnight in simply the number of spaces. Now, on top of that, yes, we need access to toilets and we need showers in some places. They would be really nice, but we could solve this problem within 3 months if a government said, we're going to do it. Now, South Australia have just done from Port Augusta to the West Australian border with green reflectors. They've done it as a trial. And of the 24 sites, 12 of them are stockpile sites. They have approached me and said, we're concerned about drivers using them and what happens when we want to use them as the road authority. And I said, well, okay, you cover the green reflectors or you put up an interim sign that said this is closed for the next month. So it gives drivers warning. You don't close every one in a row, like Paul just said on the Pacific. And some of the time now, road authorities will go to a stockpile site, and I was at one at Brewarrina the other day. It's the only parking bay for 100 kilometres, signed for trucks, and it was 3/4 full of road base. So the one signed truck rest area we have, they come along and fill it with road base. They could have done that anywhere. And that puts a driver who is expecting to use that site with nowhere to go and nothing to do but to either pull up in the middle of the road, try and risk the shoulder and hope his truck doesn't roll over if it's been raining, or keep driving tired. And we should not be put in that position.
So 2 follow-up questions to that. With the green reflector bay areas, do you ever have trouble with non-truck drivers coming in to use those bays or areas?
No, because generally they are only bits of dirt. There has been posts put on social media for caravanners, and there's a fellow that has a site called Truck Friendly, and he did ring both TMR and RPA and say, are they for trucks only? Initially, they were only told about within our industry. I did put posters up along the noodle, and I have just constituted a poster put up in some of the other places to make drivers aware that I don't get to talk to or don't understand them. I called a driver the other night. I said, are you aware of the green reflectors? No. Oh, I explained to him what they do, and he said, shit, that's a good idea. That should be everywhere. And I said, yes, I agree. But because I do it, I don't have the money as a personal person to go out and do big advertising campaigns. I did get some support from the NHVR when we did the Newell. But at the moment, the drivers know there has been talk of it in caravan sites, but that has been tempered with saying, if you need somewhere to pull over and perhaps let trucks pass, because we know a lot of caravanners travel slower below the limit, do that. But these areas are for trucks. They are for short stays, and you shouldn't be in one unless you absolutely need to. We've also done a video about educating caravanners in truck bays. Now, there's 2 other factors. Even though there might be a sign on a rest area with a truck, that doesn't mean a car can't use it. And as truck drivers, we don't want tired car drivers or tired caravanners travelling down the highway either. But if they come and take those sites which are specifically for us, and they don't understand our needs. So quite often they pull in at 5 in the afternoon. They don't drive very much in the night. They look around and they think, look at all this space, wheels spread out, there's nobody here. But then at 10 o'clock at night, some bloke in a B-double or a road train, and if you get into Western Queensland, a triple road train, has to get into that site and go to bed. And we need some education of those people about our needs and to have a little bit of empathy for what we need to do as well.
Yep,
okay,
thank you.
I am going to prioritise questions to other witnesses
I will
as
ask that
well.
now. And thank you. You did actually ask my secondary question, so thank you so much for that, Mr. Hanafi. My next question was to Mr. O'Hara. It was around cadetships for drivers. Like we've obviously been speaking more about the infrastructure, but in terms of actually training up young drivers, do you think that there should be training for younger heavy vehicle drivers, and what do you think regulations around that would look like, particularly around drivers around the age of 21 or younger?
That's me, not Simon. That's Paul. It's cadetship. Is that right, Simon?
Mr. Pulver, if you've
There's
got
been
a
discussions around
response
that, but Paul, happy for you to take the question if you'd like.
Yep.
Mr. Pulver.
Yeah, well, we put forward a proposal for a cadetship, and the reason why we've done it, the fact is we haven't got any drivers, and we go back to the driving testing that we have today is virtually the same as we had 40 years ago. 40 years ago, we had trucks that were very difficult to drive, and took a lot of things and we had a lot of accidents. Today, we've got seeing machines that sees if a person is awake or not awake, and it goes to a call centre, etc., etc. We've got lane departure, we've got adaptive cruise control, we've got EBS and roll stability so they don't tip over. The truck also does it. We've got automatic trucks, right? And I took 3 members of Transport for New South Wales down to Canberra 12 months ago. And I had them driving around the old police training track, right, with a 20-metre semi, right, and they did that in half an hour. We proposed that we would have 200 hours of on the drive, driving with another driver in a safe truck, and they would have to be hand-picked the people to make quite sure they hadn't done anything wrong, because we want to get to a situation where we can go into the schools and say to the schools, right, now you keep your nose clean, mate, right? And we're not worried about if he gets booked for not using the indicator, but he can't go neg driving, DUI or anything like that, and we will give you a job, right? And we'll put 200 hours, and it's a lot of money to be spent. We're not asking for any government money at all. We're going to do the whole thing ourselves, and we will have tracking on the trucks, right? And we'll know. And you can have a safe driver at 15 years old in these trucks today. What we've traditionally done is we put them in the old truck because we say if they have an accident, doesn't matter, the truck's only worth 20 grand, but we're setting them up to fail. What we want to do, we want to set them up so that they becomes a career and they'll stay with us forever, right? But those licenses would be connected to that company. The company would have to have accreditations and be signed off. And people say, how do you know a good company from a bad company? Well, the NHBR know who's who. New South Wales has got so much monitoring out there, they know who's who and who's good and who's bad. We would then, when they go to get their licence at 18, they would go to the toughest person you want to set up. We don't want to turn around and say who's going to licence them. You can pick who licenses them, right? But that licence would only be for that company. So you can't have them getting a licence with Roadmaster, and then, they're probably not, Roadmaster, and then they turn around 2 weeks later and say, I'm going to go and work for Joe Blows, right? You've got to stick with it. So that was the idea, and so far I've gone through 3 ministers, right, and one of them's there, I think, and I've got some reasonably positive feedback from them, but as the wheel turns very slow down there, we need to progress it, because once they're gone out of school, they get into the social life, and the social life you have as a truck driver is nowhere near the social life that people who are a carpenter or a bricklayer or a mechanic has. And we've got to make quite sure that we get in, we've got to look after them. And, what we did 40 years ago, we don't do quarter of that now, right? And the safety aspect out there is unbelievable, and we've done nothing to change the drivers. We've got blokes driving V8 supercars at 16-year-old. We've got blokes flying planes on their own at 16-year-old. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Munro, okay. I do need to go to the crossbench now. Mr Benaziac.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my first question is to Mr Hannafay. Obviously, I sense the frustration in your submission, but you talked about the removal of all these rest stops and all these parking bays. Can you, I guess, explain to us what that means for a truck driver on the road in reality? Transport for New South Wales doing this, is that forcing yourself and your colleagues to either bend the rules, break the rules, or endanger yourself?
Mate, you make a plan when you leave. Let's say I'm going to drive from Brisbane to Melbourne. So I make a plan. I might eat here, I might sleep there. But then before I even get out of Brisbane, there's a bugger up in the traffic, something goes wrong, and I've got to change that plan. So I can't write a locked-in plan that I'm going to comply with, because every factor that affects my life on the road is out of my control. Traffic, weather, storms, vehicles, idiots, whatever it might be. The load gets changed, something happens. So I make a plan, but then I know it's flexible. And then once I get to a point, I either want to have a meal and go to bed, or I need somewhere just for a kip. Now, most of the rest areas don't have any shade, so I'm lucky I have what's called an ice pack. It's a refrigerated air conditioner that runs with the truck. But then the poor bloke next to me, he doesn't have one of those, and he's trying to sleep without one, and he can't get good sleep. And that's why the design and the way bays are built has such an impact. It's not just a place where I might get a sleep. I've got to be given a place that I can get good sleep. And if a truck can pull up either side of me with a fridge motor on one side and a stock crate on the other, and I've planned 7 hours, what do I do then? I can't tell them to nick off because I'm tired. We have to have the design right in the first place. Now, when they close places, it's just one less opportunity. And I've got to say to you, mate, we're all getting older. Unfortunately, we need to go to the toilet a little bit more. Now, those facilities don't exist. And you might not like the fact that I'm going to tell you I pull up on the side of the road and I'll get out and have a pee, but while I'm out, I'll check the tyres, I'll have a look around the load. As I said, I might have hit an animal. Now, if I hit a roo and I just keep driving for the next 2 hours, all that could have done is just bend a mudguard back and put a bolt now going into a tyre. So instead of me getting 2 hours down the road, half an hour down the road, the tyre blows and explodes and does more damage, or it forces me to crash. Now, if I had somewhere safe to stop, even if it was just a bit of dirt or a green reflector bay, I can get out, do that check, go safely on. If those places don't exist at all, or if they're not marked in any way, technically then at night they don't exist because you don't see them till you're on them. And I can show you photos of nearly every single green reflector bay that wasn't green until I got there, that has great big black lines of skid marks where a driver has been looking for somewhere to stop and then gone, oh shit, I can stop there, and locks up. Now, if there's a truck right behind him, there's a possible accident scenario there. And as Paul said, we have asked for 20 years for something like an absolute minimum of a bit of dirt every 20K. We don't need billion-dollar rest areas. When they go and build one, they do design work. And the other factor I'll say to you, mate, next time you're on the highway at night, I don't know how often you do that, most car rest areas signed for cars, many of them are signed no trucks. They have the toilets, they have the tables and chairs, they have the shade, and they have the facilities. They already have deceleration lanes and acceleration lanes in place, and yet we are left out of those sites. If they were built properly and designed to allow for both, you would get better value as the builders, because if you build one for cars and one for trucks, you've already spent $1 million on that deceleration lane before you even start to build anything in there. So when you take those away, with the number of trucks having grown exponentially, the number of cars and caravans have just exploded, and of course they'll pull up anywhere. And when you take those sites away, you limit our choices and our ability to operate safely on the highway.
Okay, thank you. Just picking up on what you were talking about in terms of the difference between the car rest areas and the heavy vehicle rest areas, based on your experience, it sounds like you're familiar with the Ausroad guidelines. How many of the heavy vehicle rest areas do you see along the roads that would actually comply with the guidelines on heavy vehicle rest areas in terms of key safety features and amenities currently?
Mate, the last national study that I'm aware of was done in 2012 by ARB, and at that time, not one of our major highways met the required minimum suggested standard for the number of sites. There are some good sites. The one at 4 Mile at Taree, again, I rang when they started building it, took me 8 phone calls. The bloke said to me, what do you want to know? I said, well, I want you to send me the plans. And he said, why? I said, because I might sleep there one day and I want it built so that it's good for me. Now, he did send me those plans. They modified the design. It has an area at the back. It has a big sound wall in the middle. So behind the sound wall, you can pull up there, and that's for long breaks. It has an area at the front for a bloke who's only pulling up for 15 minutes for a toilet break or a snack, or because you've got to be compliant. And that's the other underpinning thing. We are required by law. All the trucks are tracked now. All the data is there to tell people how far I travelled and how fast I did it and how long I went. And if I don't comply with that law and I get to that rest area and it's full, there is some sort of a grey area that I can write in my logbook, well, I had to drive 15 minutes on to get to the next one because it was full. But then I've virtually got to prove that. So what am I supposed to do? Pull up in the middle of the road, get out with my phone, take a photo of the full rest area that I can't even get in, and then drive down the road? And what if the next one's full? And there is not sufficient capacity simply in the number of spaces for trucks with the way they operate. Now, I'll be completely honest, years ago, we did a lot more hours than we do now. But now we have all this compliance. The weight is on us. The penalties are onerous. And so often, what we get knocked off for example, not simply putting a date on a page on a logbook, has nothing whatsoever to do with road safety, but that can incur a $700 fine. Blokes that get picked up for drink driving where they've deliberately drunk alcohol and driven on the road get less fines than we do for a mistake on a page. Now, we were told the HVNL review will fix that. We're a bit doubtful, but we're hopeful. I'm ever positive, which is why I'm talking to you, because I believe there is value in raising these issues. But the fact that it's taken so long to get to this point where I get to talk to you, when I've been doing it for 20 years, you said the frustration is really there.
Thanks,
Yep.
Mr. Hanafi.
Thank you,
We've got
Rod.
one more question from the government.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. O'Hara. Mr. O'Hara, the Road Freight New South Wales submission draws a link between the shortage of drivers and training, and I wondered if you could maybe think about what recommendations you would have for us as a committee about those two issues, or what we should be considering in with those two issues.
Dr. Kane, look, we do. In terms of training, for a number of years I've looked at lots of discussions with training providers, but also with TAFE. I think what we need to look at particularly is focused funding for TAFE and a willingness from TAFE. And look, from my perspective, I'm a big proponent of TAFE. I've always seen TAFE as being the premier trainer, not just for trucking, but for other things as well. I think some focused funding and a real will to ensure that courses that students would need are available. And I don't mean that you've got one course in Tamworth that might go into a particular subject and then perhaps another in, for instance, Western Sydney. It's got to be doable. It's got to work. You've got to have funding there, but you've also got to have a will, particularly from TAFE, to ensure that the types of courses that the industry needs are available, and that they're available for people from rural and regional areas, but also from Greater Sydney. So that'd be one recommendation I'd make. And I spent a number of years talking to TAFE about what it could do, for instance, for the trucking industry. And I have to say, frankly, those discussions have been quite problematic. So that would be one aspect I'd raise. In terms of the availability of truck drivers and new entrants, it's not a problem that's just limited to the trucking industry. There's a range of industries that have issues with getting hold of labour, but also getting hold of experienced labour that can perform the role. So on that subject, what we're going to see is a whole new cohort, and I've discussed this indeed with Transport for New South Wales through our quarterly meetings, but also through the height truck task force that's in place at the moment that you're aware of, in terms of the type of cohort that's coming through into the industry that will require pretty extensive training, I'd suggest. Particularly given that a lot of them are coming from a non-English speaking background. So in terms of pairing that training with with the new entrants, that's going to be essential because we're going to be coming from a completely different environment than we have in the past in terms of those truck drivers coming on through. And what we're seeing as well is that cohort that have perhaps traditionally been part of the trucking industry that Rod is a great spokesman for instance, we're seeing them slowly retire and leave the industry. And so we're seeing this shortfall continue to grow, which is an issue, but we're also seeing new entrants that perhaps need a bit more, how would I put it, training and focus in a different way that we haven't perhaps in the past.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. We're out of time for this session, so thank you all very much for appearing today. If there was, I don't think there are any questions taken on notice. All good. Thank you so much, and we will break for morning tea now and be back at 10:45. Thank you.
Very much.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay, now welcome our next witnesses. If we could start by swearing you in, we could start on my left. If you could please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Thank you. Gavin Hill, Acting Chief Executive of Austroads. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Samuel Marks, the Policy Director for the National Road Transport Association, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And Mr Davies joining us online. If you could do the same, please. Mr Davies, you'll have to unmute.
My apologies. Thank you. Paul Davies, I'm the General Manager Programs at Austroads, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now we'll start with short opening statements in the same order as I swore you in. I'll check with you, Mr Hill.
Can I defer to my colleague Paul to...
Excellent.
do the opening statement?
Mr Davies, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity for Austroads to contribute to this inquiry. Safe and productive heavy vehicle operations are crucial for our communities and our economy. Austroads is the Association of Australian and New Zealand Transport Agencies, and we represent all levels of government. We are owned by Australia's and New Zealand's Road and Transport Departments and the Australian Local Government Association, and our owners are our members. Austroads helps its members and Australia's local governments to adopt harmonised road safety practices by delivering guidelines on the safe and effective management and use of the road system, developing and promoting harmonised national practices, and providing advice to member organisations and national and international bodies. Transport Certification Australia, or TCA, as a part of Austroads, administers the National Telematics Framework, which provides for monitoring and reporting of vehicle movements, speed and mass. Our submission focuses on several key areas to improve the safe and productive operations of heavy vehicles in New South Wales and more broadly, including our work with states and territories to improve the National Heavy Vehicle Driver Competency Framework, our guidance on heavy vehicle rest areas, findings of a recent technical report into signage to divert overhyped vehicles, and TCA's National Telematics Framework, which provides for vehicle route monitoring, among other parameters, to support policy and regulatory aims. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will move to our next witness, Mr Marks. Do you have a short opening statement as well?
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee. The National Road Transport Association is pleased to appear before this inquiry as Australia's largest national representative road freight transport operators association. NatRoad represents road freight businesses from owner-drivers to large fleet operators. The bulk of our membership comes from New South Wales. Let me say from the outset that the current economic and regulatory operating environment is the most difficult for our sector in living memory. Putting aside the well-publicised collapse of Scott's Refrigerated, the exit from the industry of smaller, less well-documented operators continues, unabated and relatively unnoticed. Off the back of the pandemic, operators are struggling with persistently high fuel prices, inflation, unfairly high motorway tolls, the impact of natural disasters, a disrupted global supply chain, and a chronic shortage of drivers and mechanics. Reforms to the national truck laws have taken far too long, and with the heavy-handed nature of enforcement for even minor breaches of those laws, it is no real surprise that drivers are deserting the industry. The industry is a small and family business industry. Well over 90% of trucking operators are small businesses, and over half of all operators are owner-drivers. Madam Chair, the cost burden on heavy vehicle operators in New South Wales is massive, and where contracts allow is being passed on to their customers. Whilst our submission to the inquiry made a number of comments across a range of issues, I'll just touch on rest areas now. NatRoad strongly welcomes the commitment by the New South Wales Government for a new rest area in Western Sydney and the strong engagement with industry by Transport for New South Wales in scoping out that project. Whilst the historic undersupply of rest areas generally and the complete lack of them in Sydney will not be fixed by a single new rest area, the project is a vital step in the right direction. In conclusion, almost everything you see, touch or buy has been freighted on a truck at some stage. Trucks carried the nation at the height of the pandemic, and the heavy vehicle sector came to the fore as an essential industry. There are many economic and social pressures on truck drivers. I won't pretend that most of them aren't national or even global. The bottom line is that New South Wales is where the largest sector of the road freight task occurs and where the most operators are based. The state should adopt a leadership position and drive regulatory and economic reform to help our industry remain viable and to reduce the pressures on our essential drivers.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll now go to questions. We'll start with the crossbench this time. Mr. Mark Beneziat.
Thank you. I might just pick up on your opening statement there, Mr. Marks, talking about operators leaving the industry or the market. Can you just elaborate a bit more in terms of how that's placing further pressure on the other operators, if it is at all?
I mean, so we notice a definite trend in terms of our own membership, in terms of those that sign up and those that leave, and in terms of a consistent and sort of higher percentage at the moment of those that are leaving. I mean, when you look at some the highly publicised examples, there is a knock-on effect when it happens unexpectedly in terms of contracts that need to be met, people whose employment is impacted. So a bit, essentially, I'd say similar in a sense to other industries when a business goes out of business unexpectedly.
Mr. Hill, I'm a recent subscriber to Ausroads, find it very interesting. We've had evidence from Mr. Hanafay and others that a lot of the rest areas and even some of the road construction don't adhere to Ausroad guidelines or standards. Given that all the states are signed up to this, can you explain to us how we have roads being built and rest areas being built that don't adhere to your standards or guidelines?
Well, I'll start by saying Austroads is the Association of Australia's Road and Transport Agencies and New Zealand and local governments as well. So our role is to facilitate guidance, research and directions on behalf of our members. We have no authority or jurisdiction over how those guidelines are utilised by our members, but they do represent best practice guidance for our members.
So if they are best practice, why aren't, in your view, state governments and federal governments following them in their road construction and their heavy vehicle construction? That Mr. Hanafay talked about not even having basic signage at the right angle. Like, it seems a bit of a schoolboy error for a transport department to not get that right. And obviously there's no one else in the field that's providing this guidance. So am I right in saying that? You're the only, I guess, national...
In terms of an association, yes, for road agencies and transport agencies.
So one would hope that your advice is well respected. I'm just curious as to why it's not being adhered to at a state level.
I can't speak on behalf of our members. It's really a question that is best directed to, in this case, Transport for New South Wales and other agencies.
Would you like to see your guidelines have some more weight put to them, or that maybe there's some sort of binding?
I think that's the aspiration.
Arrangement.
The work that Austroads does, and Paul can speak further on this, Mr. Davies. It really is, as I said, it represents best practice. It brings together a body of knowledge and perspectives from a range of stakeholders. That's one of the roles that Austroads performs. So with that in mind, it is highly desirable if the efforts of a range of stakeholders who Austroads brings together can derive improved outcomes, is certainly a strong aspiration that we should all hold.
Mr. Davies, do you think, just picking up on that, do you think the guidelines that you guys produce should be bound up in some way or made mandatory in some way, given that it comes from a broad range of expertise and all the states are essentially signed up to it, but it seems to be a bit loose in terms of adherence?
Yeah, certainly broader use of the guidelines is desirable because they have been developed to recognise the challenges that are faced by drivers in complying with the regulatory obligations and managing their fatigue. The guidelines are actually an update from earlier guidance material produced by the National Transport Commission, and we're in the process right now of updating them again further to recognise the needs that are specified in the current heavy vehicle rest area guidelines are not sufficiently broad enough. It's a complicated space and there are a lot of constraints in the design of suitable heavy vehicle rest areas, and they are guidelines rather than a standard for that sense. Each site does have its own characteristics and challenges that need to be managed. The guidelines seeks to raise for road managers the issues that they should consider when designing heavy vehicle rest areas and spacing heavy vehicle rest areas across the network.
Okay, just more broadly speaking, not necessarily just talking about heavy vehicle rest areas, but just road construction in general. Has there been any work done in terms of implications of roads being built that don't adhere to these guidelines? What impact that has potentially on insurance or investigations where deaths are involved, and in terms of liability when roads are being constructed that don't necessarily adhere to your guidelines? Has any work been done from anybody that, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. We're not leading work in that space. These guidelines do recognise that the network is a complicated thing, and they don't seek to set the strategy for heavy vehicle rest area rollout, but to recognise that that is a desirable outcome for road managers to do that. But I can't speak to any work on the implications of insufficient provision of rest areas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, questions from the government?
Thank you.
Dr. Kane.
Thanks very much. Mr. Marks, could I ask you a question? You mentioned Western Sydney in particular, and we've heard this morning a bit about issues for in regions and on major highways. But could you talk a bit more about particular issues with rest areas or the lack thereof in Western Sydney and what some of, barriers currently?
Yes, definitely. Thank you for the question. I mean, from a sort of fatigue management point of view, as opposed to just a simple truck parking or refuelling point of view, there's essentially nothing between sort of Pheasant's Nest in the south and Wyong in the north. Mm-hmm. There is a very big lack of, places where a driver can pull up to manage their fatigue in Sydney. So, Western Sydney in particular, but I would say the whole city. We sort of see a situation, and perhaps it is due to the cost of land or the planning instruments sort of historically, but where there is not a good provision, particularly in Sydney, but across the nation in terms of rest areas in urban areas. Often, I think, governments historically, and not picking on anyone particular here, have seen rest areas as a regional thing, something that is on a freight route. But the truck may arrive in Sydney, but before it's a lot of time. Drivers have quite prescriptive fatigue rules that they have to meet, and that requires somewhere where they can pull over. And it's also about the design and the nature of the facility. If it's it needs to be an area that has the right sort of lighting or shade, depending on the time of day, security, and the quietness. Essentially, you need to have an area where the long distance trucks can park and catch up on some good quality sleep if that's what they need in there to manage their fatigue.
And currently, are there issues with sort of local trucks using facilities? Are there congestion issues? I mean, what happens now?
Look, that's essentially, I guess, the nature of what happens to the existing sort of capacity in terms of if you look at an existing service station, parking, limited parking that might be adjacent to those in Sydney. We do hear reports from our members around, the inability to find a spot in those situations, and is essentially just there's a parking issue and a local truck parking issue, and there's a a longer distance fatigue management issue, which is a very high priority for our members.
Could I ask you just to explain a little further, because I'm not sure I'm completely across it, in terms of allotted times and waiting and how that might impact particularly on those long distance drivers, and why that then means they require these services. So how does that work?
Look, there are, and it depends on, I guess it depends on the nature of the freight task, whether the fatigue rules apply to you, whether there are certain accreditation schemes and various, I guess, variations on the rules. But at a simple level, there are allotments around how long you can drive for, and when you need to park your truck and take a rest, like a 15-minute break. There is a logbook. If you breach by even just a couple of minutes, there is penalties that apply to that. And one of the frustrations we hear from drivers is when they cannot stop because there's physically nowhere to stop, and then they're facing a fine because they've missed their allotted sort of window. The other aspect coming into a city like Sydney is it may be about the arriving at whatever time they're arriving because of the distance they've travelled, and the customer site, especially if they don't have a depot for themselves in Sydney, may not be open or may not give them an allotted slot until a particular time. So there's a gap that needs to be filled there. So it's a prescriptive regulation sort of aspect, and it's also a scheduling aspect in terms of.
And what obligation are there on those customers or clients to make sure that at an allocated time that a driver is accepted?
There are laws around like heavy vehicle national law and chain of responsibility that goes to things like, you can't, have a scheduling impact that's going to essentially have a safety risk. But there's also if the slot is at, the site may not open till 6 a.m. and the truck may arrive at 4 a.m. And there's a gap there that needs to be filled.
Thank you. I wondered if I could ask a question of you, Mr. Davies. You were talking about, and Austroads represents different organisations around the country, different departments. I wondered, could you describe a bit, again, please excuse my ignorance, but the jurisdictional issues. So we're hearing about, I know that there's a federal program around rest stops. I know that, that there's different involvement. Could you explain a bit the jurisdictional issues? Because you also said it's very complex, and I've got to say, for me, it doesn't seem complex. If we need a rest stop, we should have a rest stop. So I just wondered how that jurisdictional complexity does work.
In terms of obligation to provide the rest stop, that's fairly clearly with particular road managers one way or another. But there are perhaps not jurisdictional complexities so much as remote area complexities and urban area complexities and things like that. So sites can vary considerably, and the nature of what you're trying to best manage in designing of the site can vary considerably depending on the level of freight movement. And as Samuel's mentioned, the requirements to comply with fatigue management regulations. Those can all be key factors in the placement, and in terms of the design, the type of freight being moved can affect the design requirements of the heavy vehicle rest areas. Some types of freight have additional requirements, such as livestock. You have animal welfare issues, or refrigerated freight is noisy, or dangerous goods are required to be separated from other vehicles. So there's quite a few complexity factors that depend on the nature of the freight route and the nature of the area around it, and of course then the surrounding rest areas and what's available nearby, either as an alternative or as suitable alternatives for the larger vehicles, as Samuel said.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition? Mr. Faraway.
Question for Mr. Marks. Obviously, in representing so many operators and as a national body, do you support the case for a competency-based driver training program, one that where New South Wales could take the lead in New South Wales. I suspect, I wasn't here for the early session, but I suspect Paul Pulver and others who have been pushing this for some time, and we will hear from other operators, really want to push for this into the future to gain the next generation of drivers and people interested in the industry. But from a Nat Roads perspective, do you support something like that?
Look, yes is the short answer. So the position that, and I believe we put into Austroads last year, was essentially arguing for a competency-based program. So,
how do you think it would best? Because there was once a trial in Victoria from memory, and I don't know whether it was overly successful. So how you implement this is important from your perspective and from your members' perspective. How much buy-in do you think there is from industry to try and ensure that some form of competency-based driver training, especially for young drivers, and having that reassurance for the community, how much buy-in do you think there is from your operators?
Well, it's a consistent piece of feedback. It goes to, as an operator, there is a broader skills shortage issue, but when you hire someone, you want to be able to know that license, that heavy vehicle license, means that they can actually sort of drive your truck, that they've got the experience to drive the truck, to do the various skill sets that are needed with that. And it's not just a case that they have the license because it's been sitting in the bottom of a drawer for long enough to qualify to be upgraded to a higher class. So it's a consistent piece of feedback. So our members have given it a lot of support.
How do you think it could be implemented with the new technology that's available? Obviously, we'll hear from lots of different operators, and I've been to visit a lot of them in my former role. And do you think that the perception has changed in the industry where if you had a competency-based driver training program, that we put younger drivers possibly in the newest truck with the most tech, with the most safety features to ensure that there is compliance, but the fact that they have every bit of gear and kit available to them to be as safe as possible whilst becoming competent?
I think that's not a sort of unreasonable, statement. It's a diverse industry. There's I guess diverse views around technology and kit and the like, but there are a lot of operators and a lot of leading operators that are installing them in their vehicles already. So where that can be done in conjunction to bring new and younger drivers into the industry, then there's a positive outcome there.
Changing tack a little bit, obviously with rest stops, and I suspect it's probably come up a lot this morning already while I haven't been here, but any rest stop that is in, well, firstly, how does New South Wales stack up compared to other states, I suppose, from your operators and association point of view?
One of the problems I think in this space is a data issue in terms of knowing where the problems are. We'll get feedback sort of offhand about a particular route and particular problems on that. But one of the sort of policy questions that goes to your question is there is a separate piece of work underway around sort of national service level standards for roads, and if those were implemented and if there is a metric on rest areas, then we would be able to, from an association point of view as well as a government point of view, be able to quickly identify where the gaps are and sort of move funding in this space to more of a proactive fill the gaps process rather than just reacting to whichever local council is best organised to put a funding application in. So that doesn't really answer your question, but there is a data issue that needs to be sorted there.
One of the challenges I remember in my former role was we need more trucks, rest stops, we need more stopping bays, but when you build new infrastructure, there was always that challenge around everyone wanted them, but no one really wanted them, in the sense of not in my backyard. And we found that on a lot of different road corridors. Do you think that there is a greater role in trying to educate the community more broadly that rest stops are a part of a truck driver's workplace? And how critical they are, no matter where they need to be put. Do you think there's something for industry to maybe support all levels of government with that message?
Look, that's again another good question. It's certainly more education is not usually a bad thing, and in terms of having that public acceptance and and buying. We did see through the pandemic a better sort of, I guess, understanding of how essential truck drivers are and their workplaces. So, there is certainly something to leverage there.
Changing tack a little bit, the fuel excise, and I declared my brother's in trucking, and I was before, to a degree, before I was an MP. How, in particular for owner-operators, I suppose, and we're talking about the pressures on drivers, but obviously if the drivers are also the owners and operators as well, what sort of financial pressure do you think it put on the industry, especially owner-operators, when the fuel excise was tweaked and adjusted by the federal government, which didn't allow trucking operators, to my knowledge, to be able to claim some of that diesel rebate for a period of time? What sort of pressure did that put on owner-operators in a time of a cost of living crisis and in the time of escalating costs everywhere else?
Yeah, look, that is a really good question. The cost pressures on the industry has been massive. We've seen, we have commissioned some research, and from sort of 2015-16, the sort of average operating costs of a B-double doing 250 kilometres per year was around 532,000. But once you get to just sort of 2021, 2022, that was 670,000, and a lot of that was driven by petrol prices. The fuel excise, which is rising in tandem with the registration costs as well. That's 6% every year for 3 consecutive years, and the temporary withdrawal of fuel tax credits at the federal level was also quite an impact in terms of how it's affected businesses and the way they manage their cash flows. So fuel tax credits are quite important to especially those smaller businesses and owner drivers in that sense. And when it comes to the cost pressures, and you've got fuel, you've got fuel prices, you've got fuel excise, you've got labour costs, vehicle costs, you've got all these costs, you've got the sort of coming challenge of decarbonisation, which is going to involve more costs to make that happen. And with all these costs coming in, we know our businesses tend to not be able to pass on cost increases more than CPI. And that's where they have a customer that they can negotiate that increase with. So it has a huge impact, and it's the sort of domino effect of having all these cost increases all coming together that really comes back to bite.
With the daily life of a truck driver and the pressures obviously on them in that workplace, would you agree that one of the greatest efficiencies would be finding productivity and a safe workplace or better roads and infrastructure? Do you believe that state and federal governments are keeping pace with the movement and future prediction of movement of freight in New South Wales? And I'm talking about the ability to be able to get freight from paddock to port or paddock to plate, and using our state highway, national highway system. Do you think that we're keeping pace now with our forward planning to make these roads safer for the heavy vehicle industry, that will obviously allow for the increase movement, but also of freight more generally over the next 10 or 20 years?
I would say New South Wales has been one of the better states. Things like, to sort of reach into the bureaucracy, but simple things like the heavy vehicle access policy framework that sort of drives an attitude across Transport for New South Wales and government agencies to focus on that productivity question. That has been quite encouraging from New South Wales, and more recently, New South Wales is sort of, I think, leading the national efforts to have an access framework sort of applied nationally. So that has been good. There is, I guess, a historic, situation where I don't think governments have kept up with that productivity push in terms of, I guess, maximising what's achievable. The more productive a truck tends to be, the more sort of layers of red tape it generally has to go through, and reforms to access, as well as having the infrastructure provided isn't always connected. In terms, you might get, like, we have duplicated highways, the Hume and the Pacific, and they don't necessarily have the best access provisions. Sometimes it's because one particular bridge wasn't upgraded when the corridor was. So having that sort of joined up mindset that connects the infrastructure investment to the productivity outcome, and making sure that sort of follows through to access approvals is important.
Does your organisation, on behalf of your members, have a particular view on any particular state roads or highways that are really doing a disservice to the road freight sector and the infrastructure itself? And I declare I live in the Central West. We have the Great Western Highway. To be frank, it's becoming totally unsafe and for heavy vehicle movement over Mount Victoria. Are there any particular highways, or is that possibly a highway that your members identify that it only requires the smallest amount of disruption to create significant issues, not only for the trucking company, but the safety aspect to it, but just in general, the movement of freight and then the pressure that is put on operators or drivers in that industry?
Look, I'm hesitant to pick on a particular highway, but I think I would make the sort of the generic point that's like, you know, my last trip to sort of at a personal level to Dubbo, for example, like, you know, there was a very big sort of pothole that was really unsafe, essentially, you know, round a corner, 100-kilometre road, like, you know, the maintenance side of things is quite critical. And I guess the broader policy point from our point of view, is ensuring that the infrastructure spend is focused on road maintenance and is focused on sort of the life cycle of the assets, and making sure that you know, governments aren't just building, I guess, shiny brand new motorways in Sydney, as important as those projects can be, but making sure that, you know, we are maintaining our road network and ensuring those regional highways are up to scratch. And because there is definitely a productivity impact if, you know, the road deteriorates to a point that the access conditions then start to get wound back. That has a big impact.
Okay, further questions from, government,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Kane.
Thank you. I think this is a question, it comes from Mr. Marks, your organisation's submission, but if there's anything that Austroads would like to add. You note, I mean, we've heard today quite a lot about the issue of labour supply in trucking. And in your submission, you note that female unfriendly rest areas contribute to the undersupply and the continuing, you know, very low female representation in truck driving. What are the recommendations or changes you think? I mean, you can talk about rest areas, but I'm happy for you to be a bit more expansive generally about the sector and how it might attract women in the state. You know, it needs workers, so you're missing out on a big pool there.
Yeah, thank you for that. And you've touched on a sort of important issue, and there was a report yesterday, I think at the federal level, Jobs and Skills report that sort of goes to this issue as well. Where one of the findings was essentially that the, you know, industries or the occupations with the largest gender imbalance tend to also be ones that are in significant shortage. So, you know, it is the thing that's in our submission. The consistent sort of piece of feedback is around that rest areas question. You know, rest areas that are safe, that are clean, that people can use is quite big. I would sort of expand that to also talk about the security of those places as well, making sure that they are safe. Then we, you know, there are broader questions, I guess, then around how the occupation, you know, where there are abilities to perhaps make it more family friendly in a sense, and better hours and more diversity in that sense with new technologies as they come in, and as the freight task also, with the urban freight task is growing quite strong. So, you know, there is a lot of growth opportunity in, I guess, roles that where you may be able to go home at night. So I think that's also a part of it. And there's also a communication element too. So, you know, truck driving is not just, you know, like sort of blue singlet, long distance type work. It's, you know, it's a profession. Drivers are doing more than driving. They're, you know, load restraint. They're making sure their vehicles are safe. They're making sure their vehicles are working. There's a whole bunch of occupations that support them. You know, scheduling, office functions. There's a broad, diverse, professional sort of industry there, and we could do better at communicating that. And I guess from a government point of view, making sure the skills and the training and all of those right supports are in place, and that has been quite slow work over many years as well.
Can I just ask a follow-on from that about, we've heard a lot about the green reflector off-road bays. Do you think that those are an appropriate mechanism to provide some extra rest stop? I believe they're used in other states a little more substantially than they are in New South Wales. So is that something that you've been looking at from a national perspective, and what would your comment be on its use in New South Wales?
I mean, I'd almost go to the Austroads guidelines on that, where, you want, and it's been a little bit since I've read them, but if my memory is right, the Austroads guidelines, they set out different classifications, I guess, of rest areas and different sort of frequency of intervals and the like. And so those informal rest stops can be part of that broader picture, and they play an important role, and Mr. Hanafi has been a great advocate for that. But that's not an excuse not to go and install, I guess, better rest areas on those routes as well. Looking at what is the frequency of the stops and the provisions in that sense.
On an unrelated, a bit different from those last two questions, we had several submissions which spoke about not just training, but in particular the licensing of international drivers. I think I recall in one of the submissions, and I haven't fact-checked it, that there might have been a change to how we allow, or how quickly we allow drivers from New Zealand to come in and be licensed for heavy vehicles. I'm not sure which classes, but for heavy vehicles. And I think there were some other submissions talking about the ease of international drivers gaining qualifications and issues that has with regards to understanding the road rules, the road culture, etc. And I wondered if you had any views on that.
I mean, we certainly think there should be reform in that space, and I believe Austroads is looking at that. So I might even sort of defer to them to talk about it, because I guess the extent of what I can say is, acknowledge the need for reform, but I sort of can't talk to what that process is. So.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Mr. Davies? Sorry, could I just ask for a response from Austroads? Sorry, Mark.
No, you're right.
Sure. Yes, Australia does recognise certain overseas driver's licences at different classes, and we have mutual recognition in that regard. I think in broad terms, and Mr. Marks has alluded to this, we recognise that heavy vehicle driver training in Australia is currently insufficient, broadly speaking, not only for overseas driver licence holders, but for those who progress through the rankings in Australia as well. And the work we're doing on the National Heavy Vehicle Driver Competency Framework is designed to very much recognise experience as the primary pathway to move through heavy vehicle driver licence classes. To the earlier question, if I may address that as well, from Dr. Kane around gender balance in the industry, I will speak specifically to drivers, but acknowledging Mr. Mark's point around other roles in the industry. Our heavy vehicle rest area guidelines update will be considering cultural and gender diversity of requirements for heavy vehicle rest areas, and the heavy vehicle driver licensing pathways that we have under consideration under the framework are also looking at expedited advancement through the licence classes based on demonstrated experience rather than elapsed time, as is currently the case. And we see that as a potential opportunity for people who haven't been in the industry before to be able to enter it and quite quickly get to, and safely get to driving larger vehicles and building a career in the industry without having to wait the sort of 3 or 4 years it could take under current arrangements.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Monroe, did you have a question?
I had a question. It was either to Mr. Davies or Mr. Hill about the use of data. And I know in the submission that you speak about the national framework and that Transport for New South Wales is already working with data gathering through that's gathered through the national framework. And I'm wondering, you speak about some further actions that Transport for New South Wales could take to use that data better. Could you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Just to elaborate on what you were describing, TCA, through the National Telematics Framework, collects data from vehicles. Those data are collected under transparent consent arrangements with transport operators and for that matter, drivers. And that enables TCA to perform a very important role on behalf of its members. So that includes Transport for New South Wales, but other road and transport agencies across Australasia. One of the things we do is, and it goes to some of the statements already made by Mr. Marks and Mr. Davies, is around the lack of data. One of the things we can derive from vehicle movement data at an aggregate level across a population of vehicles is the utilisation of road networks, the times and the days of the week in which they're travelling on the networks. But critically, we can also determine where vehicles are resting, or the drivers are resting based on where vehicles are stopping. Some of that data has been put to very good use here in New South Wales. I understand anecdotally that some of the reporting that we've provided to our colleagues in Transport for New South Wales have helped inform decisions around the optimal placement of rest areas. And what's also noteworthy is through the National Freight Data Hub, TCA played a key role in providing data into that national initiative. And if you take a look at that particular website, there's some very interesting visuals that represent the density of utilisation of rest area locations. And I think this data-driven approach is a key enabler for some of the challenges we face, particularly in urban areas. And as Mr. Marks pointed out, there is a deficiency based on urban development patterns and so forth in Greater Sydney around rest areas. Some of the work we've done with Road Freight New South Wales and with Mr. O'Hara, and also with Transport for New South Wales, where we were looking at dangerous goods vehicle movements, identified there was a paucity of where vehicles can stop for a rest, and that's amplified when you've got dangerous goods vehicles, as Mr. Marks and Mr. Davies pointed out earlier. They operate under very stringent operating conditions, and besides finding a place to stop and take a break, they've also got the overlay of other restrictions around dangerous goods and the movement of those particular types of produce. So to answer your question, I think what we're doing with Australia's road agencies is valuable. The ways in which we collect data is driving, we believe we're driving improved outcomes with our members. And can I also say, in terms of global comparisons, there is an example in the United States through an association that does something similar outside of government, but with its members through an industry-based arrangement where they do similar things in harvesting data from a population of vehicles. I think in Australia we're unique in the sense that we're amongst the first to be doing this in a collegiate way between transport operators, the technology sector and government. And I think that's worth pointing out.
Okay, thank you. We've got one last question from Mr. Mark.
Just quickly, if I could just bring you back to perhaps to some of the evidence that was put on this morning by the Transport Workers Union, which is essentially that, you know, you can do all these things around the edges, but essentially it's a structural issue in regards to you've got monopolistic behaviour at the top end of the supply chain with massive providers like Amazon, Apple, Aldi, all the rest of it. And then down the chain, the pressure becomes increasingly great to cut corners and compete on cost and safety, and that's essentially what's driving it. So you need two solutions. You need a regulatory approach with teeth that enforces safety, but you also need some economic regulation as well, because there's just not the resource to enforce safety, and those two twin things. I just want to get your view on whether or not you agree with that analysis, and if so, what the solution is to tackle it in terms of enforcing or bringing in legislation to affect those sorts of things. Because it seems to me as though a lot of this stuff is structural. It was powerful evidence that was put on this morning, and that, as you know, that union's been campaigning for quite a while on those issues. So I just want to get your view on it.
Yeah, I mean, there are, some of these issues are complex and they are multifaceted. From a Austrade's point of view, we can't offer a perspective on that. What we can offer, though, is that we are contributing to the review of the heavy vehicle national law that's underway, and that's being led on behalf of Australia's transport ministers with the National Transport Commission. That goes to the heart of some of the issues around regulation and compliance. And we're directly in conversations with a whole raft of policy reforms. As a membership-based organisation on behalf of Australia's and New Zealand's roads and transport agencies, we don't offer a view on the economic perspectives, but what we can say is that these issues are multifaceted and they are complex.
All right, we're actually out of time for this session, so thank you very much for appearing today, and we will be in touch with you if there's any supplementary questions for you, but we now call our next witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. Just get you to do the formalities, and we'll swear you in. So if you could just state your name and make a affirmational oath, please.
No worries. I, Trevor Warner, swear that the evidence now about to be given by me is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, do you have a short opening statement to make, Mr. Warner?
I do. After everything I've listened to this morning, it's just got my head spinning. We've got, from a driver's perspective through to the state and Commonwealth level, there's so many overlapping things, but to try and narrow it down to issues that the state of New South Wales can actually impact, I think it pretty well comes down to the state of the roads, the law enforcement, and probably rest areas is the biggest one. I've been coming in and out of Sydney now for 16 years, and we've slowly seen the decline of infrastructure availability in the previous 10 years. It's quite concerning what the next 10 years is going to deliver. So I think if the gears start to move in the next 2 years, come 10 years' time, we should be able to manage the extra freight task and the growth of the population.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. We'll go to questions from the government. Dr. Kane.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Warner, for being here and for your submission. And I did ask a question of the previous witness, but I wonder if I could ask you, I know you talk about just-in-time freight and what that means in terms of allocated delivery times and on-demand freight, etc. I wonder if you could just talk us through a bit what that experience is like as a driver, and what I guess some of the dangers are in that space with regards to missing times, etc., and what that means for the facilities that are required.
Yeah, sure. Probably the biggest eye-opener for me was about 10 years ago. We were running fresh produce into Flemington markets, and the deal was you got in about midnight, you unloaded, you went to bed, and then you waited for a text message or an email the next morning with your next lot of instructions. I got my instructions at about 10 o'clock in the morning. I went around to the warehouse to load. I had no idea. I knew I was going back to Queensland, but I had no idea of what freight I was loading and my delivery times or anything. It was just be here to load, and once the truck was loaded, then it was all dumped on you. Oh, this has got to be at Woolies at 6 o'clock in the morning. And you're going, well, hang on, 10 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock, that's 20 hours. And I've got to have a 7-hour break in amongst all that. And this was for a national carrier. And when I complained about it, they just said, oh, what do you want us to do? So it's left up to the driver to then work out how they're going to manage that particular thing. And it doesn't matter whether you're going south as well, it's exactly the same. Or Adelaide, it's exactly the same. And quite often the loads that we pick up with the just-in-time, it's a warehousing issue where they might schedule those loads to pick up at, say, 6 in the morning and deliver 6 o'clock the next day, and that might be in place for 2 weeks or even a week. The transport's not even in town. We haven't even unloaded from our southbound trip. So we get the instructions, the big companies come in and they tender for the work, so they lock up the freight so the little guy gets pushed out, and then all of a sudden the big companies don't have the trucks, so they call in people like ourselves that we're empty in Sydney, we've just brought fresh food into the markets, we need a trip back. And over the years the freight rate just keeps getting screwed down and down and down that you can't afford to sit around. So you've got to move. And we're getting told what to do, and as soon as you complain, all of a sudden you're problematic. And typically if you say, I can't do that load at lunchtime, say today, if my boss can't get another load today, I've got to sit until tomorrow, and we don't get paid for that. The truck doesn't move, and the drivers don't get paid any wages. So there's a financial motivation there to do whatever you need to do to get that load done. And my fear is that the new entrants coming into the game are going to be poisoned by that type of environment. They might be able to drive the truck, they might be competent, and I've got a couple of examples of this over the time where these guys love trucking, they love doing the work, but they were poisoned by the execution of the job, and they left the industry.
So what I'm hearing from your evidence is the key issue, I mean, of course it's important to have appropriate rest stops, but the key issue is about whether a driver is going to use those stops is actually the type of pressure they're under to deliver at a particular time.
Yeah, that's right. Like I've got a load tonight, and when I started working or doing work for this company, it was 11 hours from Sydney to Brisbane markets. And being new in the industry, I didn't want to rock the boat. I didn't want to be a troublemaker. I said, yeah, no worries, it'll be there. I've never missed market yet. I've never missed a load, a delivery time. But when you get, as you mature in this industry, you get to the point where you go, no, I'm not going to be there in 11 hours, I'm going to be there in 14 hours. So you need to start making arrangements now that I'm going to be there in 14 hours. And it's happening. But the young people coming in, they haven't got that courage. They want to be a team player, and they're really being thrown under the bus or the truck.
They're just a byproduct of what we were talking about before, isn't it? It's unequal power. Basically, you've
absolutely,
got,
yeah. But even the small companies, it goes from the big companies all the way down to the small companies because everyone's getting screwed down on the rate. You know, we go back to the 60 Minutes program with Paul Barry, I think. It's exactly the same thing. The only thing that's changed is the government's now mandated we've got to have a 7-hour break, but we've still got schedulers expecting you to do deliveries in that 7-hour break. So the 20-hour day is still alive and well. And unless the drivers have got the courage to say, no, I'm not doing that. And
that's the problem, isn't it? Because it's left up to the drivers to say, I'm taking the 7-hour break.
Yeah.
And obviously that's part of your competitive edge is to not take the 7-hour break, right? So unless it's enforced above you, it's not going to work.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now, I've done that because I've got to my destination. Now, if I pull up outside of town and have my 7 hours, I hit peak hour traffic and it all just goes south from there. So you go into where you need to be. Hopefully you can get a park at a truck stop. Sydney is absolutely atrocious. I've got a few little hidey holes around the streets that I'll go and sit in, and I might just have to go around the corner, back onto the dock, and that's it. My job's done. The risk is minimal, but the work task doesn't fit the work diary. There's no risk there because you're only going around the street and you're not tired, typically. So the freight task doesn't fit into the rules, and this is where the TWU is saying, well, you've got to bend the rules to do the job, and then hopefully at the end of it we get paid to do that. At the moment I'm on kilometre road, so I only get paid from Brisbane to Sydney for this trip. I might have spent 3 hours getting loaded up the other end and 3 hours getting loaded down here. That works out maybe a 17 and a half hour day. And that's typical. I've been doing that for 16 years.
And you're not paid waiting time?
No.
Yeah.
I actually put a submission in 2020 roughly to the Fair Work Commission challenging the kilometre rate, that there needs to be the kilometre rate and loading and unloading time. Well, of course, all the big associations come in and said, no, all that's in the kilometre rate. So we do 17-hour days. We might only be driving for 14 hours or 12 hours, but we'll do a 17-hour day and we only get our 1,000 kilometres by 50 cents, or I think it's 53 cents now. You don't get paid waiting time.
Can I ask, I'm sure there's other topics to get onto, but before that, what are your recommendations? So that's one of them, that waiting time is paid separately. What other suggestions do you have to address this bigger issue?
It's really difficult because the way chain of responsibility is gone, we've now got these workplace ecosystems that they're all protecting themselves, and the truck driver or the transport company's in the middle trying to balance all this out. The trucking company can't have a truck sit for a half a day or a day just because the times don't work. They'll claim that we'll give you a 2-hour window, but once you get on the dock, if they've got staffing problems, like I've sat at Woolies out here for 9 hours waiting to get unloaded. How do you manage that? You turn your phone off and try and get as much sleep as you can. But the new drivers coming in, they haven't worked that out yet. So my fear is that the new drivers are wide awake, trying to do the best they can for their boss, but they're actually being thrown under the bus by the system and the strict chain of responsibility programs or laws that are being put in place. So it's a real tough one.
Can I ask you, you've spoken a few times about newer drivers coming in, and one of the themes today has been both attracting drivers but also the type of training as well. I wondered if you had any reflections on that, on I know in your submission you talk about problems attracting or perhaps putting off drivers, but in terms of attraction but also training, any of your thoughts there?
Yeah. When I first started, I did local work, and then I slowly moved up through the bigger trucks into the semi-trailers and then into the B-doubles. We got on-the-job training, and you learnt by your mistakes. One of the big things that my first boss said to me, he said, put a glass on your dash, and if that glass slides, you're going too fast around the corners. And I always tell the new drivers that, because we've got rollovers, the young ones, they don't understand that you've got 30 tonne of freight, 65 tonne of vehicle. You can't take corners like you can in a Commodore or something like that. So one of the issues that I have with training is these one-day courses. You can go from a heavy rigid, say a concrete agitator, into a B-double or a road train in one course. It's just tick and flick. Oh, yeah, this guy can go around the block all right. He can change gears okay. What about emergency braking? What about overheating your brakes going down a hill? How can you learn that stuff when you're doing your driving course out in Dubbo or West Wollongong?
What would be the typical provider for a course like that?
All the registered training organisations that provide heavy vehicle transport. I've heard some shocking stories where it's basically, oh mate's sat on the side of the road, the trainee has done laps of a car park, oh mate's on Facebook, he don't care, and as long as the guy ticks the boxes, there he is. He's in a B-double the next night.
How much would you pay for a course like that?
I've seen figures from $800 through to $1,500. A friend of mine, he's a driver trainer. He's got the same attitude as me. It's just too easy to get a B-double licence. I think a B-double's easy to handle in a single myself. You can easily overheat your brakes in a single. But I don't think there's enough emphasis put on competency rather than throughput of staff.
Yeah.
Throughput of trainees, sorry.
I might just see if there's questions from other members. We'll go to the opposition deputy chair, Mr. Farraway.
Just to follow on around the competency-based driving, obviously there's been a lot of talk of that, and there are a lot of larger freight operators that really do want to encourage that. But from what you're saying and from your extensive experience, and thank you for appearing today, Mr. Warner, it obviously needs to be a far longer term proposition, doesn't it? If you're going to take especially young kids out of school and show them a pathway in trucking, which does have a bright future. We can't survive in this country or economy without our truckies, but how many years should it be? Should it be, if you're taking a young kid and then taking them from a light rigid to an MR to an HR to a combination licence, is it a 2-year competency-based course? What, in your view, with your experience, what should it be?
Everyone's different. I started in small ridges doing pickups off farms, fresh produce, and it was probably 2 years before the boss said, about time you go and get your semi-trailer licence, and then we'd start doing market runs. The biggest thing I see out there now is you've got, and they don't have to be young, they can be middle-aged people that are retraining, but they just haven't got the bit of string between the right foot and the right ear to say, hey, you need to lift your foot off the accelerator or you've been riding that brake for too long. It's a tough one. I think driver training needs to be more stringent, and it depends on who you work for too. A friend of mine, Jason, he's a driver trainer, and he's very particular about passing the students. He'll say, no, I don't think you're ready. You need to come back. You're riding your brake too much. You're not using your gears. You're not using the tools that you've got to save your brakes. So if you do need those brakes, they're there. The age varies, and also the attitude of the drivers as well. We're under so much pressure, particularly market or with supermarket deliveries and everything. They've got everything worked out, and then they dump it all on the driver. And then the driver's got to have the nous and the competence to be able to work out what he's got to do. And new people in the industry, I don't think they can handle the pressure. If they've come from a farming background where they've worked on farming gear and maybe drove the farm truck, they've got a far better chance of putting the pieces in place rather than someone that's retraining at whether it's 40 years. I've seen some shocking drivers at 50 years old. It's just flat to the floor, go as hard as you can. And you're just going, well, why? They haven't worked it out yet.
Wanted to move on. Obviously, in some of your opening remarks, you spoke about roads in general and rest stops. And rest stops, I think there's a consensus that a lot more needs to be done from state and federal perspectives, and it's been some time as well. But to have that done. But on the Pacific Highway, you would agree with me possibly, and that highway for heavy vehicle operators is a far superior piece of road now to what it was maybe when you first got into the industry. Yeah. But there obviously isn't an overall solution for rest stops on that highway, considering the increase and movement of freight by road. What would be some suggestions or solutions from your real everyday experience, I suspect, travelling the Pacific Highway, of where additional rest stops should be or existing rest stops that should be upgraded?
I think Pacific Highway is probably an outstanding example of what can be done. I think I think they can be bigger, like the rest area at Clybucca. It's a good facility, but it's really only designed for single trailers. You might get there in the middle of the day and it looks like there's plenty of room, but when you get there at 11 o'clock at night, it's like, where can I park? It's full. And as we move into bigger combinations, it makes it really difficult for, if a driver needs to stop, it's really difficult to find a place. I see road design or rest area design really hasn't got past a single semi-trailer. And I'd like to see, as I think I said in my submission there, that the Bunjalung rest area, just north of the Clarence River, it's part of the old highway. They kept it in place, they put some picnic tables and toilets there, and the new 4 lanes went around. That's the ideal model, and Arrawarra too, just north of Coffs Harbour. That's a good plan. There's plenty of room. You can get right away from the noise, and it didn't cost the government much at all, just a few toilets and tables.
So from what, with your experience, do you think to remove pressures in the supply chain and on the industry, do you think we should be going to larger combination setups, larger trailers, excluding the rest stop issue, which obviously is an issue if you've got larger combinations and larger heavies and trucks on the road, they need to be able to park and they're larger. But from a pressure point of view on the industry, do you think going to larger trailers, larger loads, is that one way to remove pressure on the road network, in the supply chain, like longer term?
We've got, with the longer combination, say the 30-metre new PBS, we call them pocket road trains, but 30 metres through to 36, it's really difficult to have parking areas for those. The issue that I have with them is that you've got drivers that are struggling to handle a B-double, and now you're putting them in another vehicle with the same prime mover, similar braking capacity, and less areas to pull over and have a rest break and clear your head. It does. It really concerns me that we're getting bigger and bigger trucks, but the infrastructure isn't expanding at the same pace to be able to deal with those things. Like the Clybucka rest area, for example, that needs to be twice as long, at least, if not 3 times as long, to be able to handle these bigger combinations. And if it scares me to see these newer drivers that are behind these bigger combinations, and they really haven't experienced emergency braking. They've got their licence in a B-double.
So what I'm getting from what you're saying is that going to larger combinations could relieve some pressures in the movement of freight and efficiency, but it's going to come down to the training to ensure that once you go to that PBS setup and you get those permits to take those larger loads on those highways, there needs to be that level of competency, essentially, that you've got quite a bit of load behind you, and
that's right.
The understanding of braking. So you're saying that going to a larger combination setup could relieve pressure, but training has to follow.
Training would absolutely be a priority. I understand we've got a driver shortage. We've got plenty of licensed drivers out there. They just don't want to drive trucks, or they don't want to take part in certain sectors of the industry. So the only solution at the moment is to have those bigger combinations. But there needs to be controls around that as well, about driving time and all that, because you got a lot of weight. Everything's great while the road's clear, but when you've got to have an emergency, like I've got a video on my iPad there of I don't know what happened. The driver went to sleep, and I just had to quickly jump into the other lane and then come back to avoid a head-on, and they scooted down the left-hand side of the truck. You get the bigger combinations. If I had been in a road train that particular trip, I probably may not have kept it upright. It was a pretty hard thing. So the bigger combinations, there needs to be a lot more focus on training and competency and time on the road. There's a lot of weight there to control.
As a truck driver that we've got before the committee today that actually lives and breathes this every day, I wanted to ask about the NHVR and obviously the full transition from the Roads and Maritime Service, or the old RTA, then RMS, has fully now transitioned to the NHVR.
Yeah.
In your experience, with the 15 years, I suppose, doing interstate, is it better or worse with a nationalised or federalised model? Is it? You talk about some of the law enforcement or aspects in your submission, but what are some of the examples of the small errors, I suppose, that you talk about that is adding stress to drivers?
I get on very well with the NHVR. I try to engage with them as much as possible because I think they're in a key position to be able to help the industry. The issues probably the feedback that I get with my Facebook page, The Driver's Advocate, is probably attitudes of police officers, more so than NHVR.
In what way though? Because I suppose that they're not necessarily the regulatory body or enforcement?
No, just with the way I've always had a better experience with NHVR than I have with the police, and I get on good with the management. I've been able to explain the way certain things, the way they happen, and they've listened and taken on board. They've been more proactive in that respect. I quite like the NHVR model. I think it synchronises the industry a lot more. Brings us together. I know there's some people that don't like them because of various reasons, but I think they're playing a very key role at the moment in the way things are.
So, with regard to enforcement, then, because it's good feedback around the NHVR because it's best to ask actual truck drivers because you live and breathe this stuff. But with the police, what is that? Because there's not an understanding of the requirements, the law, like. Or are they too heavy, or what was the issue around the police?
My last interaction was a young officer, and he queried me about I'm an electronic work diary now. Yep. I've given away the paper one. I find the electronic one is really good, and he wasn't up to speed with a lot of that, and so I went through a bit of an education with him. That worked out really well, but I just find that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
So you're talking about the electronic work diary, which I think there is a move more broadly to move the whole industry towards that in time. But you're saying that local, like law enforcement, such as the highway patrol, don't understand the movement in some of those regulations around the NHVR and how they're to be enforced.
That's right. That's right. I've had a few interactions with police. But NHVR seem a lot more open to what's really going on because they've taken the time to sit down and have a beer with us and go, what are the problems? What can we fix? And they've been very open to it, been quite responsive. So we've had. I'm a National Road Freighters Association board member as well, but I'm here in a private capacity today. So we've had some really good interactions with how that they're proceeding with the enforcement. And rolling everything out and the problems within the industry. It's been really positive.
I might just see if Mr. Mark Benasiak has any questions.
Yeah, I might just pick up on some of the questions from my colleague. In terms of education, I know you were reluctant to sort of state a time period, but I'm getting the sense you think there needs to be more built into the course in terms of different levels of competency in terms of particular skills, like you mentioned the emergency braking, dealing with heavier loads, these new bigger trucks. Do you think that's the way forward? Just reviewing the actual qualifications and building more layers of competency or more skills into the course? Or?
I think so. It scares me to see young drivers that. You can see that they're not experienced by the way they throw their trucks around, the way they try and overtake in places. I think there needs to be a little bit. The licensing regime needs to be spread out a little bit. I know the big companies are really struggling to get drivers, but out on the western roads, the way some of the younger drivers throw those big trucks around, the B triples and the double road trains now, it really does scare me.
Do you think that there should be a staged approach to getting younger people behind those vehicles like we have with regular cars, that a P-plater can't be behind a big hotted up Commodore that they had to work their way up to it? Do you think that's a more sensible approach?
I believe so. When you really need to jump on the brakes, when you've got 65 tonne or 85 tonne pushing you, it's a real eye-opener. And I don't think, the way that the licensing is at the moment, I don't think we're building enough experience into these new drivers. And regardless of age, I've seen older drivers make some just silly mistakes. So I think there needs to be a longer period at the lower licensing levels, not necessarily more training with registered training organisations, but more experience behind the wheel before they move up into the bigger trucks. Okay. Because when it all goes south, it's a lot of weight to pull up.
Yeah. Oh, just one other question, picking up on what you said in your opening statement about the state of the roads, and I know Mr. Faraway's talked about the Pacific Highway, but are there specific roads that aren't really up to scratch? And I guess if you could elaborate how that impacts, a driver's driving and also their fatigue management in terms of having to constantly be, I guess, concentrating more.
Absolutely.
If you could just elaborate on any particular roads that you think play a greater, cause greater havoc for truck drivers.
I prefer, even running to Melbourne, I prefer to use the Pacific and the Hume highways, purely because you've got 4 lanes all the way now.
Yeah.
When the bypass at Coffs Harbour is completed, that'll be brilliant. It removes so much risk from the job. You got a lot more room to pull up and refresh. One of the biggest things of driving out west is the vibration. It might not be big vibrations, but it's just constant vibration all day, and that plays on the driver's mind and physically as well. Plus, it increases the damage to the truck as well. But I'd prefer to run down the coast road, what we call it, rather than run out back. But I do know a lot of people prefer out back because there's less traffic. So I'd like to see. I like the idea of the way I think it's Austroads have had the wide. Well, you've trialled it here in New South Wales, where you have the wide centre line. I'd like to see a wider shoulder as well, just to give you that extra room. It's not that much extra work, I would imagine, but it just gives the drivers more room.
I think they've trialled it on the Newell.
And control.
Yeah, the Newell Highway. I think they've trialled that.
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. And even the Bruce Highway, like it's some of those bridges up there. They really need to have another metre either side, just to give you that extra room. But the Pacific and the Hume, I'd use that any day over the Newell.
Yeah,
it's better for the driver, it's better for the truck, and it's safer for the general public, in my view.
I'm probably just one final question, pick up in your submission and look, other people's submissions too. They tell this story about how they're coming up to their time where they need to have their their rest break, and they pull into the closest rest stop and it's full, and then they essentially have to force themselves to essentially bend the rules or break the rules to try and get to the next stop or just get to their final destination. Do you think when we're designing these rest stops we might need to think about maybe a spillover, or how we better cater for those peak periods? Because clearly there'd be some data out there in terms of where people are stopping and where the demand is. Do you think we need to either create a spillover a few k's down the road so you're not driving another 50 to 100?
25-30 kilometres it'd be good, particularly late at night. I've got to Clybucka rest area late at night, and there's been absolutely nothing there. So you pull up, you try and find a spot wherever you can, because then you got Nambucca truck stop, and it's often full. And if you go past Nambucca, you've really got to get into Coffs Harbour before and that's like an hour and a half up the road. So you stop and manage your fatigue as best you can. I really like the idea of with the Pacific Highway, it's been upgraded, so there's not a lot of scope there now. We can expand some of those rest areas, but personally I'd like to see rest areas, or at least pull-off areas, every 50 kilometres, every 70 kilometres. And with the Newell Highway, like that's being upgraded now, it's the perfect time just to have, if you're going to do a realignment, keep the old highway there and tidy it up a bit. And that's what happened with Bundjalung. They realigned the Pacific Highway, and that's probably the best rest area that we've got in Australia. You've got trees either side, so you've got shade, it's quiet, you don't hear the highway roar, and it didn't cost the government too much to do it all.
Thank you. Pass back to the...
Do you have any questions?
Okay? Yep, thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr. Warner, in your submission, and I think Mr. Faraway referred to sort of the law enforcement issues, but you also talk about what drivers are good at and what perhaps they are not so good at, including the paperwork and record keeping. And I wondered what kind of practical suggestions, could come from that? Perhaps then there's literacy issues. What are the types of things that we should be thinking about at that side of?
Well, I've been part of the electronic work diary rollout for probably 2 and a bit years now. I've had a lot of input with 4 companies. When they first come out, they were approved, but they had so many flaws in them, they weren't providing the right information. And I think with the drivers that struggle with literacy, I think the electronic work diary is a far better solution.
Okay.
The problem is that management hasn't quite caught up to what's going on. Mm-hmm. There's the last 3 companies that I've been with, and I've always been fresh produce into Sydney and Melbourne and Adelaide. We're dealing with farmers, and they're slow. There's just so many things, and I think the industry is fearful that with the electronic work diary, if it's made mandatory, it's going to really put the pressure on them to perform rather than fudge a little bit here and fudge a bit there to suit their own personal body clocks. It's an interesting...
Okay, so drivers are worried about that?
Yeah. Because we've got an ecosystem over here, a workplace, and we've got another workplace here, and we're being asked to transport freight between the two. Mm. These people don't really talk together, and we're stuck in the middle trying to make the job complete and to do it safely. So we're really thrown in the deep end, and with drivers that struggle with reading and writing, they might not be able to work out how to best put that in their book so it all looks legal. Mm-hmm. So with the electronic work diary, it's fairly straightforward like that, but you need management to be able to work with you on that area as well. Mm-hmm. I can do a 20-hour day, no problem, but I've learned over the years of how to manage that 20 hours. Mm-hmm. The first employer that I was with, all we done was run fresh produce from the Sunshine Coast down into Sydney. Every day was a 20-hour day, but you learnt very quickly that if you were tired, you stopped and had a power nap, a reset break, and then you continued on. It scares me that the new drivers coming in haven't learnt that yet.
Now this is the whole issue, isn't it? Like, you're talking about 20-hour days.
Yep.
Almost universally now in industries, the most you can work is 14,
mm-hmm.
16 door to door. Mm-hmm. And you've got a situation where, because essentially people have to do this to compete, you're still putting in 20-hour days in a lethal weapon when you're tired. Like that, it seems to me as though there's too much emphasis on training and paperwork and pushing everything onto the driver rather than the structural approach, which is what needs to happen first, and then all the rest is nice to have and comes in and helps. But unless you solve it at its root, you're going to have the same problems, aren't you?
That's right. That's it. Well, I've subcontracted as an employee driver for probably some of the biggest companies. Back in about 2010, 2011, I engaged with the old RTA office. I actually did a Linfox load. It was a 20-hour day. And Mr. Linfox would sit beside me and he'd go, I don't endorse that. But it was subcontracted out. All their trucks only did a 12 or 14-hour day, and the subcontractors did the 20-hour day. And we learnt very quickly. I've been in fresh produce all the time. I probably 10 years doing local with the rigids, doing the farm pickups, and now I do interstate. So I've seen the whole gamut, and I learnt very quickly how to manage my time. It scares the hell out of me now that some guy can, whether he's retrained or straight out of school, go and do a course, be in a truck, do a course on Friday, and be in a B-double or a 30-metre PBS road train on Monday, and he's only had 12 months experience. Scares the hell out of me.
Thank you. There's a couple more questions from the opposition, so I'll go to Mr. Faraway.
Just very quickly, you mentioned, Mr. Warner, about in your submission around when we any government, when they build new infrastructure, and the Pacific Highway is an example, where you then bypass communities and you don't have access to the same level of access to food or fresh food. Which brings my point around service centres. So they've obviously become far more critical to the overall industry because that's where they can pull in with a truck, correct?
Yes, correct.
So what are the minimum level, the minimum standards, I suppose, for you to do your job properly that you want out of a service centre? Because I have a view that, and I'd be interested if you share this, that into the future with our planning, government should be more involved with these service centres about what they offer if we're to support the trucking industry. So in your view, what are the top 3 or 4 things that a service centre should have?
Well, these businesses need to be viable, which is a major challenge. The wages really haven't kept up with the job. So drivers they're on the road 6 days a week. They're sleeping away, and the wages really haven't kept up. So you're pushed all the time. With the service centres that I find, the quality of food's gone down. So you're struggling with that side of it. Then you're struggling with pressures to do the job as well. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
The parking, I suppose, in terms of some of the planning of these service centres, are they not future-proofed enough? Is probably where I'm going in terms of the
definitely
parking.
Not. Just take BP out at Eastern Creek. Like it's way too small now. You've got the businesses that they want to move the chain of responsibility out into the street, away from their control. So everything's pushed back into these truck stops. Rest areas along the way, like they're not too bad. I've got a few little hidey holes that I use, but for new drivers, it's a real struggle, and I think government can play a greater role, not necessarily controlling the rest areas, but utilising the ground around to expand that parking area so you can get the bigger trucks in, more accessibility to the bigger trucks, and probably less chance of overflow and the drivers being forced further up the road, that type of thing.
And Ms. Munro, possibly the last question.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about the green reflectors, and I suspect you're aware of them because you've been very involved in the industry. But through your advocacy work and even through your Facebook page, are you finding that other truck drivers are very aware that they can look out for the reflectors and that that's a useful place for them to stop?
I think the Green Reflector program is probably one of the greatest safety initiatives that the industry's put out there in between the towns. Particularly, I used to do a lot of work out west, out of Griffith, and I run down the centre through Burke and Cobar to go to Adelaide. And the green reflectives out there, you could be, when you see them, it's a relief. So it's just it beggars belief that program has taken so long to get a hold, and I'd like to see it all over Australia.
And do you find that other truck drivers are very aware of it, or does that, like, how does that, is it word of mouth? Are you promoting it through your Facebook page? Are people thanking you for letting them know about it? What's the level of awareness?
Yeah, it's getting up there. The newer drivers, they like pulling up at the truck stops where they've got facilities. But us fellas that have been around, and ladies that have been around for a long time, we tend to just stop in there for 15 minutes and then go and find a hidey hole out in the bush somewhere where it's nice and quiet. And those green reflector bays, they've literally saved my life. I was really struggling on one trip, and it was a long stretch between towns, and when I saw those green reflectors, it was a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was no one else there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for appearing, Mr. Warner. That is the end of that session, and we are going to have a break now for 1.5 hours. So thank you, and I hope you haven't eaten into your sleep time by appearing here, given that you are going. You said you
Got a late tonight.
Yeah, got a long drive tonight.
I just got a message before that I'm heading out at between 8 and 9 o'clock tonight.
Right.
Go to sleep.
Well, thank you very much for appearing. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. I'm glad I could help.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I know.
Okay, welcome. We'll now commence the hearing once again and welcome our next witness. Mr. Parry, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Okay, great. I'll get you to, we'll swear you in. Do you have the oath or affirmation words in front of you?
Yes, I'm happy to read those. I'll read the affirmation.
If you could just state your name and position title and do that, please.
Mark Parry, Managing Director, Ron Finnemore Transport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Parry. And I understand you have a short opening statement to make. Is that correct?
I don't. The only thing I'd like to do is apologise for not being there on purpose in person. Qantas cancelled a flight, and then Rex was caught up with all the airport delays in Sydney. So I appreciate doing this via the WebEx link, but it probably would have been better for all if I was there. But despite best plans, that's not going to happen. That's
just to be assured, we have had a few witnesses to appear via WebEx, and that's not unusual. And
Right.
your evidence is just as influential and powerful as if you were here in person. So please don't let that.
No problems at all.
Yeah. So would you like to make a short opening statement, or do you want us just to proceed with
I'm
questions?
happy to make a statement in that obviously we've submitted a response. I think Ron Finnemore Transport's privately owned company, we're in a good position to be able to participate in this inquiry, given that we've got operations and bases in Wodonga, which is really on the New South Wales border, Goulburn and Wagga and Orange. And we're in and out of Sydney really from those locations on a daily basis. So our business really is about food and fuel in the main, which does lead to some of the nuances in terms of driver hours and things that were covered in the report. And we do cover a range of regional as well as metropolitan areas in the work that we do. We work for customers like Woolworths, Manildra, Baiada, Ampol and the like. So I would say that our customers tend to be that top tier type level as well as Aldi. So I'm happy to take questions as we go, but the reason that we did respond, we felt it was important, and we felt that we were a key player in those particular regions in your state.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Now, so we will proceed straight to questions. We'll go first to the opposition this time. Mr. Sam Faraway.
G'day, Mr. Parry. We have met before. You've had me out to your depot at Orange in my former life as the Regional Transport Minister. But thank you for attending, and you have a very impressive operation. I'm glad that Ron Finnemore Transport is here today because I think you'll be able to give a fair bit of insight. I'd like to start off by, last time I spoke to you, Mr. Parry, you were telling me that you had upwards of maybe 60 to 80 vacancies within the business in terms of vacant driver positions. Is that still the case?
Yeah, it's still very much the case. It'd be 80 to 100. Our fleet is 300 trucks now. When I started some nearly 8 years ago, we were 196. So that sort of gives you an idea of the growth in the fleet. But the driver shortage is not just about that growth. It's the fact that the industry generally isn't seen to be attractive. The driver cohort generally has been ageing, and it's difficult to get young people to enter the industry because of a number of the factors that you're covering during this inquiry.
One of the things I'd like to talk to you about is ways that you have gone about in recruiting, I suppose, more drivers, and how within your organisation do you, I suppose, reward or have incentive for drivers that follow best practice, that work within the rules, regulations, but also you create that workplace and I suppose those incentives for good driving as well. Can you maybe explain to the committee some of that work that you've implemented?
Yes, certainly can. So our wages and conditions are governed by an enterprise agreement, and indeed we've just got a new enterprise agreement approved by Fair Work Commission late September. We're probably in the difficult position as a transport operator in that we're a HC and MC operator with very few heavy rigids. So we do need drivers with experience. The things that we've done obviously is advertise through the various regions. Of late, we've tried to get a labour agreement up because, as you know, drivers are not on the skilled migration list. Unfortunately, that was rejected by the federal government. We've also been advertising in New Zealand, and we've only started that in the last sort of 3 months, and we've had 10 people come across, so I think that's positive. Some of the benefits that we have as a regional transport company is that most of our drivers can be base to base within a day, so they're generally back home. They can enjoy the regional lifestyle and the benefits that provides, and because of our enterprise agreement and being above award, that also attracts people. The specifics to deal with trying to attract and retain people in relation to your question, we have a loyalty increase that occurs for each driver over and above the enterprise agreement for the first 5 years. So you get that on your each year anniversary, and that goes up 0.5% the first year and then 1% thereafter for the next 4 years after that. We also have written into the enterprise agreement a quality and safety incentive, which drivers can earn up to $250 a month, provided that they follow their training, the legal safety requirements of driving and not having any incidents. So, that's again another circa $3,000 over and above that. So they're just a few things that we do, as well as obviously the investment in the fleet. Our prime mover age is slightly less than 2 years old for the entire fleet. And then we supplement that with various technology, including driver and forward-facing cameras, Seeing Machine Guardian technology to monitor fatigue and distractions. And we're just working through now electronic work diaries for drivers to help them manage their time and work better.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Parry, that there has been a significant shift in the trucking sector over the last 5 years, and maybe COVID compounded this, where drivers really want to be home in their own bed of a night? So gone are the days where people would want to be an interstate driver in a bunk in the back of a truck. But people, I suppose, and again COVID explore this view, may have changed this, where a lifestyle choice where the people want to live on the coast and close to depots, or they want to be able to have day trips.
No, I think you're right. We certainly find that. I've been at pains in our organisation to say we not only have an attraction issue, we've got a retention issue. We've got to keep people when we get them. But to your point, typically people in the industry have been used to working with drivers who are happy to work there 5 or 6 days a week, happy to get in a truck at the beginning of the week, do interstate work, sleep in the truck and get back home for a day or two on the weekend. We've got a lot of people, particularly in the regions, and we're a big employer of Indian drivers. We generally find that there are more families with both partners working. So that then puts a greater onus on the driver and a desire to do work that gets them back each night, that gets them back at a reliable time, and also allows their partner to work and manage and share the child duty. So I think the newer generation of drivers has a different expectation and desire than, let's call it, the traditional drivers that we might have seen plus 10 years ago. And I certainly think for whatever reason, COVID has fast-tracked that change.
In your submission, Mr. Parry, you talk obviously the nature of the heavy vehicle industry in the state of New South Wales, and you talk about lots of different obviously operating conditions, but in particular you talk about long distances, but road quality and congestion. Now obviously with some of the depots that you've outlined, you would use the Hume Highway a lot, maybe the Pack Highway a bit, but also the Great Western Highway. And you know that obviously I live in the Central West. In some of the discussions I've had with trucking operators in the Central West, they find the quality of particular highways and a lot of the east-west connectors to the Hume or through to the Pacific Highway are some of the greatest challenges for the trucking industry, and those those roads, those highways themselves are holding back the issue and creating pressures in themselves around congestion, around fatigue because of the stop-starting, but also a massive safety element. In having such a big depot out in Orange, would you agree with that, or do you have any other insights in particular in highways like the Golden or the Great Western Highway that are in significant need of improvement and are really holding back the freight sector by road and the future movement of freight?
Yeah, I would. Living in Albury-Wodonga at the moment, the Hume is a magnificent piece of infrastructure. So when we've got drivers coming from here into Canberra or Sydney, it's very predictable until you start to reach the outskirts, as you've just said. So the congestion in getting from the Hume into distribution centres in Greater Western Sydney or those surrounds into Wyong near Newcastle becomes the difficult and frustrating part for drivers. In and around the Central West, as you said, the Blue Mountains Road has been undergoing significant roadworks during my 8 years with the company, but that continues, and that is sorely needed and probably well behind where it needs to be if the world was an ideal position. Last year in particular, given the floods and rains, and I'm talking about sort of that 12 to 18 month period, those roads in and around Dubbo, Parks, Canoundra, all those feeder roads are in a disgraceful condition, and I'm not having a go at local councils or anybody else, it's just a matter of fact. And the Newell in particular is having a significant cost to organisations such as us because of tyre, truck, suspension and brake damage. So I'd say two things broadly. Getting in and out of metropolitan areas is very, very difficult and does impact on fatigue and drivers' ability to plan their time. And then the capacity and access of those sort of satellite roads in and around the major highways is not in good condition and not really satisfactory for the movement of heavy vehicles as they exist today. And that's been exacerbated by the heavy floods and rains that sort of go back the last 18 months.
How has Ron Finnimore Transport found the transition to the NHVR? And obviously now that we've seen a full transition in New South Wales, have your drivers, or from a company perspective, do you find it's more streamlined, that it's, and has it been a positive move, or has there been issues?
Both. It's been positive in some respects and issues in others. I think if you look at, for instance, permitting, there's still a significant amount of waste, both in terms of time, cost from dollars and people, with regards to getting permitting, because every local council ultimately has to make decisions. And we are a significant and ongoing investor in higher productivity trailing equipment, which brings with it all the safety features and means technically there's less trucks on the road for every pallet moved, but it's very hard to get those last mile permits in place. Even though the NHBR is the regulator of heavy transport, you still have a significant local police presence that looks at trucks and drivers as it should, but I think there tends to be more of a targeting of drivers on minor administrative errors to frankly raise revenue rather than deal with risks. So I think the overall intent of the NHVR is good. There's lots of things that we would point to that have been improvements, but there's still a lot of work to be done to reduce waste and make that side of the compliance and legal requirements more streamlined and efficient.
Moving or changing tack to competency-based driving, I know Ron Finnimore himself has been a huge advocate of this, and I know he has worked with, I think, the LBRCA over the last few years. What do you, as a very reputable and large trucking organisation in New South Wales, what sort of buy-in would your organisation, or do you think more broadly across the industry there is, to go towards a competency-based model, in particular maybe for those wanting to transition careers, but also those that might be finishing school, where mum and dad can see a 5-year career pathway in trucking and where they can obtain a light rigid and go right through to a combination licence and maybe one day eventuate in running the operation of the business or owning their own company. But the point I'm making is, what do you think the model should look like, and how long do you think you need to lock in that youngster over the course of a couple of years to make them competent, to meet community expectations, but also industry standards?
So Ron himself is obviously a strong advocate of competency-based training, and it's worth remembering. I mean, you talk about a person who started driving a truck who might be running an operation or a company. Ron started as a truck driver. Look at the size of his operation now. I'm a strong advocate and supporter of competency-based training. You know, there's that oft-used line that you can get a pilot's license and start to fly a plane at 16, but you can't start to develop your career in logistics. The current system allows people at a certain age to get into a truck, get some training and be on the road in a very short space of time without necessarily being competent. For our organisation, before we employ anybody and put them on the road, they go through a full driver assessment, a number of criminal, medical and other checks, but then they go through a full week in induction and buddy runs regardless of how long they've been in the industry. So we and I support competency-based training. I don't think it's necessarily should be age limited, because that precludes young people making a start in logistics and choosing that as a career. We think that it should be like an apprentice type system where you are working for a company such as us that not only has an enterprise agreement, which means we're paying well, we've got the technology and we've got the systems to train people and hopefully develop their career. So I'm a strong advocate for that and believe that change would make the industry safer, more attractive, and potentially allow people to start their career before they find something else and then that passes them by.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from government members now. Dr. Kane.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Parry, for appearing. I wonder if I might ask you a question about your submission. In talking about over-height incidents, but also you do also draw comparison with the utilisation of rest areas and fatigue management. You talk about the over-height incidents and the use of fatigue management practices as often linked to time constraints and inadequate training. We've heard a little bit about what you've had to say about training, although you could be more specific if you wanted to. But I wondered, what are the issues, what are the time constraints, what are those pressures that you refer to throughout your submission?
If I talk specifically about our business, we have a contractual requirement of hitting 99.6% of all of our deliveries within an hour window. Mm-hmm. So you can imagine a truck leaving Orange, going down over the Blue Mountains, into Sydney, into a distribution centre, loading, back up over the Blue Mountains, into a supermarket. I often use the analogy that if you get in a car today to go to the airport and you're on time, you have no anxiety. We all feel good. It's amazing if we feel that we're running a little late, we think we've got every red light, we think every car in front of us is the slowest vehicle on the road, and that increases anxiety. So my reference to fatigue and driver anxiety really is nearly all drivers have to be somewhere within a time limit, and if there's any delay, be that unintentional on the road or whatever else, then that creates anxiety. And the risk for anxious people is they take shortcuts. Whether they try to fudge a work diary, whether they don't do their load restraint right, whether they don't even think about it because they're in a rush to get back out. All of those things come into play. With regards to the overheight and other things that we've spoke about, the technology in the trucks now, as for example for us, gives us the ability to geo-fence specific locations and alert a driver before they get there. So we have some sites where we know drivers have incidents, so we alert them before they get there, saying you are approaching a site where there's been many incidents. That technology is now evolving to the state that I think within the next 12 months we'll be able to match those messages to the individual driver. So imagine if you have a driver who's had a number of overhide incidents or whatever else. Imagine having a geofence they're within a kilometre of where they normally have those issues, reminding them what they need to do. But, going back to the start, nobody has an intention to hurt themselves, nobody has an intention to go out and hurt anybody. But I do think the anxiety to either hit your delivery window and or get home at your designated time to your partner can create circumstances where people either forget their training, neglect their training, or take shortcuts.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I have a follow-up question. We've heard a lot today, and if you've had an interest in transport for a while, the economic pressures are something that come up a lot. The economic pressures that are sort of exacerbated down those supply chains. It's something that comes up a lot and has today as well. And I wonder, without asking you to reveal anything that's commercially sensitive, but you're managing to hold on to these large contracts that you're talking about, whilst paying above award wages and also apparently investing in training and other things. And I wonder, what is it, because obviously there's pressure in any industry. If there's a downward pressure, then the better operators feel that pressure to cut corners as well. What is it that differentiates your approach, and that from what we're hearing allows it to be different?
Now, let me say that I'm not a transport person. I've been in this business 8 years, but I've worked for BHP and mining, manufacturing, whatever else. So I'll stay up front. I cannot understand for the life of me why someone would own 1, 2 or 4 trucks.
Right.
Because I know how expensive it is to run a truck.
Okay, so we're talking economies of scale.
Economies of scale, and the fact that, our drivers get paid every day regardless of what work they do, and they know they're going to get paid. If you're a single operator or running a small fleet and your truck's not on the road, you're not getting paid. So I understand, and then it reflects on your ability to fund your family and your mortgage and everything else. But coming specifically to our organisation, we've got an owner that's been in the business for 50 plus years. We are very disciplined about what we do. We don't chase the top line at the expense of the bottom line. We are very vocal on saying we are not the cheapest, but we seek to be the best, and we want to differentiate ourselves on reliability and safety. We don't tender for work that has extended payment terms, because our major customers don't have extended payment terms. And without disclosing companies, there are some large multinational companies that will only tender for contracts for 12 months and have 180-day terms to begin with, and are notorious at changing those contracts every 12 months. So imagine you were all excited about winning a contract with major company X. You're not going to get paid for 180 days, and at the end of 12 months, they'll switch to somebody else, and you've still got 180 days before you get all your money in the bank. So, some of those commercial pressures are decisions that people make, but going back to the start, if you're a small operator and every cent counts, sometimes you've got to chase the top line at the risk of margin, and you don't necessarily have the power or wherewithal to say, well, if it doesn't suit us, we won't do it. That's our approach. We don't tender for all work. We tender if we believe we can add value. We tender if we believe we can make money out of a contract and a customer. And we won't tender or win work if we think it puts current work and contracts at risk. That's where the discipline sits for us.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Your submission talks about enforcement and the need to focus on particular behaviour and driving. What would you consider to be really the risky behaviour and driving that needs to be that focus? What is the focus that you're talking about?
We have the ability in our company to monitor speed for every kilometre where there's a speed posted sign. So to me, overspeeding is unacceptable in a heavy vehicle. Working outside our legal working hours to me is unacceptable. Driving a truck that's not properly and appropriately maintained is unacceptable. Where I think drivers and we get frustrated is where a law enforcement officer will pull someone up, go through a logbook and find that a date's missing 10 days ago or something's not signed right. That's got nothing to do with fatigue or managing risk. That's about raising revenue and administrative fines. So, I come back to the basics of mass management, fatigue, speed, and ensuring that we never ask or seek our drivers to do something that causes them to break the law is where the focus should be. But for companies increasingly who invest in safe modern fleet, using Guardian technology or telematics and the like, the law enforcement agencies, are free to come in and look at us anytime, and we applaud and support that. But there should be a recognition that there are a lot of companies who do the right thing day in, day out. There are a lot of drivers who do the right thing day in, day out. And there should be a greater focus on those drivers, companies or equipment that's more at risk on the road.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from the cross bench, Mr. Mark Bonasiak.
Thank you, and thank you, Mark, for appearing before us. I just want to pick up on some of the questions around the training. How would your organisation rate the current standard of training being offered by the RTOs at the moment? I note that you said that you implement your own sort of systems in place in terms of buddying and doing your own, I guess, assessment of the driver that comes before you. Is part of the reason of that you don't necessarily trust the consistency of that training amongst the providers?
That's too broad a question for me to be specific on the RTOs, but let me try and be specific in my answer. When a driver comes to you, they could have been driving. They've got to drive for at least 12 months before they come to us. That's our requirement, but they could have been driving for many years. There's not necessarily a correlation between a highly experienced driver and one with less experience. It comes back to their skill, capability, and who they were trained by. I think there are some very good RTOs, but we've got a prime mover that's worth circa $250,000. We've got trailer equipment that's worth, close to another $1 million, and then you've got the cargo in the back. So you bring a driver in, you really are giving them $1 million to $1.5 million piece of equipment to go on the road. We want to make sure they're safe. We want to make sure the other road users are safe. So I would never sit and say that, somebody's gone to an RTO that we think is gold class, therefore they're all right. We're always going to do our own assessment to make sure that they are okay, that they do meet our standard and requirements. And the other thing for a company such as us, because we continue to invest in high productivity trailing equipment, it tends to be at the limit in terms of size, and loading docks, unloading docks, sites that you deliver to, they have changed for the last 20 odd years. So it's always tight to get drivers in and out, and damage to equipment can be very, very expensive. As well as, if you're in one of our Scanias, Volvos, Daimlers, it's the same as driving a Volvo or Mercedes car, and the sensors in and around those, what was previously a damaged bumper or a guard can now be a $2,000 sensor. So I think the quality of RTOs will vary, rightfully so, across the country, but the only way to see if someone's truly capable is to assess and test them with our driver trainers.
Okay, and just picking up on what you just said there, and in your submission you talked about the average age of your fleet, and you were just talking then before about the changing nature of the variability of conditions that a driver will experience. Do you think the training actually is kept up to pace with the technology now in vehicles and the variable conditions that your drivers will face, or do you think we're in need to do an upgrade in what the course is testing?
I think there's certainly a need to an upgrade. Do you know all the features on your mobile phone today? Do you know all the features in your own car and you're a car driver? And I'm not being rude when I say that. The technology in the trucks continues to evolve. We're in a very fortunate position that we have very good and strong relationships with the truck OEMs, original equipment providers, and we insist that their driver trainers come in and train our driver trainers and our drivers in how best to manage and drive the new equipment. And perhaps a case in point, we had the Benz driver trainer talking to our driver training group, so our driver trainers themselves. And it was amazing how many of them said, I've been driving these trucks for 15, 20 plus years, and there were some things that I've learned today. Mm-hmm. Now, I do think that we're probably at the upper end in terms of people who invest in these things and take this extremely seriously, and yet we've got those driver trainers saying that. what would that say about the rest of the industry? I think, the training needs to continue to evolve and improve as the technology and the equipment does.
Yeah, I think that was my concern. Is you guys sound like one of the leaders in this space, and it's the variability in I guess that level of training, on the job training, that concerns me between the different organisations. So thank you.
I'll just add one more thing, and anybody who's got telematics can do this, but to give you an example, we know for every driver every day their performance scores. We measure speed, harsh braking, over revving, fuel economy, and anticipation. And that anticipation is the time from foot off brake onto accelerator or off accelerator onto brake, which gives you a view of how harsh or otherwise they're driving the truck. We rate them, they're scored, it's put up on the notice board. That creates some peer group pressure to want to improve. But the technology starts to give you the ability to do that, and more the trucking companies, the Benzes, the Volvos and the like, do the same through their telematics systems, and all of those things are available to the industry if they choose to use them.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from Ms. Jackie Munro now.
Thank you so much for appearing today. And my questions lead on from that. It's really around the use of digital technologies and the telematics that you collect. My question is, has the collection of that data allowed you to change your business operations, or how has it allowed you to keep your drivers safer?
I'm going to give you a few examples. I'm going to talk about technology as a sword and a shield. If you're overspeeding when you have an accident, if you're on a mobile phone, if you're distracted, our technology will tell us, and it will tell the law enforcement agencies. I can tell you it's almost the 80-20 rule. 80% of the time the technology is actually used as a shield. The ability to show a driver a video of them having a fatigue event is a very sobering thing, because when you first ask them, they say it hasn't happened. But we know it's happened because we're monitoring and measuring it every day. So every trucking company on the road and every driver at some stage is having a fatigue event. Despite all of that technology in our training, we still have drivers who use mobile phones, even though they know they're being detected, which is the sword. Having the technology allows you to identify the societal issues that exist in your business and try and change behaviour. And we'll always have the aim to change behaviour, because if a driver goes somewhere else, they'll do that and they won't have the ability to have the technology to help them. I think more and more those things are going to be tools that can help us, in terms of the sword and the shield, modify behaviour and train people. And particularly as less experienced drivers come into the industry, having all of that technology and tools and helping coach and guide them can get them to be a better driver and hopefully be that for a long period of time. So I can put my hand on my heart and tell you that I've seen fatigue events that, but for the technology, would have resulted in deaths. I have no doubt about that. There was a multiple fatality at Chiltern, just outside of Wodonga. You probably all saw it a few months ago, where our driver was doing just on 100 in the 110 zone, and a car's pulled straight out in front of him. We knew that within an hour that driver wasn't to blame. That didn't help us in terms of the 4 fatalities, but it certainly took away the fact that that heavy vehicle driver may have been at risk or caused the accident. So strong advocate of technology, and believe that it is a very strong aid to helping identify at-risk behaviour and train people through that.
And do you think that there are commonalities around any inhibiting factors that prevent other businesses from taking on this technology?
I think some people can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, if they can't afford it, they just haven't yet woken up to the cost of getting these things wrong.
Mm.
I do see it as an investment, and I guess that's easy to say when you're a company like us. But as Ron says, with this technology, it really gives him the ability to sleep at night. It would be something that I would make mandatory. So if you're going to have a contract with Coles or a Woolies or a Baiada, you can't have a contract with them unless you've got this technology. So that's starting to happen. It's that old adage that, you know, what happens on the racetracks today will be in passenger vehicles in 5 to 10 years. This technology is here, it's now. It isn't cost prohibitive if you think of the risks of getting it wrong. Insurers do give you a lower premium when you do invest, but I do think that it's something that should become mandatory and would help make the roads safer and help identify at-risk driver behaviour.
And just finally on that, who do you share your data with?
Generally our drivers and our workforce, but if we've had an incident or an accident, we don't wait for the police to subpoena us. We make all of our data and information available to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions again from Dr. Kane.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Perry. I have a question about the technology, and I appreciate the examples you've given and the benefits that you spoke about. But earlier on, you also spoke about the anxiety that drivers experience when they might miss their hour slot for delivery. And obviously, you know, you're trying to encourage the safest behaviour through the use of technology. Doesn't, though, that monitoring also create a level, that monitoring and I guess, even though there are benefits to peer pressure, but that sharing of data, does that not create a different anxiety that somehow you need to mitigate as well? And how do you go about doing that? Because I can imagine in any workplace environment, constant surveillance is stressful. So how do you counter that?
Any change has been difficult. So obviously we had a very slow start to introducing this technology, did it through voluntary basis, and then we educate people. The important part is that you are not being constantly monitored. Right? You can't sit there and monitor this thing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for all your drivers. The technology is such that it's activated by a harsh brake. It can be activated by a driver pushing a button. And in terms of the fatigue and distraction technology, it's only activated when the technology picks up that somebody's using a phone or their eyes are closing. It's not actually 24/7.
But you did say there is a performance monitoring aspect daily.
Oh yeah, in terms of the telematics, yeah, that's certainly there. But again, I think drivers are used to that. They're probably not to the level of granularity that we use, but drivers have had tachomatics and digital speeds and, you know, the ability of the police to plug into the truck for a long period of time. All I say is that when we're currently in the process of introducing electronic work diaries, for instance, and we're doing that on a voluntary basis. There is certainly a lot of work involved in managing change. And interesting for me, we had a driver leave us because he didn't like the driver safety system, as we call it, driver facing, forward tracing, telematics and the fatigue management. He came back to us and said, I will not drive a truck without it because I realise it's there to keep me safe. And I think if you give people that message and that's the way you use it, then you'll get a much better response.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Parry, for appearing today. Once again, your evidence was very useful, and don't worry about the fact you couldn't get here in person. So thank you very much. We, I think, have all of our next witnesses to start the next session, so we'll call our next witnesses. Thank you. See you later, Mr. Parry.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks. You all sworn in. So if you could all please, starting from my left with Mr. Ryan, if you could all please state your name and position title, then swear either an oath or an affirmation, the words which I understand are in front of you. So starting with you, Mr. Ryan.
Paul Ryan. I'm Chair of the Transport Education Audit Compliance Health Organisation. I'm also on the board of Healthy Heads in Trucks and Sheds, and for full disclosure, I'm on a federal government committee, the Heavy Vehicle Rest Area Steering Committee, under the chairmanship of Senator Glenn Sterle. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Earl?
Excuse me. Simon Earl, I'm the Chief Executive Officer and Company Secretary of the Transport Education Audit Compliance Health Organisation, TECHO. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hill, is it? Or Ross Hill? Hill?
Yeah, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
If you could sit. My name's Peter Hill. I'm the CEO of the Sutton Road Training Centre and Transport Industry Skills Centre, RTO and a training centre. We're based in the ACT on the border with Queanbeyan, servicing New South Wales and the ACT. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Hughes.
Hi, Andy Hughes, Senior Trainer at the Sutton Road Training Centre. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now for opening statements. Who of you, maybe first of all, have opening statements to make? So, yep, do you all have opening statements or just a couple of you? Or just one? Oh, okay, two. Okay, great.
Just
Mr. Ryan first.
To an extent, by introducing myself, I've made some direction towards the opening statement, but my experience is about 40 years in the transport industry, principally in the industrial relations space. I've been chair of the Transport Education Audit Compliance Health Organisation for the last coming up for 3 years, and during that period of time we're a research-based organisation that focuses on research into the transport industry to provide some information often prepared by academics that we can then take to government at both federal and state level to hopefully lead to a better operating and safer transport industry. And we're in the process currently of finalising an inquiry into the impact of COVID and infection control in the transport industry. All the various border closures impacted our industry, in our view, often unnecessarily, because as an industry, our ability to control infection was pretty good. We've also done research into work health and safety in the road transport industry, and that's found that existing models of regulation and enforcement are complex and often overlapping. You can be legal when you're driving in New South Wales. No, but the best example is you can be legal driving a truck in Queensland, you cross into New South Wales, you're illegal, you go back to Victoria, you're legal again. Same truck, just the different nuances that the various state governments put around their transport law. And in terms of rest areas, I'll put it out there directly. The federal government, the steering committee I'm on, the federal government has $140 million to assist states and local councils apply for rest area funding within the parameters as determined by the Minister. Our role on that steering committee is to determine the merit of those applications and then allocate funds accordingly, with obviously the Minister having the final sign-off. If the state government applies for funding, the feds will match it 50-50. If the local council applies, the feds will contribute 80% and the council 20%. It's for build and renovate. It's not for maintenance, which is, in our view, a critical issue around rest areas. I've probably prattled on enough,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Mr Hill, you've also got a short opening statement. Thank you.
Firstly, I'd probably like to say that we appreciate the opportunity to appear before the committee to answer any questions in relation to education and training. That's our forte. The Sutton Road Driver Training Centre has been around for quite a long time. We're probably one of the largest educational training centres of our type in the country. We are quite fortunate that our facility, although owned by the ACT, my organisation leases from the ACT on a fairly extended lease basis. We service both New South Wales and the ACT in the heavy vehicle industry and other industries as well, in light vehicle training and some other stuff that we do. We're a not-for-profit organisation, and I think that puts us in a place where we're not as commercially driven as some others, and so that gives us more of a focus into the things that we see as important. And road safety is the thing that we see as important. Safer roads and safer drivers is our motto. The facility is the former AFP driver training facility, and so it was purpose-built as a driver training facility. We've added to that, but it is a driver training facility rather than anything else. We cover all heavy vehicle licences, licence classes in the ACT and New South Wales. And I suppose I'd probably finish with just that we believe that road safety starts at the steering wheel. We believe there's three parts to road safety. There's the vehicle, there's the environment, with the roads, etc., and all of the stuff that goes with that. And the money that's been invested in those things. But the other third part of that is, and most importantly, is the driver behind the wheel, whether it's in a light vehicle space or the heavy vehicle space. We believe that road safety starts at the steering wheel, starts with the driver and education.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's proceed to questions, starting with government members. Dr. Sarah Kane.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you all very much for appearing today. My question to begin with is to Mr. Ryan and Mr. Earl. One of the things I know that TECHO does is administer the blue card training passport system. I wondered if you could talk the committee through what that is, how does a driver get one, and what's it intended to do?
Thank you, Dr. Kane. The blue card training system, essentially it's setting out to establish a minimum level of occupational health and safety training for all workers in the transport industry. I'll make clear that it's not something which is mandated. In other industries, such as the rail industry, the maritime industry, construction industry with a white card, such programs are actually mandated because these are high-risk industries. So the transport industry, it is not. In New South Wales, there's a contract determination, however, for contract workers under Chapter 6, whereby contract workers, there is an obligation of employers who are employing those contractors to undertake a blue card training program, which is based on a single unit of competency, follow work health and safety procedures. There are also a number of employers that may have embedded in their industrial agreements an agreement to provide such training, but again, it's not mandated. What this essentially entails is a half a day of training, which covers a range of OH&S related functions and knowledge. Once a person attends training at an RTO, and it can't just be any RTO, you would understand the training system. RTOs are regulated under the Australian Skills and Quality Authority, so there's a whole range of checks and balances in place that authorise those RTOs to undertake training. If it's a training which is going to lead to a blue card, then TECHO has its own oversight of RTOs where they will apply to us to deliver the training which leads to a blue card. So we'll do our own assessment of those RTOs to ensure that above what ASC was regulating, and we know that ASC went through a phase of, I guess, promoting self-regulation for RTOs. So we wanted to make sure that RTOs, beyond what ASC was looking at, that they're actually delivering training which is transport specific, and also that the trainers have transport industry experience, so that the training is going to be fit for purpose. So once a applicant or a trainee goes through the training program, the RTO notifies TICHO that they have achieved the competency, and then TICHO will issue a blue card, which will designate that that person has been trained in that unit of competency. The blue card's designed to be a skills passport, so beyond the initial WHS unit that a person might undertake, there is the scope to add other units as part of a skills passport if that's so determined. We're in early phases of trying to promote this skills passport to industry currently, but the blue card, the single unit as it stands, we're doing roughly this year about 700 new blue cards a month. So it's something which is really starting to be embraced by industry as a minimum standard.
Can I just ask a related question, but a bit more sort of high level? So, in evidence this morning, we heard that, like in an ideal world, right, if the training and the enforcement and the regulatory oversight was perfect, you get this situation where drivers couldn't undercut each other, basically, right? So you would get, if the enforcement was strong enough and the regulatory regime was tight enough and everything was working perfectly, you wouldn't get this price-taking model, which was put on evidence this morning. But what was put to us was that in the practical world, that's just not going to happen because we just won't have the resource to enforce every single regulatory requirement on a driver, right? And obviously the culture is important too, but inevitably the evidence was you're going to get people competing to undercut each other on safety so that they can win the contracts and whatnot. I just want to get a view from you guys as to what is the balance between that and economic regulation at the top end of the supply chain. Like, is it a combination of enforcement and economic regulation, or does the emphasis have to be on economic regulation notwithstanding the training and regulatory requirements as well? Because there's a bit of a tension between those two, and some evidence emphasises the training and the regulation, and others is emphasising the economic regulation. I'm just interested to know what the balance there is.
Perhaps I'll take that question. I haven't got my glasses on. I think it's Mr. Buttigieg.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
That was good. One of the, in my 40 years experience in the transport industry, the industry has always been, apart from about 2 years, price takers. So whatever, and Mr. Parry made the point, I thought very, very well previously, that some of those people at the top of the supply chain will now say, we only want a 12-month contract and we want to pay you on 90 or 180 days. Now, that might be fine for a company that has enough cash flow to be able to manage that. But these figures will be close enough to being 100% accurate, but Toll, Linfox, Finamores, DHL, K&S, the larger transport companies probably carry about 15 to 20% of the freight that moves around this country. So most of it's done by smaller family companies and owner-drivers. And the owner-driver might be the second, third or fourth down the line. And everyone clips the ticket on each transaction. So what might start off as a $100 job becomes 98, becomes 95, becomes 90, becomes 85. And the person down the bottom of the chain has very little opportunity. They can not take it, but if you're a truck driver and that's what, and your house is on the line, you'll take it. And you'll take it, and that might mean you've got to drive back empty.
Yeah.
But you'll take it. Now, so that's from the top end of the supply chain looking down, Mr. Buttigieg. The training and the enforcement, in my view, the police on the roads in New South Wales are more concerned, as Mark Parry said, They're more concerned that Wollongong spelt correctly than actually dealing with the issue of the safety of the trucks on the road and the way people drive around those trucks. And this probably goes off a little bit, but I'm not aware if any state, when you go as a 17 or 18-year-old to get your licence, you have to do 120 hours, but nowhere am I aware that it says you must spend 20 hours driving around trucks, driving around heavy vehicles. Now that's not a difficult thing to implement, but imagine if people, when they got their licence, they had the experience of driving around trucks. It takes 100 metres to stop a fully loaded B-double doing 60 kilometres an hour. 100 metres. Now, most people don't understand that. Most people don't realise that if they jam on the brakes and they got a truck behind them that's fully laden, they'll end up in hospital. So I'm coming back to the regulation training aspect, the training of drivers, and the other point I'd make is licence progression in most of the states is based on a period of time. So you can get your car licence, you can have that for a certain period of time, and then you can come back and get a light vehicle licence, light truck licence. You can have that for 12 months, come back and get a heavy rigid licence. You may not have driven a truck in that period of time, but as long as you jump each 12-month period, depending on which particular state you're in, you can upgrade your licence. So you can have people who are driving B-doubles with very little experience because they've simply filled in the necessary time periods. And, you know, again, our friends from Sutton Road Training Centre, they will tell you that some of the people they get, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but some of the people they get who wish to drive shouldn't be out on the road at all. So a long-winded answer, I'm sorry.
No, that's good, thanks.
Thank you. Could I ask maybe all of you for responses on this? As I said, we've heard a lot about what's seen as, I guess, deficient training currently for drivers. And I wondered if you could, and maybe this might be Mr. Hill and Mr. Hughes, talk about what currently is the standard kind of training that a driver would see, and then contrast that with what would be best practice.
Sure. You go ahead with what currently is, and I'll take it from there.
Yeah, well, I'm accredited HVCBA in New South Wales. We operate in the ACT, but we have a very firm relationship and understand heavy vehicle competency-based assessment. And it's rigorous, it's detailed, and I'd like to say that we hit that mark every time. So if the question is about what is the benchmark, well, I'd like to say that we try and hit that every time. For me to address the reference to shaping driver practice in that regard, we got all sorts, and we have to establish very quickly where they're at in regard to their skills, their experience and their attitude is the starting point before we ever even enter into that training and assessment process. I've got 1.5 million kilometres worth of logbooks as well, so if I'm a subject matter expert, it's from practical experience. And the people that I've met that come to us with an expectation that they get a licence quite easily because that seems to be the accepted practice, we set them straight very quickly. Through COVID, there was a financial aspect to that, pressures to get their new job driving a truck because they lost their old job. But we're not going to shortcut or streamline that process where others may. I hope that answers the question somewhat.
I think it answers the question about your practice, which is good to hear.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm
That's
interested.
all I've got.
I guess I'm interested in, as I said, we've heard a lot about, and a lot of the submissions talk about problems with training and the training not being adequate, also international licensing and international drivers and whether they're equipped to deal with conditions on our roads. So I guess I'm trying to get, so as I said, we've read that it's not good enough, and I'm trying to gauge what not good enough looks like. Is it that you do a half day and you do your online thing and that's it? Are there aspects that are missing? What's the general practice, and then what should we be looking to make sure is provided? I don't know if open to
yeah, I might take that one. So the general practice for New South Wales is, depending on the licence class you're going for, but if you're going for a medium rigid licence, you can come in, and correct me here if I'm wrong, Andy, but a driver can come in and ask to be assessed for their licence. We'll undertake that assessment, which lasts an hour and a half. And then with that completed paperwork, they can go to New South Wales, Service New South Wales or whatever, and have their licence issued to them.
Right.
So that's basically without any training whatsoever.
Right.
That's the possibility. To help out with that process for everybody, I'll just explain a little bit about what we do very quickly. We won't do that. If somebody comes to us, we insist on doing a two-hour training session with them to start with, just to see where they're at. And I touched earlier that we are really fortunate in the facility that we've got. We've got a driver training circuit 2.5 kilometres long that's purpose-built for driver training for police, but it serves what we need as well. So we'll take them for a drive around that track in our trucks to start with, to see where they're at. Now, Andy and the other senior trainers will give a really good assessment of that at the end of the 2 hours and say, you are not ready for assessment, or you are ready for assessment, or what you are ready for is further training, or in my opinion, I don't think that you are there today, and what you really need to do is to go and do some training elsewhere first, get some time behind a wheel, and then come back and see us again. We'll give you some more training and an assessment. Now, if I were to do that for John Smith that came in on Monday and say to him, or my team say to him, look, you're not ready yet. If the pressure is on him to get his licence, there are dozens of RTOs, and I can point him in the right direction, which we wouldn't do. But he can go to another RTO, pay an extra $800, and he'll pick up his paperwork that afternoon, and then be able to go down to progress that through.
This is
his
not
licence.
uncommon this is not isolated to the trucking industry, by the
No,
way,
no,
as
it's
you would
not.
know.
Yeah. So that's where the training's at. How do we fix that? I think that's a long process. I think that whole process about we have the same problem with the grey nomads at the moment, towing caravans around the country, particularly in Canberra, where we're located. We find public servants, that have finished up at 55, 60, long career in the public service, a good CSS pension or PSS pension, a big lump sum. They buy a big four-wheel drive, a big caravan, and head off down the highway. They need training, and we deliver that training to them too as well. But that's not regulated, so it's a regulation thing, I suppose. But certainly the training of heavy vehicle operators, we believe, needs to move forward. It needs to grow.
Could I just ask an associated?
Can I just go
sure.
to the? We can probably come back to you. I just want to make sure. We'll go to you,
Yeah,
Mr. Benazia.
Mine's really associated with what we're talking about here. So, as an industry, or even yourself in particular, Mr. Hill and Mr. Hughes, when was the last time you went through a performance audit with ASPRO?
We're due for an audit next year.
Okay. Is that just you in itself, or is the industry being audited more broadly? As in terms of RTOs that are providing the heavy vehicle training, is it just you, or to your knowledge is ASPRO going through all of you?
No, what's happening next year for us in particular is that our period of registration will come to an end, and we'll have a 12-month audit period. So ASPRO will come through and audit us, and they'll look back over our records to make sure that we've been compliant. All RTOs are required to self-audit every year in any case, and there's a number of steps throughout the year where you need to report back to ASQA. But yeah, ours is just in relation to our...
I'm reasonably familiar with the process, but I just know the performance audits where they come in and give you a good once over are very few and far between quite often. So and can vary.
And can vary, yes.
Yeah. So my concern is if, like, I look at your submission and you quote from the Australian Driver Trainers Association where they talk about being able to do it, churn people through in 5 hours. I think you put that in there to highlight that that's not what you guys do. But it seems to me if you've got people knowingly doing that, and they're quite blatant. I've seen the advertisement where we can put you through, get you a medium rigid in 4 hours. Why aren't ASPRA picking up on it? If everyone else is, if the industry's picking up on it, and people like us are picking up on the fact that you've got these shanty RTOs, why aren't ASPRA picking up on it?
Look,
it's probably not a question for you, but
well, I can answer it for you in the sense that to be a heavy vehicle assessor for New South Wales, you can simply be an assessor. You don't need to be an RTO. So that training doesn't have to take place. And attached to the training for the licence class that you're going for, there's not necessarily a qualification, a national qualification attached to that. Currently, we do that. And I'm not trying to sell TISC, but TISC is the RTO. We attach a qualification to the licence training as well. And so that means that our training then has to be, longer and better because it's regulated. But look, mostly the RTOs that we've checked into don't necessarily offer that qualification. They offer the training if needed, but they offer the assessment more than anything else. Because again, the assessment's where the money is. For an RTO that is commercially, looking forward to make the money to build their business, they'll do the assessment.
So essentially, I could go to someone who drives a truck. They could give me a couple hours behind the wheel, teach me the basics, and then I could go get assessed.
You could go to any registered assessor and be assessed. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition now. Mr. Farrell.
To Mr. Ryan, to your point about obviously the time, it's a very good point because that's the way the system is structured now. But in a perfect world, how do you think a competency-based system should look then? Because I suppose, to your point, it shouldn't matter about age, and this is the specific theme I want to put to that question, and with your answer, is around the industry having the pressures of not having enough new drivers coming through the pipeline and making trucking look attractive, and maybe for school leavers who could be very competent in a short period of time and maybe better drivers than that guy or that lady or whoever that gets a combination licence after a couple of years who's probably had very little experience.
I'll start with a little bit of history. In 1972, I obtained my driver's licence with 10 lessons from a driving instructor, essentially 10 hours. Now, you can't get a driver's licence until you do 120 hours, properly supervised training. Your point about, back in history, a lot of people who are now getting towards the end of their working life in the transport industry spent time with their father in the truck because that was what was done in those days. That's no longer, except in very few circumstances, it doesn't happen anymore. So they had a passion for the industry. We need to generate that passion in the kids that are leaving school. You work in the transport industry, it's a hard industry. Basically, you're expected to work between 48 and 52 hours a week. And that's a byproduct of the fact that perhaps the wages are too low, and so overtime becomes important. But equally, if somebody wants to be, you can get a pilot's license in this country, I think it's 16. So you can fly a plane, but you can't drive a truck. NTI, National Transport Insurance, will now issue insurance policies that a driver in their early 20s, 22, 23, they will insure them to drive a B-double. But that's also been very much an issue in the past. So if we can develop a career path so that children coming out of school can see, and both male and female, coming out of school can see that, yes, we can learn, we can join this industry, and we can see a future in the industry. As a society, we will be a much better place. Now, it's not as simple as simply going and picking kids as they finish through, as they finish year 10 or 11, or these days it seems to be year 12. So I think it's, and the industry is taking steps to develop an apprenticeship in conjunction with the federal government, and we hope that that would have some nationwide application so that people can come in and it's not just about training to be a driver, it's training for the industry. Driving is simply one component of an enormous industry. There are loaders, there are schedulers, there are managers, ops managers. There are people with skills, human resource skills. We've got to also help people with mental awareness, mental health awareness skills. As an industry, we don't do that very well. And I'm not aware, some companies will have some training around mental health awareness, but I'm pretty sure that most of the RTOs don't run any training around mental health awareness. And a long-distance truck driver, now bear in mind that a long-distance truck driver is someone who is broadly defined as someone who drives more than 500 cliques. Most of the freight, about 90% of the freight in Australia, doesn't move more than 100 kilometres from where it's imported or manufactured. So only about 10% of freight is moved by long-distance road transport drivers of the road freight. So that's what everybody thinks the transport industry is. It's moving freight from Melbourne to Sydney or Melbourne to Brisbane or wherever it might be. That's only about 10% of what goes on road. Most of it is moved around Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, the metropolitan areas. So again, that's a completely different context to which we hope some of the kids coming out of school can aspire to.
Would you agree, and obviously trying to move towards competency and away from a tick-the-box frame,
Yep.
a tick-the-box timeline process, in consultation I had with industry in the last term of Parliament, in my previous role, a lot of stakeholders in industry said to me that you'd need to lock in a younger person at 18 out of school, lock them in with the same trucking operator, same organisation for a period of 2 years, so you could make sure that over that period of 2 years that they came out an accomplished transport operator.
And hopefully an apprenticeship system will deliver something along those lines.
Yeah, but you would agree with that?
I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay. I suppose, what is your understanding of industry buy-in for this? Because I suppose a lot of people think when you have the youngest driver on the fleet or the one that is the least experienced, you put them in the oldest truck because they're not too hard on the gear and they can learn in that. When in actual fact, I think the industry has probably evolved so much since then, when we've heard the likes of Ron Fittimore Transport, who would probably, you know, they have the latest tech, they have the telematics, they've got everything in these trucks now, because you've got with the load, what's in the back of the truck and the value of the truck, you're $1.5 million. So they're large amounts of money. So do you think that has changed throughout the industry now, and there's enough industry buy-in for a competency-based framework and some form of apprenticeship?
On the spectrum, we're probably about 65 to 70% along the line, moving towards the end that you're suggesting is most beneficial. You will always have a group of owner-operators who want to do their own thing. and they will do their own thing. But the Finnemores, the tolls, the larger companies, they're beginning to understand that you've got to, the culture's changing, and you've got to bring in people and bring them along on a journey with that particular company.
A question for any of our witnesses, and it's around the accreditation of a potential apprenticeship or competency-based driver program or in apprenticeship. A lot of people have said to me that if you're going to have a competency-based system, you've got to have someone who is properly accredited to do it, not just any training organisation. And I'm probably would be interested in any of the witnesses' views on this around what would that look like, especially if the state of New South Wales were to trial something like this, or the federal government come with some form of apprenticeship scheme. It can't just be any RTO. It's actually got to be ones that are specialised in, they're actual truck drivers that can actually do the accreditation based on being a competent heavy vehicle truck driver. So what sort of RTO, or what are your thoughts on that? Because there are concerns in other models that have been looked at in other states that if you don't get that part right, the whole thing will fail.
Can I answer that? My view with experience from apprenticeships in other industries, what you need, and I'll just skip back firstly, with an apprenticeship, I think if you're looking at attracting young people in, it's really worth having a look at school-based apprenticeships so that people can start off with the knowledge components as appropriate, or some of the practical stuff while they're actually at school. So if it's not necessarily a person who's really engaged with school but they want to join the transport industry, killing two birds with one stone, and they're one step closer to achieving that goal before they get out of the system, out of the school system. In terms of RTOs and training, you really do need people, and as a gentleman here spoke about, with industry experience, and what TCHO looks for is people who can actually get into a room and train people who have the industry experience, the knowledge, which is not easy to impart if you don't have that sort of experience. The other component would be the regulation. I mean, ASQA's got a job to do, but in my experience, ASQA is really interested in pieces of paper and looking at the compliance that way, not so much how good or how effective that trainer might be, or even really the detail of the course content. It's more about complying with pieces of paper and ticking certain boxes. So it's industry experience trainers, a different regime of regulation, maybe something that sits in parallel with ASQA, but is really very transport specific. And to get these people through, it's also what needs to be done, in my view, to make things effective is engaging other industry experienced people as mentors so that people don't fall out of that system. Because if you look at attrition rates for traineeships and apprenticeships, they're in a lot of industries around about the 50% mark, whereas if you actually invest time in people to get those young people through, or even if they're older people coming back, they need someone to sort of help them through that process. So that's an important component of any training to be successful.
Yeah, I might add some to that too, if I may. I think we're right. There needs to be industry buy-in into it to start with. That's where it focuses. We've had conversations with some of the bigger operators, Finnemores and others, and they struggle. Not only do they struggle to find drivers, they struggle to find driver trainers for their own industry. And the smaller operators can't afford to have their own driver trainers. So I think there's a gap there as to what, if we think that the model that Finnemores and the bigger industries have, where, for example, we could train somebody to a licensed standard, they get to Finnemores and then Finnemores want to check their competency in relation to what they want them to do. The smaller operators can't do that. So there's a gap there as to what we do with the smaller operators. When they get somebody that they've advertised for a driver, they get a driver in, how do they assess them? They don't have the driver trainers. I think there's a gap there that needs to be filled, and that's probably not in the apprenticeship space. But for the apprenticeship, there has to be the industry buy-in, and the trainers, I think as you mentioned, the trainers themselves then and the RTOs have to be specialised within that. We've just kicked off a program. We recently applied for some federal funding for a transport road safety program, where we would train we would select, or companies would select drivers who they think will make good trainers. We'll take them on board for a 12-month period and train them up to a standard that we wanted them to, so they could become driver trainers. And we've just kicked off the new Cert 4 in heavy vehicle driving instruction, and we're training. Well, Andy, you could expand on where those drivers are coming from.
From all around New South Wales, but also some of your colleagues, and the ACT, we're placed a foot in each camp. For training for road safety, to develop industry-specific competency-based system based on ASQA qualifications, but with a clear understanding that during that you're going to be engaged with industry. We've got companies that want to be involved because they don't have the training capacity, so they invest in us, and students will be exposed to concrete trucks, rubbish trucks, towies and industry reps that want to come and be involved, so they get that hands-on practical experience while they're with us, and then they go away and they do the online theory training, and then they come back and do more practical. And I see the improvements. I see the industry engagement helping build competency and understanding of what's required. Because most of the time, as I said before, when I'm licensing, someone comes to me desperate for their license. We help them through, and if they're good enough, they get their license. Away they go and try and get that job, and let industry look after the industry induction side of that. And I have no control over that, but I can help at the front end. I hope that's answering the question. But trainers who are qualified and have industry experience to help students come through that are also exposed to industry in a real hands-on way will go a lot further than watching webinars or doing simulation.
Thank you. Any other further questions?
Did you have? You haven't.
I just had a
Oh,
question.
sorry, yes,
That's
Jackie.
okay. I just had a question about insurance. Like, we've heard a little bit about how it's very difficult to get young people, particularly under the age of 21, insured, yet you can get a pilot's license. So I was just wondering, how can that barrier be overcome? Are there people working with insurers? Like, what are the primary reasons? How do you deal with any young drivers in your training centre? Just, I guess, any commentary on how that can be progressed?
The major insurer in the transport industry is a company called National Transport Insurance, referred to as NTI. They cover, and I'm guessing 55-60% of the transport insurance needs, particularly from the vehicle public liability perspective. The way the licensing system works, it's based on time. So essentially, you can't become a big B double driver till you're about 24, 25. There's a number of steps you have to go through over a 12-month period. But they've been prepared to look at younger B double drivers in some respects and provide insurance for them. So if they can do it, and that's based on the competency of the driver and being properly licensed, then I think other insurers can do that as well.
So it's case by case at the moment?
It's case by case at the moment. For the committee's information, NTI put out every year they put out a document which is based around the major accidents that they get involved in. They define major accidents as anything that costs more than $50,000 to repair. This report's been going for about 20 years, and their last report indicated that the major factors in truck accidents are inattention and distraction, inappropriate speed, inappropriate vehicle positioning, which is driving too close or wrong side of the road, inadequate following distance, and fatigue. and I notice fatigues in your terms of reference. Fatigue accounts for about 8% of those major vehicle accidents. And about 40% of crashes that they apportion to fatigue occur in remote areas, and most occur between midnight and 6 a.m.
Thank you.
But I just finish off by saying, and this is important, the truck is not at fault in 70% of those car crashes. So it's important to understand that in 7 out of 10 times, it's the car driver's fault. Now these are examinations that occur after the accident, but I suggest that the NTI report is worth a read.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one last question from you, Bob, Mr. Nampa.
Thank you, Chair. There is a unanimous view that there are real shortcomings in the comprehensiveness and the integrity of training in the industry. I'm assuming a lot of that is due to the underwhelming approach to competency and assessment in the driver competency framework. Have you been involved in Austroad's review of the framework, and what are your views on, I suppose, the recommendations to come out of that review in terms of the path forward? Are there any further shortfalls that you can see in terms of the trajectory that Austroads is taking the framework in?
Have you seen?
Question for any or all of you.
We haven't been involved in that
we haven't been
ourselves.
No, neither have we.
Right.
No, we haven't been involved either.
Okay. Is it unusual for reviews of the framework to be undertaken without sort of broad-based industry consultation?
I think it would be. I would say that Transport for New South Wales and the relationship between us and Transport for New South Wales is pretty strong. I think we're regarded, and that's shown in the fact that we've got some people on the Cert 4 now from Transport for New South Wales. I think our relationship is pretty strong. I think they've got a good view of what TISC does as an RTO, and as Sutton Road does as a training organisation. And there's a couple of other organisations around the state that are also held fairly highly, and I would have thought that they would have been involved in that. Certainly their views would have been sought, much the same as our views are sought here for this inquiry. I thought that would have been an important thing, so I'd find it unusual.
Thank you.
I would add that I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I would add that we have the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator now, which is gradually absorbing the state enforcement bodies. We have the National Transport Commission. We have the regulator deals with the regulations and enforcement, and the National Transport Commission deals with policy. One might say they're missing in action.
Thank you. And on that note, we have run out of time for this session, so thank you very much for appearing today. If you've taken, I don't think you did, any questions, I noticed the committee secretariat will get in touch with you. The same goes for any supplementary questions members may have. So thank you so much, and we will now break for afternoon tea and be back at 3:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
just not worth it.
No.
It's not worth it.
Welcome back, and welcome to our next witnesses. We'll begin by getting you both sworn in. So if you could please start, I'll start with you, Mr. McAlpine. If you could please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Yep, name's Peter McAlpine. I'm Chief Technology Officer at Netstar Australia. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And you, Mr. Emmanuel.
Yeah, so Michael Emmanuel, Managing Director of Netstar Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Now, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, quick.
Thank you.
Yes, so 25 years experience in developing telematics for myself and typically for Peter as well. Netstar provide for the transport service telematics for the emergency services, transport utilities, local government and state government industries. Key aspects of our solution is real-time event and speed data, AI cameras for driver management, so that covers off distractions, seatbelt use, fatigue, phone usage, forward-facing for headway warning, so driving too close to a vehicle, speed, pedestrian warning and collision warning. We provide navigation for height alerts, speed alerts and parking bays to being approached. We do a lot in the driver behaviour reporting, so looking at how drivers drive and awarding drivers for good driving behaviour as well as bad driving behaviour, being able to manage putting those people on driver training courses. We are certified by the NHVR for electronic work diaries, so an electronic way of recording driving hours with then alerts for rest breaks due, alarms where their rest break is being breached, when their next rest is due, when the next 24-hour rest, the next 7-day rest is due. All the above is monitored in real time, so transport operators can see their fleet and their drivers, what they're doing in near real time. So they become part of that compliance and chain of responsibility. And I believe the above addressed some of the issues that were stated in the previous witnesses' statements about driver behaviour and how the NTI reporting of accidents.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now we'll open it up for questions. We'll start with you, Mr. Cameron Murphy. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just had one question about it, which is, isn't there a risk when you have AI flashing warnings at you? And I note from your submission, your examples for things like collision risks, smoking, yawning, whatever, that environment is going to create even more anxiety for the driver.
I believe
when they're trying to concentrate on driving, at the same time as that, they've got a screen in front of them telling them you've done something wrong here or something wrong there. How would you alleviate my concern about that?
Well, there's two ways of alleviate that. It also has spoken alerts, so it tells you, as opposed to having to look at a display, it actually warns you that you haven't got seatbelt or you're fatigued in a spoken. So a lot of cases, the in-vehicle display gets turned off in some cases while driving, so you can't use the navigation, you can't use those functions. But it could be a distraction from looking at a display, but generally the voice is not a distraction.
Certainly some of the stuff, sorry to add into that, yeah, we're trying to make sure it is as driver friendly as possible, so they're not being distracted by stuff. But some of these things are built into your modern family car nowadays. It's just we're adding it in as an optional extra for trucks now that don't come with that stuff. So, and generally speaking, they're doing the wrong thing. So once they start to learn to do the right thing, they don't get those distractions. And just ease of doing things as well, so it'll give them a warning when they need to get a warning.
So you don't think there's just a general risk that somebody might make an error or a mistake because they're so worried about not being pulled up by your AI system, and while they're doing that, they're not focusing on what they should be thinking about, which is the road or other drivers or backing up the truck or something. You don't think there's a risk there that anxiety creates a problem in itself?
I think it's more of an aid to them. It's an aid to, to advise you that you're travelling too close to a vehicle in front,
or it warns you in the case of a collision, you know, and if you use an example, you're driving along and you sort of get distracted or you're playing with the radio and all of a sudden a collision warning comes up, it alerts you to do something, whereas you wouldn't be alerted otherwise until you hit that or had that accident.
Could I ask, I guess it's a sort of related question, and I asked a similar one of an earlier witness. In some of the submissions that some of the other submissions that we've had, it's been suggested that some drivers are worried about the use of data, the data that's been collected, for things that wasn't intended to be used for. And I think you mentioned that the capacity is for 24/7 surveillance, real-time surveillance. Now we had, I think it was Mr. Parry from Finamore say, look, we're not doing that, but there is the potential for constant surveillance and the use of the data that's collected for disciplinary or other actions that could, you know, concern drivers.
Yeah, so that is the case. So I stand up in front of a lot of unions, especially in the local government and the state government, that are very heavily unionised with the same concerns, that it's Big Brother, that you're watching me. A lot of that is alleviated in their enterprise agreements that they have on how the data can be used. But I also talk about all the good news stories. There's more good news stories where the actual data has helped the driver in the case of an accident or of a case of something, speeding fines, where the data helps them. And there's more good news stories than bad news stories. And in the heavy vehicle industry, typically the driver's guilty until proven innocent. And the telematics data helps cement whether that driver has done the right thing or the wrong thing.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, just
Mark Benazia.
Yeah, just a couple. In terms of your company and data, who, I note that you say that it's electronically sent and saved, so who owns the data? So I want to subscribe to your service as a trucking company. Do I own that data, or do you still have access to it? Do you have some level of proprietary rights over the data that's being collected in my trucks?
Yes, so we have the data, but the data is owned by the customer.
Yeah.
So they own the data. The data is all stored in Australia. It's not provided in overseas servers. That's part of our government requirements for our government customers. Yes.
Okay.
But we still have access to that data. Yes.
Okay. I guess my second question is, we've heard a lot about the costs of implementing new systems and changes to the industry, and obviously some of the bigger players in the industry can absorb some of these costs better than the smaller companies. So I guess, can you give us a bit of a sales pitch in terms of, like, to put some of this stuff into a small to medium operation, is that going to be financially prohibitive, or like what's the price range for some of this sort of stuff?
To answer that, most of our customers are all the small to medium enterprise type customers, both commercial and in that space.
So what would be the online the diary?
So the electronic diary is $5 a month to $10 a month per driver.
Okay.
So it's not excessive. The AI cameras, you're looking at around $59 a month per vehicle. So yeah, and it's on a rental basis, so it's not a heavy capex upfront cost for customers. Yeah, so we try and minimise that. With technology, pricing has come down significantly from the 2000s to currently now in 23. So it's affordable. Also, we're working with insurance companies to get rebates where they can, if they've got telematics in there that are monitoring the drivers and monitoring the vehicle speed, that it helps with their insurances. So there are cost savings there. Australian insurance companies have been very slow to do that here for user-based insurance, but it is happening.
Okay. And because you're renting, or you're leasing essentially the equipment out, I'm assuming that as new technology comes in that's probably more advanced, you're able to then essentially take them out and then replace old with new. Is that,
yep, that's correct.
Is that the principle?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the other area too that we've found a lot of cost savings for transport operators is in their maintenance and the fuel costs. Because the driver's been monitoring for speed and driver behaviour, they tend to drive better, so therefore their fuel costs come down their maintenance costs come down, and we've seen that significantly in local government where they've got heavy vehicles as well. That those cost savings are by far more than the actual cost of the telematics hardware.
Have you got any quantitative data around those cost savings?
I haven't, but I could
on
give,
notice. You could
not on notice, but I could give some examples of the customers where they've found that benefits.
Yeah.
So I think it's just in terms of quantitative data.
So
that,
like, what's the average cost saving someone's making?
But just in terms of what he's providing on notice, because he said that the research has found that makes a difference. Is that what you're providing?
Not the research. We haven't done the research ourselves. It's only feedback from our customers directly saying that is what's happening. We haven't done any research
they're
ourselves.
Not giving you any sort of quantitative figure.
Not
It's saving us $100 of fuel a month, or
not in that quantitative amount. No.
I was thinking in terms of the driver behaviour data though as well. It's just feedback.
It's just feedback from that. Yeah, exactly.
Studies and like we could probably provide if needed.
So if a lot of our clients are the utilities like Energy Queensland, Ausgrid, Endeavour, which also have a high level of heavy vehicle. So they're very concerned about driver behaviour, utilisation, costs, but also making sure that the driver gets home safely in the case of an accident or crash or fatigue. So we're a little bit different to the sort of the transport sector that you're talking about, the line haul, but definitely the commercial operators that do under 150 kilometres or outside their home base. Telematics is used very heavily for that safety component.
Okay, thank you. Questions from Ms.
Thank you,
Jackie
Chair.
Monroe.
Thank you so much for coming today. I mean, it seems to me that the implementation of this kind of technology leads to better accountability throughout, I guess, the whole chain of responsibility. And one of the things that we've heard about is from drivers and some of our previous witnesses is that truck drivers are being put under really not just immense pressure, but actually kind of unachievable pressures in terms of their timelines, how long they have to get between point A and B. Is this technology helpful in understanding like the reality of whether how drivers can manage their time and fatigue and their speed, time and distance are all very easily measured by your technologies. So have you been finding that companies have been changing their practices or drivers have been giving feedback that says like this is helpful to essentially make our case that we're putting inappropriate hours in or our distance is unachievable?
Yeah, so to answer that, under the chain of responsibility laws, it's pushed transport operators to be compliant, which I believe has helped the drivers. So it's, if the driver has an accident and is being pushed to go and do extra hours, it's not only the driver that it's the transport operator. So that compliance has helped regulate the industry as well as the electronic work diaries that NHVR have put in. So I believe it's a help for the drivers and the transport operators in running their business. Unfortunately, it doesn't get some of the cowboys who don't have that technology that may have accidents or drive their drivers too hard. But yeah, it definitely does help change the culture of the industry.
Okay, and do any of your clients or even yourselves share data with government to help with policy making around safety?
So we're part of Transport Certification Australia, we're accredited, and the data gets shared with them. It's anomalysed data in the case of the TMA, so they don't know what transport operator or what driver's doing it. But we do share that data with them, and under the IAP it is shared with the what vehicles have driven over heavy, more for the road infrastructure than the driver behaviour.
Okay. Would you think that it would be a useful move that operators are essentially required to share their data, not just with the TCA, but with government departments, state and federal directly?
I think it would, and also comes under what the ACT Transport are doing is road usage monitoring and road usage charges. So if you combine all of that technology for road usage, driver safety, compliance, all into those government, it makes sense.
Yeah. In terms of the take-up of this kind of technology across the industry, could you estimate how many companies, or I mean maybe even how many drivers are using this technology in their vehicles?
It's more driven by the transport operators than the drivers. It's very rare. We do see some drivers want the electronic work diaries, but it's more driven by the transport operators so they can monitor their fleet in real time. Because of those chain of responsibilities, they might want to make sure that they're not sending drivers on a route where they should be having a rest break. For take-up, I would say there's probably, on a guess, around 50% in the transport industry. Transport has been the early adopters, and you find out now that utilities, governments, local governments are taking up this technology for that driver safety component.
Yeah, okay. And are there any differences in state or federal regulations that you think could be harmonised in a national framework?
So only from the National Heavy Vehicles side in the Western, where they have different driving hours and logbook requirements. The NHVR has been good in bringing that all in under the Eastern Seaboard under one platform, and I think if that continued, it would be the right way. But yeah, the WA is the only sort of one outside of the rest of it.
Yeah, okay. And this is the Ron Finnemore submission spoke about this kind of technology potentially leading to a system of like driver regulation that relied less on kind of firm requirements, like after this many hours you have to take this much break, and more on individual management of fatigue, for example. Do you think that that could be an outcome from proper use of this technology?
Yeah, definitely. One of the things I think that could be good is with health monitoring watches, where you're actually monitoring the health of the person. Apple have done something, we're doing something as well. The problem there is the privacy issues, I believe, will be the issue of getting that across the line. Do I want my boss knowing that I've got a high blood pressure, or I've got diabetes, or sleep apnea, those sorts of things?
Probably want your boss to know if you've got sleep apnea.
Yes, definitely. But I can guarantee you most transport operators wouldn't know.
Yeah, okay. So
just to add to that, if I could.
Yeah, please.
One of the things with our camera technology and the AI, it's starting to actually bring more of the data together and build a story out of it. So instead of just a single forward collision warning or a lane departure warning, it's looking for a pattern occurring. And it'll see that pattern and go, oh, hang on a sec, you've got a problem, rather than somebody having to try and work it out themselves. So the AI part of this technology is also starting to assist with early warning that a fatigue is going to impact the driver's behaviour.
Nice. And do trainers incorporate your technology or technology that's similar to yours in their training, like modules, for example? Like, are drivers kind of taught how to use the technology to the best of their ability and to the best of their kind of use and benefit?
I think that's probably part of what is lacking. I think trainers need to get more involved in understanding the technology and how the technology can benefit the drivers. And that's probably the biggest gap we find, is drivers always think that it's against them as opposed to saying it's assisting them.
Yeah.
We do have some of, not so much in our utilities where they're working after hours, like Ausgrid, for example. Some of their managers are saying, we want this because we're working night hours, we need these assistants.
Yeah. Okay.
It's an education process.
And I do have a couple more questions, but I'll just ask one in particular if you've got more as well. It's around rest stops. So we've heard a lot today about how rest stops can be planned perhaps better in terms of their locations, or even the kind of facilities that are required at different types of rest stops. Are there ways to, like, what kind of data are you use, or what kind of data do you collect, do you think could be useful in planning for better rest stops across the state?
So there's two ways to answer that. One is we could look at how many times people or drivers or vehicles stop at those rest breaks and for how long, and produce data on that over whatever period. So that would then be a tool that could be given to New South Wales Transport for saying, well, we need a larger rest stop at this location. So that's one way of doing it, as assisting. In the vehicle, we can have in there that a rest stop is coming up. So this is a B-double rest stop 300 metres ahead, just like your navigation turn by turn.
Yeah.
So that could be assistance, yeah.
Yes, I know NHVR are starting to try and build a map set for at least the roads network, if they could have the fatigue, the places the drivers could stop in there as well, because we can certainly bring that map data into our systems, and then the EWD application could say, you need a rest and it's 3 kilometres down the road.
Yep. Nice.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Kane.
I'm just wondering, we've heard a lot today about the economic pressures in the industry, and we've heard from some transport operators who operate at a high level in the industry, and you've mentioned that that there are those that are adopting the technology and those that aren't. Aren't we in danger of further, I guess, creating an uneven playing field where the better operators are investing in this technology, they're doing the fatigue management through it, and even leaving that space of the others even more free for them to undercut? I'm just concerned that you bring in a level of technology which is great in terms of assisting with safety, but I'm worried about the further uneven playing field which rewards accepting poor contracts and poor conditions for drivers.
Look, as I said before, it's affordable technology for a startup person as well as a large enterprise. So
as long as you want to follow the regs.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm
exactly,
saying.
yeah.
So if you want to follow the regs and it's affordable, that's great. But there's going to be this large chunk, unless something's mandated, who are going to do whatever.
Well, there's a lot of now contracts, say Woolworths, or I'll use them as example, or Coles, that are saying part of your transport delivery to us must have telematics in there.
And does that go down the supply chain, or is that the first? So that goes whoever they subcontract to.
So if you look at example Rio Tinto in the mining industry, or BHP, you can't get onto their sites without having GPS telematics, and they've now upped that to now video telematics only recently in WA. Right?
Yeah, they're a bit of a niche.
Yeah,
player.
I know they're a niche, but the industry does do that, and the more contracts that the larger and smaller enterprises start saying we need telematics as part of that, and they're doing it because they're part of that chain of responsibility, so they can make the transport operator accountable to say, show me all your vehicle pre-start checks of the vehicle, or show me the driver logbook prior to that person coming on site or going and doing a delivery for them.
I guess it's interesting because the dilemma is the top of the supply chain want to do that so they protect themselves should anything happen. They're not doing proactive enforcement to make sure that their contract is fair in terms of what they pay and the time constraints. So they want to impose the time constraints but also cover their own interests should something go wrong. So it doesn't really alleviate the pressure for the driver at the bottom of that chain, does it?
No.
It just provides cover for that already very powerful top of the chain to say, well, I told you to have those telematics in there, let's have a look at them, and it'll still be the driver at the bottom for whom the data gets used.
Yeah.
So it's good protection for the big companies.
Yeah, possibly it's something like what TCA have done for the heavy vehicle industry, the long haul stuff and the very oversized vehicles, that they start mandating it. So maybe it needs to be a government regulation thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for these witnesses? Ms. Munro.
Thanks. I was going to ask about your relationship with police, because we heard earlier that there might be some misunderstanding or a bit of a knowledge gap between what the new technologies that drivers are using and what police are aware of in terms of, for example, checking logbooks, which was an example that was given earlier. Do you work with any enforcement authorities to kind of inform them about your technology?
No, we don't. The only time we get, I get called up is in the event that the police want to use the data in an accident, and I talk in court about how accurate the technology is, but we're not actively working with any of the law authorities, other than the NHVR, use our telematics in their vehicles.
Yep.
I think it's up to them to educate the police and the authorities there themselves.
Yeah, I know NHVR, so certainly with the electronic work diaries, there's an approved page on the application that all providers have to do exactly the same. So they educate the roadside enforcement officers that when they grab the EWD tablet out of the vehicle, they press a certain button and they get the same view, whether it's Netstar or whether it's somebody else. So bodies like NHVR are probably the better, so they've got the closer ties with roadside agencies.
Yeah, okay. And finally, are there other states that are doing things better in any ways that you are aware of that New South Wales can kind of pull its socks up on? Or is it really that the move towards a national framework is kind of the end point? Like,
my personal opinion is the national framework is the way to go, but I can't say that any other state is doing anything better or worse than each other. And I think it just needs a national approach.
yeah.
Yeah, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I think we've exhausted our questions for you by the sounds of it. Thank you very much for appearing. And I think you may have taken some questions on notice by Mr. Benaziak. Was that maybe providing some of the data?
I don't think you had it. It was all anecdotal, wasn't it?
It was all anecdotal.
Yeah,
okay, all
We could provide a case study, but it's still
Well,
anecdotal.
perhaps on notice if you provide a case study.
Yep.
Yeah,
This-
that'd be good.
Thank you. The Secretariat will be in touch with you about that. So thank you for appearing before today's hearing.
Yeah, pleasure.
Thank you
Thank
very
Thanks so
much.
much.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to our last witnesses for today's hearing. We'll begin by swearing you all in. So we'll start on my left with you, Ms. Webb.
Yes. So I, Sally Webb, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Greeno.
I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Your name and position title for the record as well.
Scott Greeno, I'm the Acting Executive Director of Freight.
Thank you. Mr. Salvati.
Thank you. I, Paul Salvati, swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of the NHVR.
Thank you very much. Now, would any of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Transport for New South Wales and the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, thank you for the opportunity to appear as a witness at this inquiry. The role of heavy vehicles in moving freight is substantial and will continue to grow to meet increased future demand. The New South Wales road network currently carries approximately 60% of the total freight in New South Wales and 80% in Greater Sydney. Transporting freight within New South Wales and Australia more broadly is not without challenges. Heavy vehicle drivers often undertake long hours of travel. The truck, the road and accessible rest areas are their workplace. Fatigue is one of the top 3 behavioural factors for heavy trucks involved in serious crashes on New South Wales roads. Tragically, 59 people in New South Wales have lost their lives from crashes involving a heavy vehicle this year alone, with 10 lost in a single crash. The New South Wales Government is committed to an ambitious but achievable target of halving deaths and reducing serious injuries by 30% on New South Wales roads by 2030. The New South Wales 2026 Road Safety Action Plan outlines proven initiatives which can move New South Wales closer to our target, including identified actions to improve heavy vehicle safety, particularly through supporting adoption of new safety technologies. In addition to complying with regulations relating to driving hours and mandatory rest breaks, heavy vehicle drivers need rest stops to manage fatigue and well-being. Heavy vehicle drivers use these facilities to rest and access essential services such as toilets, showers and food. Rest areas are also used for waste disposal, swapping drivers or shuttling, and refuelling, marshalling and staging journeys. Transport for New South Wales maintains a network of rest areas under an asset services plan. Currently there are over 1,350 heavy vehicle rest stop locations across New South Wales. The New South Wales Government is aware of the difficulties heavy vehicle drivers face when trying to find a safe and suitable area to rest, park, shower and access services. Therefore, the Government is committed to working with the road freight industry to improve the number and quality of heavy vehicle rest stops across New South Wales. An audit of heavy vehicle rest stops across 15 key regional routes in 2018 identified that there are inadequacies in the provision of heavy vehicle rest stops across New South Wales. Inadequacies include the distance between sites, availability of parking spaces for heavy vehicles, and a lack of extra large parking bays designed for high productivity vehicles. Additionally, Transport has commenced a desktop investigation of the heavy vehicle rest stopping spacing gaps and parking capacity shortfalls along the urban national land transport network. The assessment will assess travel time between existing rest stops for heavy vehicle trips through Greater Sydney and trips with an origin or destination in Greater Sydney. In response, Transport is developing a heavy vehicle rest stop improvement program strategic business case to improve heavy vehicle rest stops across the regional state road network, and outputs from the desktop exercise will include indicative locations for new or upgraded heavy vehicle rest stops along the urban national land network. On the 1st of August 2022, Transport transitioned its heavy vehicle regulator services to the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, or NHVR. This transition included services under the Heavy Vehicle National Law and enforcement of New South Wales road rules as applicable to heavy vehicles. The Heavy Vehicle Inspection Scheme is also now delivered by the NHVR on behalf of Transport, all of which are governed by a Memorandum of Understanding. Transport and the NHVR are dedicated to working together in partnership to support continuous improvement in the regulation of heavy vehicles in New South Wales. In New South Wales, the training requirements for heavy vehicle drivers include the Heavy Vehicle Knowledge Test and the Heavy Vehicle Competency-Based Assessment. The knowledge test assesses knowledge of the road rules, including those that relate only to heavy vehicles. A person must pass that test before they can obtain a Heavy Vehicle Competency-Based Assessment Learner's Logbook and enrol in the Heavy Vehicle Competency-Based Assessment program. Recently, Ausroads has undertaken a review of the National Heavy Vehicle Competency Framework, which informs the New South Wales Heavy Vehicle Competency Assessment, seeking to improve the quality of driver training and assessment to better ensure safe and competent heavy vehicle drivers. In response to an increase in overheight incidents in Greater Sydney, the New South Wales Government established the Overheight Truck Task Force. This task force is dedicated to reducing overheight breaches, including drivers on route and load management, and improving operational responses to minimise traffic disruption when incidents occur. The joint New South Wales Government and NHVR submission outlines in more detail the initiatives that have been implemented and are in progress to support heavy vehicle drivers and the industry in reducing overheight vehicle incidents. This includes exploring new technologies, infrastructure and signage changes, enhanced operational responses and education and communication campaigns. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Mr. Salvati, do you have an opening statement as well?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Webb, you don't have it. Okay. All right, let's go straight to questions. Why don't we start with the opposition, Mr. Sam Faraway.
First question for Mr. De Greeno. Good to see you again. I'm sitting on the other side of the table this time, I am, but that's all good to see you. Within Freight Branch, obviously there was $10 million put aside some time ago in budgets to look at rest stops. And we've heard, I think, we've heard pretty, with a lot of clarity that rest stops is a major issue for all stakeholders within the heavy vehicle and trucking sector as part of their workplace. Could you give us a bit of an update maybe on what Transport have done with that $10 million, where it's up to, and have you identified truck stops or rest stops as part of that program?
Yes, and thank you for your question. The Heavy Vehicle Rest Stop Quick Wins program is where the up to $10 million has been assigned. The completed projects so far, the Quick Wins program was developed to demonstrate commitment to the road freight industry by delivering a number of improvements to existing sites. They include minor upgrades and signage improvements at 41 locations and are being delivered across regional and outer metropolitan New South Wales over the 2 years. Some of the completed projects, so far, include upgrades to rest areas at Willy Wally along the Golden Highway, Casillas Park also on the Golden Highway, Kennedy's Gap, Chapman's northbound, Coolungaluk Ampol northbound and Coolungaluk Ampol southbound, all on the Pacific Highway.
How much has actually been done, do you think, in terms of that this has been going on a little while now, obviously of that program, and we've heard pretty clearly from truck drivers themselves, major freight operators, it's the single biggest issue. How far advanced is Transport in rolling that program out?
I think in rolling that program out, we've had identified 41 locations and we've so far managed to upgrade 6 of those. 7. Apologies, 6 of those. More broadly across rest stops, it's a significant amount of work to be done outside of the Quick Wins program, though.
Okay. The federal government have made announcements and I think commitments as well, the current federal government, towards rest stops. It being probably one of the single biggest issues to manage fatigue, to be in a rest stop being a part of a truck driver's daily workplace. How advanced are discussions, I suppose, with the Commonwealth on trying to develop a broader and more holistic rest stops program?
Thank you for the question. There is a substantial amount of opportunity for New South Wales to partner with the Commonwealth. Through the Heavy Vehicle Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program, there has been in March 2022, 13 rest stop improvement projects were submitted to the Australian Government for up to 80% of funding. Funding has been successful for Kiama Gap northbound and Mundanoon northbound rest areas, and will go towards delivery costs. However, we'll obviously continue to work with the government, with the Commonwealth Government, to see if there is the ability to invest in additional rest stops in New South Wales.
Of the 41 you've identified, that Freight Branch and Transport for New South Wales have identified, how much? And I know it's a quick wins program, so it could be everything from replacing toilets or toilet seats to more significant upgrades. How much of the 10 million do you think is going to cover? How many upgrades do you think you'll get done?
So that allotment of money identified the 41 locations that will be able to be delivered with that funding.
But on a varying scale, from very small and minor repairs or upgrades to probably, in some instances, larger upgrades.
Correct.
So your 10 million spread across the 41.
Yes,
yep,
correct.
Okay, that's fine. Back in 2022, Transport for New South Wales and Freight Branch and the then Executive Director conducted a lot of freight forums, regional freight forums across the state, and they were directly related to trucking companies and also local government and anyone within certain regional communities where those forums were held, about the future of freight movement, about fatigue, about rest stops. Has much been done with that report, or what came out of that report for Transport for New South Wales and for Freight Branch to go and pursue, I suppose, upgrades and policy that's going to assist the trucking sector and to allow them to obviously remove some pressure? So, is that report, has it got dust all over it, or has it been able to form some new policy for government?
Yes, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have the report with me to refer directly to it. However, it has been released, and it featured feedback that is commensurate with all other engagements that I've been involved with industry around the need for the critical element of rest stops, but not just the provision of rest stopping locations, but also the facilities that you mentioned, that without the use of flushing toilets and clean toilets and shade, etc., they're of less value to manage fatigue for drivers. So we recognise that rest stops are a key part of a heavy vehicle driver's workplace, and those facilities are required. So there was a significant amount of feedback that came out of that process around the critical need for increased numbers of rest stops, availability at those rest stops. Often rest stops are utilised by other members of the travelling public, not necessarily for the ideal outcome of managing heavy vehicle driver fatigue. And as I said, they also mentioned that there's a significant opportunity to improve the customer experience of the facilities at those locations.
Do Freight Branch continue to engage with Road Freight New South Wales, the National Road Freighters Association? Like, how often would you be engaging with those key stakeholders around some of the challenges that industry is facing? Because I suppose your department is the one that is closest in terms of customer focus to the freight sector in some of the issues you deal with in your team. But how often would you be meeting with the key stakeholders within the road freight sector?
Thank you. It's a great question. We have, on a regular basis, we have a stakeholder engagement program where we meet with some of the associations you mentioned on 3 times a year, and that's for a broad range of discussions, but naturally rest stops regularly occur as part of that discussion. But equally, we just, as a result of the announcement from Minister Graham about the investigation of a Western Sydney truck stop, we had an industry roundtable on the 22nd of September. There was 33 attendees at that workshop. They included each of the associations that you mentioned, plus many more, including the Transport Workers Union. It was a particularly valuable workshop where, once again, there was a common thread of feedback from industry to say that there is a significant need for, particularly in Greater Sydney and Western Sydney, for rest stop opportunities. Also highlighted the critical nature of the facilities that serve the drivers when they're there. They also highlighted that stopping locations are valuable for heavy vehicle drivers for multiple reasons, not just fatigue management, and that was wanted to be acknowledged by the group, so that in planning and preparation for delivery of a truck stop in Western Sydney, that we made sure that all elements of the need for that location would be taken into account. We equally had an online survey that closed on the 1st of October. There were 442 heavy vehicle drivers and operators that submitted a survey. It was about a 10-minute long survey. And we had 200 intercepts. An intercept is where an interview took place at truck stops with drivers directly as well. So that information is still being pulled together for analysis, but one of the market elements that came out of it was that 98% of the survey, those surveyed, agreed that there is a need for a truck stop, rest stop of some sort in Western Sydney.
Just changing tack, I suppose, around competency-based driving and different models and schemes and proposals. How far advanced is Transport for New South Wales in its discussions with the Commonwealth, in and around the National Heavy Vehicle Law as well, maybe even with the regulator themselves in formulating a model for New South Wales or feeding into a federal model, and how far away is your best guess in implementing that?
I may pass to my colleagues at the end of this question, but it is difficult to estimate the time frame. The Heavy Vehicle National Law review commenced some time ago, and it's a complex national discussion. Naturally enough, trying to get to an outcome that improves safety, sustainability and productivity, so that both asset owners, road managers and industry are able to get an improvement is a challenge. So timeframes, it's difficult to estimate how long it may take. Transport for New South Wales has investigated, in conjunction with industry, the potential for a cadetship, where it is a heavy vehicle driver pathway that allows or encourages younger people to be able to access the workforce and as a heavy vehicle driver. We've also considered other avenues where it's a very low representation of women as heavy vehicle drivers in the industry. So there's a broad workforce that remains untapped. And of course, there's also the focus on being able to retain drivers in the industry. So one of those things, I think, points us back to the experience when you're operating on the road. If it's not a particularly pleasant location to be resting, for instance, I think that challenges people wanting to stay in the industry. So there's work for us on multiple levels to get this better.
Thank you, Scott. I might just add, in relation to the National Heavy Vehicle Competency Framework, certainly Transport's been engaged in the Austroad project and review, and we have made submissions to that process regarding competency-based training requirements. We're aware that the next step is for a regulatory impact statement, and but I'm unable to comment on the timing for release of that. Additionally, we're aware that for the last 2.5 years that review process has been ongoing, and we've been well engaged throughout the process. But I might pass to my colleague Paul Salvati from the NHVR, who may have some additional comments.
Thank you, Sally. My only additional comments would be to say that we strongly support the competency-based framework review and the idea of putting in place competency-based framework licensing. We see a lot, because of the shortage of drivers, we see a lot of drivers on the road who don't have the skills and experience they should have to operate safely, and we believe that looking at a national heavy vehicle competency framework is a good way to actually move to getting safer drivers on our roads.
I might just see. Actually, we'll go to crossbench first for questions, Mr.
Thank you.
Venezia.
Chair, I might just direct some of my questions regarding the heavy vehicle engagement report that you included as part of your submission. More particularly, you speak of a comprehensive audit of the rest stops against the Ausroad guidelines. Within that comprehensive audit, how many of those rest stops actually complied with the Ausroad guidelines to heavy vehicle rest stops?
Thank you for the question. The audits, so far the results that we have relate to the regional part of New South Wales. The gap analysis for Greater Sydney is still being completed. But from a regional sense, it was identified that there were the opportunity for 486 potential new rest stops and 300...
I'm more asking about the existing rest stops. How many of them actually complied with the guidelines? Because you say in your submission, or you say in the engagement report, that you did a comprehensive audit of heavy vehicle rest stops against the Ausroad guidelines. So to me that says you looked at the rest stops, looked at the guidelines and said, do they match up? Are those rest stops actually adhering to what Ausroad says is best practice in design? So that's what I'm trying to get at. How many of those existing ones actually comply? Because we had evidence from truck drivers today that they seem to think that none of them really do. So, I would rather take some evidence from a comprehensive audit, if it's been done, that provides a bit of clarity to that evidence we received earlier. So if you don't have it, I'm happy for you to take it on notice in terms of...
I don't have the figure in that format. I do have the number that has been identified for potential upgrade. So I don't have the exact answer to your question, but I can tell you that 356 rest stops out of the assessed rest stop network were identified as requiring potential upgrade.
Is that implying that because they need upgrade, they don't comply with the standards? Or is it just that they might be run down, the toilet might be broken, or can you, on notice, can you...
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Just talking more broadly about road construction, because we've had evidence to suggest that obviously the quality of the road impacts a driver's experience and potential fatigue on the road. And some of the evidence suggests that in road construction there seems to be a bit of a disregard for the guidelines as well from Transport for New South Wales in terms of design. So can you explain as to why Transport for New South Wales, when designing roads and then contracting it out to your contractors, would disregard the guidelines? Can you give us an explanation as to why you would do such a thing, given that Ausroads have come and told us that it's best, what they're putting out is best practice? It seems strange that you would ignore best practice.
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have the information to be able to answer it fully at the moment. What I can say is that roads are designed in relation to the Ausroads guides, and there are many factors that are taken into account when those decisions are made, but I can provide extra information outside of this.
So could you provide example as to why roads would be built outside those guidelines? Because people that are more passionate about the guidelines than I am have bombarded me with examples of roads that don't meet those guidelines. So I'm just trying to get my head around as to why, broadly speaking, you would disregard the guidelines and do something outside of it.
Yeah, I thank you. Yeah, I understand the question, and I wouldn't be able to provide a sufficient response, but I can have on notice. I can provide information for you.
Okay. Just in line with that, how often does Transport for New South Wales audit their contractors in terms of their skills and knowledge and expertise in building roads? Because obviously Transport has contracted a lot of that out anymore. So how often does Transport for New South Wales actually audit the people that are actually building the roads as to whether they've got the necessary skills and expertise to do so?
Once again, thank you for your question. Unfortunately, I don't have the detail at hand to be able to provide to you. However, I understand that there is a robust process that is Transport for New South Wales undertakes whenever they engage.
An outline of that robust process?
With notice, I can
sure.
provide more information, yes.
And probably my last question is probably perhaps to both of you, but more particularly the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator. Some of the submissions have been very passionate about some of the frivolous fines that truck drivers receive, or they perceive them as frivolous, in terms of the scheme of things, in terms of the potential impact for safety. So things like logbook errors, misspelling towns or leaving off a date or a day, and that causes them to be fined $600-700 when a drunk driver would get fined $500. So can you give us a sense as to why there is such a heavy-handed approach for what seems to be clerical errors? And is there a view to maybe wind some of that back in this national review?
Thank you for the question. I guess I'd probably state, to be honest, to say that I reject that narrative. So since New South Wales transition across the regulator in August 2022, I've not seen a single instance of an infringement being issued for what I would say would be frivolous, a misspelling, a wrong date, the wrong day. None of those things have occurred. I can say with some authority because I've looked for them, because I keep hearing this narrative through social media especially saying we've been fined for spelling Brisbane wrong, right? I'm yet to find a single instance since transition to the regulator. So I reject it as a current narrative.
Do you think it's the police that are potentially doing this, not the regulator itself, or?
I can't comment. I mean, that's one of the challenges is when we hear people got a fine, they don't always say who the fine was from. So I can't comment on whether it's police. But what I can say for the regulator is our regulatory philosophy has three arms. It's inform, educate, enforce. Inform is making sure that everyone who's captured by the national law understands they're captured and what they have to do. Educators down at the entity level with an operator or a driver, we actually work with them to help them understand what they need to do to comply. There's no sense us fining someone if we don't tell them how to do it properly at the same time or how to do it properly instead. And if you look at our statistics on how often we do education at the regulator, you'll see it's a significant portion of non-compliant events are dealt with through education, not for an infringement. We keep infringements and our penalties for those who have a history of non-compliance, or where the safety risk is so egregious that we have to actually act more fulsomely to actually change behaviour.
Thank you. Questions from the government, Dr. Sarah Kane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today and your submissions. Mr. Greener or Ms. Webb, you spoke, there's a couple of questions I want to ask about consultation. I was lucky enough to sit in virtually on the Western Sydney Heavy Vehicle Forum the other week, and I just wondered, could you just outline for me the timing of the consultation that you've been talking about, the most recent consultation? So there's, the forums, I think you said there was a survey, there were, I think you called them intercepts. Being a researcher, I would probably just call them interviews. But could you explain, when has this tranche of consultation begun? When was it begun?
Thank you. Yes, so it began with the announcement for the Western Sydney truck stop, and sorry, I just have to refer to my notes for the exact date, but it has, the online surveys closed on the 1st of October, and the industry roundtable was on the 22nd of September. Apologies. And the announcement for the Western Sydney truck stop, which is a $30 million investment, was on the 1st of September.
Okay, so that was Minister Graham's announcement, and then
Correct.
These have come since?
Yes.
Okay. Could I ask you, I was just having a quick look at the stakeholder engagement report which looked at some of the research, I guess, undertaken last year. And on page 9, there's a table of stakeholder or focus groups that were consulted. Was there any reason that a driver body, an exclusively driver representative body, wasn't included in any of those 4 workshops?
No particular reason other than the industry associations, many of them are representative of drivers and smaller organisations that have both an operator lens and a driver lens.
Yeah.
But beyond that,
Okay, because you were aware that the TW has represented owner-drivers for 100 years, so a bit longer than some of these. So I'm just intrigued that they weren't, back last year before the election, they weren't included on that stakeholder engagement list. I wanted to ask you a bit, we've heard a lot today about training, and I just wondered if you could explain, Ms. Farrow asked a question about competency-based training, which is very important, but I wondered if you could explain, and sort of where things are going with the Austroads consultation, but I wonder if you could explain current practice around training for heavy vehicle drivers, any involvement that Transport for New South Wales has in that?
Well, certainly there are 16, I understand there are 16 RTOs who are engaged, and additionally drivers can undertake testing at service centres if they don't have access to an RTO.
Okay, and so what's Transport for New South Wales' role? Overseeing it? What's the...
I understand that we are overseeing it, but I will need to take that on notice to obtain further information for you regarding our the exact role of the team in that.
That would be great. We've heard, as I said, we've heard a lot about training today, so that would be really useful. The other thing that we've heard quite a bit about is, well, actually in the submissions has been about community education, about educating other road users. It's all very well for us to have enough rest stops and to do all of these other things, but when the rest of the community doesn't understand trucks and how they work and how they stop, they contribute to a lot of the incidents. So I just wondered, is there anything planned or what's happening in that community education space?
Do you want me to start, Sally?
Sure. Yep.
I might start if that's the case in answering the question. So the regulators identified through research that about 70% of serious incidents involving a heavy vehicle aren't actually the fault of a light vehicle driver. We have 2 major campaigns that have been running for a while. One's called Don't Muck with a Truck. It's aimed at new drivers, so people with learners and P plates, identifying how they actually need to drive around heavy vehicles, working with the different state jurisdictions on learners tests, written tests, looking at how we can intercept and work with those young people at things like schoolies weeks and events to actually educate them using things like a virtual reality, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, simulation on how to drive around trucks. So that campaign we've launched through a number of different mediums that young people attracted to, like TikTok, and I think the TikTok campaign has had 69 million views of it globally, including, I think it's about 14 or 24, can't remember, across the country. The second campaign we've done is called We All Need Space, and that's to educate the broader community about how to drive around heavy vehicles, things like stopping distance, overtaking time, the turning circle of a heavy vehicle. That campaign's been successful. We've had different, I'll say, celebrities work with us in that campaign, including we've had Jimmy Rees, the comedian, Sam Thaiday, the football player, James Bundell, the musician. I'm missing a couple here. We've had Yogi Kendall, a truck driver from Outback Truckers, another truck driver. So those are all designed to try and educate the community on how to drive around heavy vehicles safely. And they do include things like, for caravanners, not taking up truck rest spots with caravans, actually planning ahead going to a caravan park. I'm happy to provide the URL and the websites for both those campaigns if required.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jane.
And if you'd like, I can add that Transport for New South Wales also contributes to education and awareness for community around trucks, and our flagship campaign is the Be Truck Aware campaign, and it aims to generate awareness of the particular challenges that face heavy drivers, including larger blind spots and increased stopping distances, We also focus on vulnerable road users and such as motorcyclists and pedestrians, and this ad campaign is in market twice a year across television, radio, social, outdoor and indoor. And since the initial launch of this campaign in 2017, campaign recognition's increased from 44% up to 57%. And our research indicates it's positively impacted attitudes and behaviours regarding sharing the road and road safety generally regarding heavy vehicles.
Thanks very much. I just have a very quick question again about the training aspect. Is Transport for New, and pardon me if this is a silly question, but is Transport for New South Wales responsible for putting together the online component of the assessment to get your heavy vehicle licence?
I understand that is, yes, that is the case, and we did a review of that, I'm going to say in the last 2 years, to refresh that online component.
So just so that I've got it right, so is it similar to say when you get your normal licence or when you get your motorbike licence, where you go and do that component and that's delivered or established by Transport for New South Wales?
Yes, so there's an online component, but then there's a competency-based component as well, or a testing-based
I just want
component.
to put something to you. Given that we've heard about training today and concerns that there isn't enough time behind the wheel, with motorcycle licences, you're required to go and spend 2 days, 2 half days, I've just done this, 2 half days to get your Ls. And then you're assessed to see if you're competent to have your Ls. You then have a period of time and you come back and do another full day. And that's delivered by a particular private operator but subsidised by the government. Is there any reason that there couldn't be a similar, very controlled kind of system for heavy vehicle licences?
So, I mean, Transport in New South Wales, we participate in the national scheme. So I'm very happy to take your feedback back to the team.
But it's a state licence. So when you go to get your licence, you go through those. So it's Transport for New South Wales administers that. Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Might be something for the government.
Yes.
We will go to questions from Ms. Jackie Munro.
Thank you.
now.
Thanks so much for coming today. We've heard a lot today about green reflectors and those bays and how they're used differently across different states, and actually that they provide quite a useful, if not life-saving, mechanism for drivers to manage fatigue. What's the departmental or national view of green reflectors, and what's been your engagement and consultation around these?
The green reflector sites are, we would refer to them as informal rest stops. So very low level of infrastructure. If you saw one, you might not recognise that it was a stopping opportunity, but it's they are a really critical part of the rest stop network, and it's something that we do actively work with industry to try and encourage. There is more that we can do. We can be better at it. Industry will often tell us that there's missed opportunities to increase the number of informal rest stops, and occasionally we'll say that there have been some informal rest stops that have been removed. Complexity around those that are removed or where they can be often revolves around road safety elements of whether or not a heavy vehicle can safely enter and exit the location. But they are an important part of the rest stop network and something that we focus on as part of the heavy vehicle rest stop programs.
So are you putting them in place, or are you, how are you identifying where these locations are?
So they are part of the understanding of what exactly is on the network is one of the first steps, and there can be informal locations that we're not necessarily aware of. We do have a mapping service that shows where the rest stops are. However, that also has challenges around its currency, because they don't change daily, but they do change. The The element that we contribute the most is being able to identify where there are opportunities to utilise existing infrastructure in a way that enables an informal rest stop. And they may be sites that, as part of road construction, they were areas that stored raw materials as part of that project, etc. And so wherever there is any road upgrades or planning, the freight team and Transport for New South Wales provides insight around what would be valuable opportunities, what those, where those locations could be, what they could look like, and a lot of that is informed by engagement with industry on what those are. They obviously spend a lot of time in the road network and they see opportunities often before we do.
Okay, and we definitely heard today that there were potentially missed opportunities around using former road corridors that have been since bypassed essentially to create more rest stops. Is that something that you're aware of?
I think the potential risk for that happening is real and has happened in the past. I can't speak to individual locations because, as I said, often there'll be multiple elements that inform that decision. However, our engagement and focus on understanding how we can do better with less investment, deliver better outcomes for freight operators is certainly front and mind in how we operate.
And just finally, on the use of technology, we've heard that the systems that are being used and the role of the TCA has been increasing, and obviously you've been working with the TCA in many different ways, I presume. Mm-hmm. Could you say that there are better ways for data to be shared from individual companies, and would you support some sort of mandatory reporting scheme directly from businesses rather than going through the TCA?
Mandatory reporting, I would have to say, is a policy consideration for the government. So far as data and being able to access data, I think in all instances we need to recognise the value of that data broadly. We also need to recognise the sensitivity of that data, the value of that to operators, and how we would use it to better inform our decision making in both their best interests and the people in New South Wales, so far as investment planning, etc. Certainly, any opportunity we can take to make data more accessible without increasing the burden on either industry or the government is an excellent opportunity. So far as mandating, as I said, that would be a question for the government.
Is there any information at the moment that you wish that you had that would help your work? And I see you're nodding.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. There's a lot of data that we don't have that would really inform two things from our perspective at a national level. Opportunities to improve productivity for the industry as well. So look at not just primary freight routes. We have a lot of data on primary freight routes, secondary freight routes, what industry has been carted from where to where. It can actually help us identify opportunities to put more roads and more routes under notice. That's a fantastic thing for industry. From a safety perspective, I had this very conversation with some industry people just yesterday. There's reticence in sharing, I guess I'd say, telematics of very granular information back to the regulator for fear of being fined. However, if you can anonymise that, and we can still identify things like on a journey where a driver is getting fatigued, on a journey where should we have rest stops, on a journey which consigners, which distribution centres, which parties in the chain are doing the wrong thing. All that information, if we had that, we could actually prevent multiple fatalities every single year across the country. So we are very pro data sharing. We also share data back. We've just launched a program back with industry where whenever we issue a defect on one of their vehicles en route, we tell the operator owner of the vehicle straight away, so they can actually schedule repairs, they can actually have parts waiting for that heavy vehicle at the next rest stop to prevent downtime and increase productivity. We've got a second initiative underway whereby every time we intercept a heavy vehicle, we'll share back with the operator of that business the outcome of that intercept. If it was compliant, if it was non-compliant. We believe that two-way information sharing creates a much safer industry.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Farrow, did you say you had one?
Just only
further?
last question, probably to the NHVR. Electronic workbooks. We've heard today that there is some apprehension, obviously, around those logbooks from certain participants in the industry, just around the way they've always done it. But I wanted to know, one, how is the rollout of electronic workbooks going more broadly across the state? And secondly, what is the NHVR's view on the National Heavy Vehicle Law that the Commonwealth Government is trying to obviously finalise with the states, because that in itself, with the workbook, will be a significant change, but also a significant will play a significant part for anyone in the trucking industry once it's implemented, and you'll be regulating it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We believe electronic work diaries are a fantastic tool to manage safety across industry. There was a question before from the gentleman about frivolous infringements. The National Work Diary removes those altogether. You can't misspell a name. You can't get your timers wrong and adding it up. It's all done for you. We think they're a great tool, and we'd like every single driver to be actually utilising those. In terms of rollout in New South Wales, they're actually not our product. We set the standards. They're actually delivered by commercial third parties who don't give us their sales figures on a state-by-state basis on a regular basis. So I'm afraid I don't have that data. I can try and find that for the committee. So in terms of
just quickly, do you have any campaigns that you're running to assist drivers to transition to an electronic workbook?
So we run, I guess I'd say, information education campaigns about the value of them generally, but because they're third-party commercial products, we can't be seen to promote any one entity. Our role very much is actually just generally talking about the value of these things to industry and recommending that drivers go and talk to different suppliers and actually trial them themselves. The second part of the question on the heavy vehicle national law, we are looking forward to seeing the changes that will come with the heavy vehicle national law. We think the law as it currently stands has a lot of complexity for drivers and for industry. It has a lot of restrictions in it, which actually reduce safety and reduce productivity. We are very hopeful that the new heavy vehicle national law will actually have components in it which allow us to do things like, if not mandate electronic work diaries, at least get them more ubiquitously rolled out across industry.
Thank you. Questions from Mr. Cameron Murphy now.
Thanks. I just wanted more information. When I was reading your submission, you say there are over 1,350 heavy vehicle rest stop locations that are either classified as formal or informal. Do you know how many of each there are?
Unfortunately, I don't have that detail here, but I can provide.
If you can take that on notice, that'd be great. And just the other thing was, what is the definition of an informal stop? Like, I mean, is that just where a truck will decide to pull over, or is there something more to it? Does it have to have some facility? What is the definition of that exactly?
Thank you for the question. The Ausroads Guide to Provision of Heavy Vehicle Rest Areas does provide some structure around the different classes of rest stop, and it talks to the facilities, as in it doesn't really specify what needs to be at a location for it to be an informal rest stop. It effectively says anything that doesn't meet the classes above.
So anywhere a driver decides to stop could be an informal.
Available, yes.
Okay, so it's the broadest possible definition.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Bob Nanva.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. There has been a lot of evidence presented today and through submissions to this committee about the fact that governments can improve the quality and the number of rest stops, can improve the training of new drivers, but the drivers themselves are under constant pressure to cut corners. Operators are under pressure to meet tight deadlines, and that there are real structural imbalances and power imbalances within the industry. Now, without expecting you to, pass an opinion on policy responses that governments can pursue. Do you have a view on the apparent relationship that has been presented to this committee between the remuneration by and expectations of major clients in the industry and risk-taking and shortcuts by operators?
I'll start. Thank you for the question. So we're not privy to any commercial contracts between suppliers, drivers, operators, consignors in the supply chain. What we do have in the heavy vehicle national law is an ability, if a contract has inducements or in a way forces someone to breach fatigue or breach the heavy vehicle national law, we will investigate and prosecute. You'll understand that it's rare. I can't think of a single example where someone has actually provided such a contract to us, because in doing so, they'd probably lose that contract as well. But if anyone did, we would take that very seriously.
Have there been any prosecutions?
Not in that instance, unfortunately, because we've yet to have someone come to us with a contract that actually shows that. Now, having said that, when there has been an investigation done because there's been a fatality or a serious injury, and we go back through the investigation and have identified that there has been an inducement by an executive in a company, a scheduler, an allocator, or someone to force a driver to break the heavy vehicle national law, then yes, we have done prosecutions, and yes, they've been successful.
And when someone dies.
Sorry, can I just make a kind of extension on that? Just in terms of chain of responsibility laws in general, like, is it, do you have how many prosecutions occur and how many are successful in a year?
I don't have that number to hand, but I can provide that to the committee.
That would be helpful. Maybe the last 5 years?
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from members for these witnesses? No. Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. Can I just make a clarification on an earlier answer about the frivolous fines? I should have put the word solely in there, because I have seen fines where listed amongst more serious breaches was a clerical error, but that was not what the fine was issued for. It was actually issued for the serious breach, but there was a clerical error listed in all the non-compliance for that driver.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. All right, so thank you all for attending. That's the last session for today's hearing. The Secretariat will be in touch with you for any questions you've taken on notice and if there's any supplementary questions from members. So thank you again, and that is the end of today's hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.